Hello, hello. Good morning. Enable. Oh, do not want to get copyrighted on that. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Basically, yesterday, I assumed through my settings that YouTube would be just placing ads throughout the stream, but I think there were no ads at all. And obviously, I don't want to fill it up with ads, but I also would like some throughout when there's downtime. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But we will be starting with day 2 of San Antonio Regionals pretty soon. And then we can talk about the teams that are currently in contention as well. There's only one round of Swiss left. So a couple players already locked up their spot in day 2. And then we'll be watching one match to see who makes it to top cut. And then we'll go from there. But here are the teams for now. Any teams to look forward to today? Hyper Offense Kyogre has actually been doing really well. It's undefeated right now. With the Iron Crown team, we've seen a couple Iron Crowns yesterday. Wheezing Dozo's up here. We've got a Smeargle. Michael Zheng is 8-2 with Brute Bonnet. Ting Ludozo. Lunala at 8-2. Yeah, if you are 7-3, you are out. But so in just a bit, we'll be able to see who are the kind of remaining players that are still in it. Let's see. This website is in the description of the stream. At least it should be. It's the standings link in the description. I would do videos on any of these teams if people posted rental codes, by the way. I'm interested in all of them for sure. But yeah, that's up to the players if they want to share their team. The site is in the description, guys. It's standings.stallruth. They do keep track of pairings and standings, yeah. And the open team sheets were posted as well, which is awesome. There's a normal Calyrex in there? I didn't see that. Top cut is in the next round. So right now we're waiting for the next, the final round of Swiss. Basically, you play 11 rounds, 8 rounds on the first day, 3 on the second. So we're waiting for the, pairings for the last round to be posted. At this point, a couple players have already secured their spot in the top cut, though. It's everyone in the top 5 here. Shiliang, Stefan, Luca, all who've won regional championships before. Dominic, as well as William Brown. 8-2 folks are still in. Yes, if you need to go 9-2 to make it into the top cut. There's still one more round left. Right now, people are actually still playing the 10th round. There's still actually some rounds in the 10th going on right now too. So that's correct. The first 2 rounds did not get streamed. Yeah, you can see these are all the current rounds that are going on. Oh, Keel Goal made it. That's cool. 7-3. So every player that is 8-2 right now has a chance to make it to the final bracket. This top cut, by the way, or like a lot of the teams that made day 2 have been very Ice Rider focused. We saw no Shadow Riders, which was interesting. Shadow Rider's not in the top 5, but it's still, they're plenty in contention. Like, here's one at 7th place, here's one in 9th place. And the placing doesn't really matter, right? It's all about just whether or not you make it to 9-2. But what's interesting is a lot of these Shadow Riders are paired with Dondozo. This Dozo Weezing, this is Dozo Weezing, Dozo Tinglu. I'm just trying to figure out something on the YouTube settings real quick. So give me 1 second, guys. But we've got some time before the round starts. So if you want to take a look at all of these teams, check out the links in the description below. Let me know what teams you think are interesting, which ones catch your eye. But we are just waiting for the round to start right now. Do we know day 2 usage? The teams are posted. I don't think anything's been aggregated yet. But I assume they'll show us on stream right at the start. A lot of different Groudons, by the way, and Koraidons as well. I think the meta is, I'd say, in a really good spot right now. It feels like there's so much that's viable. So many different restricteds. Not a lot of Miraidons, yeah. Miraidon won last weekend, but I don't know if there's even any left in contention to make top cut. We might have a top cut without any Miraidon, which is interesting. Do I think the reason why Calyrex doesn't find so much success is due to a lack of variation of team comps, since the only common teams seem to be Dozo and Protect the King? I don't know. Like, even if that's the case, like, there's still a lot of different ways that you can like build around those teams. And like, I wouldn't say Calyrex isn't successful, right? Like right now, if you look at the 8-2 teams, there are at least 4. Right? This is a more Protect the King comp. This is Dozo Weezing. This is Dozo. And then I think we had one more here as well. So there's 4 Calyrexes still, Shadow Riders in contention for top cut. Weirdly enough, I think like Shadow Rider is not inherently the easiest Pokemon to use because you're so weak to Dark. And so it means you have to be really smart about how you Terra. Like you have less room for error if you make mistakes with it. Yeah, where are the Zamazentas? Koraidon, I think, is pretty underrated in the meta right now, and I think a lot of people picked it up for this event specifically, and I was pretty impressed by it. Like, we'll see if it wins, but there's one that's, you know, very high up in the standings right now. Yes, we saw Michael Zheng's team on stream yesterday, but if... By the way, for this website, you guys can click into anyone's, like, team, and then it'll show you the open team sheet. Yeah, I'm really confused by something. Anyway, we're still waiting for the show to start, and even when the show starts, we won't have a game yet for a while. So take some time to relax, get some snacks. I am still configuring some settings, but I will then look more in chat. Okay, guys, so I'm going to give a quick rundown because I see a lot of questions about Brendan, my brother. So Brendan was 4-0 yesterday. He lost round 5, and he played Andrew Zheng. He got quite unlucky, and he basically got crit out of both games where he had guaranteed wins. And so obviously it's a little bit frustrating. And I think like when he got crit out in the second game, he like hit his notebook with his hand, and it accidentally disconnected a game next to them. And so the tournament staff ruled that was actually grounds for disqualification, which obviously really, really sucks. And so he was not able to play after round 5. So that's basically what happened. I wasn't there, so obviously I don't have the full context. But yeah, it's, I think, frustrating mainly because I think the technology, you know, is... The wires are so weak that just like a little bit of motion ended up letting that happen. And I think, you know, the ruling is, I would say it's fair in the sense that, like, you know, if you don't get punished for it, then obviously people could take advantage of it. Now, obviously Brendan wasn't trying to cause any commotion or, you know, trouble. But I think it's really, really frustrating. He understands, like, he accepts that it's happened. I think he dealt with it really gracefully, truthfully, but I'm obviously really bummed out about it. Yeah. And so it just sucks for him to go 4-0, have such a good win on stream, and then for this to happen specifically. So yeah, he literally just could not play the tournament anymore after round 5, and just went home instead. So you know, don't like. I think it's always tough for the tournament staff and for the judges to make decisions in these situations. And you know, Brendan's a player who's obviously been playing for a long time and hasn't had any issues really in all the years that he's been playing. But in the end, they just ruled that it's grounds for disqualification and didn't. You know, there's nothing he could really do. So yeah, it's you know, the punishment really does feel. It feels harsh, but I think like I understand why, right? Because I think if, you know, obviously if it didn't impact the game next to him, then I think, you know, maybe you probably just get a warning for it, right? But I think it's the disconnections. Like I actually got eliminated from regionals in San Antonio last year because of a disconnection. Or like I had multiple games that went to disconnections, and basically like I was playing Joseph Ugarte in day 2, and I think our game had disconnected at 2 different points, and so we had to remake the game, and then, you know, like our leads are revealed, things have to change, and then in the end I got like the disconnections were definitely tilting, and then we ended up going to sudden death because of all of these disconnections. And it was crazy because in sudden death, I was actually about to win. I predicted that his King Gambit would Terra, so I Icicle crashed it. He did Terra, and then I missed Icicle Crash. But I think the disconnections in Scarlet and Violet have been a non-trivial issue. And yeah, it's been frustrating. I don't know if like having dealt with it as a player, it really, really sucks when it happens to you at an event. And similarly, so, you know, obviously with Brendan having impacted another game, those players, like, you really have to feel for as well, right? Because it's like someone probably had an advantage, had a lead spot, and so, yeah. I mean, Brendan understands, like, he didn't really argue against the ruling, he kind of just accepted it, but it just really sucks. It's, like, such a kind of crazy event to happen, so. But yeah, you know, don't blame the tournament staff. Brendan takes responsibility for it as well. It's just a kind of unfortunate series of events is what I would say. Anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because I know a lot of people had questions about it. Yeah, I think, you know, a ruling like this it feels harsh, but it makes sense because imagine like you're playing next to your friend and then you like cause the game to disconnect, right? Because you see that they're in a losing position. Of course, that's something that players could abuse and take advantage of. Obviously, like I don't think Brendan didn't even know the players that were playing next to him, but just by knocking his notebook, it created this disconnection. And so, yeah, you know, you don't want to, as organizers, like set a precedent where people can take advantage of the ruling. But it really sucks. Yeah, it's like, it's a shame that, you know, in the games, like if you disconnect, there's no way to get back into the game. You know, like when so many other games, you lose your internet, you can at least hop back in, but that's not the case with Scarlet and Violet. And I think specifically because it created a disconnection, it led to a disqualification. Anyway, I still can't figure out. So, okay, let me go back to what I was working on, but I know I was getting a lot of questions, so I wanted to, yeah, talk about that. There were multiple disconnects at Worlds in 2023. I think all of, like, top 16 games were actually disconnected, if they weren't finished. And, yeah, it basically led to a lot. Like, it feels so bad that had happened. Like, I think that really puts a blemish on that Worlds. They did force sudden death in a lot of cases at Worlds 23. That's correct. Yeah, I really, really, really hope that there's better connectivity. Like in my dream, even if you disconnect, like you can still re-enter the game, whether it be live tournaments or in online play. Same thing happens. Like I've actually had Are you guys getting ads on this, by the way? Did it change from yesterday? I think yesterday there were no ads enabled at all. So today I'm trying like to have some just to compensate my time for 8 hours a little bit. But I obviously don't want to spam the ads either. So if any of you have seen ads on this stream, let me know in the comments, because I thought it's just not working at all. I've been clicking this button multiple times, but it may have just inserted multiple ads for you all, which is also not my goal here. Oh, okay, so it is working. Okay, well, I will be very careful when clicking this button. If you got multiple ads, I apologize, because that's me. Every time I click this button, it says, you need to enable monetization for these to show, which is why I was spamming it. Okay, good. Yes, let me know if you're getting a lot. I've literally never done, like, yeah, I've never done YouTube streaming, and like, my goal for these are not to make money. It's to, you know, be entertaining and educational for you all. But at the same time, yesterday, I thought yesterday basically like YouTube would put ads throughout. And I'm not sure if they put any. And so today I'm just like messing around with it. But I get it as a viewer. It can be very invasive to see a lot. So my goal will be to only put ads when there's downtime. You know, not obviously during the biggest moments in the games. So yeah. Anyway, okay, good to know that you guys are actually getting some. So that's reassuring. I don't know if the YouTube interface is just like bugging out for me, but yeah. But honestly, I had so much fun yesterday that I was like, I could have made $-, and being able to hang out with all of you and do this is awesome. But it was crazy. I was like, well, it's a full 8-hour day. It feels like I worked a whole day. Also, guys, there's no need to donate. Seriously, it's okay. Like, I do this for fun. I have a full-time job. It's all good. You know, you all coming and watching it, and just watching the ads alone is more than enough. If you'd like to donate, obviously, I very much appreciate that. There are channel memberships as well, but I'm always like, you know, only do that if you really, really like want to thank me or feel appreciation. But like, just coming out and watching all this alone is enough for me. Like, seriously, please never feel any need to financially compensate me. Like, I really mean it. Just having you all here is enough for me. So all right, I think we're getting a little recap video of yesterday right now. Well, cool to see 1,000 of you tune in here before the games have even started, so that's pretty sick. Yo, Ashton, what's up, man? We have one of the VGC goats in the stream. Kyogre conversion was really, yeah, crazy. Agreed. 11. Anyway, guys, so basically the reason why I wanted to try this all weekend was because I just love Pokemon VGC, and I'm like, look, there are a lot of events that happen, and I think I can't always contribute value as a competitor, right? Because maybe I just go as a competitor and I just bomb out. As a commentator, I love doing it. I don't get to commentate every event, obviously. So when I don't get to play or commentate, why not try something else, you know? And I think co-streaming, this for me was kind of just like an experiment this weekend. Last weekend was incredible, or yesterday was awesome, and today, like, I'm eager to see how it goes, but it's a blast, I think. And co-streaming is cool because Pokemon's a game that lends to a lot of in-depth analysis, but it's really hard to do that when you like can't go to specific turns and have a damage calc open. So being able to do this from the comfort of my home is awesome because there's a lot of different things that I can do. So yeah. If you are in here right now, thank you very much already for tuning in. This is something that I would really like to do more of. So the more viewers we have, the more engaged people are, the more feedback that I get from you all, the more that I'd like to do it in the future as well. But I would say that I'm very happy with how yesterday went, and I'm eager to see how today goes as well. Some people, by the way, were talking about co-streaming from other games, like Frodan and TFT and K-Drill and League, and they're both, like, seeing their successes definitely makes me want to do it more. Like, they're kind of seeing how co-streaming works in other competitive games is one of the reasons why I'm really intrigued by it. Favorite match from yesterday? I mean, I'm biased probably, but Brendan's game. It was crazy just because like there's so much RNG lows thrown at his way, and I think he's played nearly flawlessly, which was really cool. Oh, Jimmy Friedel's at 8-2. He knocked me out of Knoxville Regionals, which is really cool. Yes, Asterisk is... Oh, can I show chat under the camera? Yes, sorry. Let me enable that. Let me get chat on screen. There's a Necrozma, Duskmane, and Frostmoth on a day 2 team. I did not see that, but whoever used that, I really hope they post a rental for it so we can do it on Road to Ranked. Okay, what was I going to look up? Let's get chat on the screen. That's not the right chat. Properties. Does that work? I don't want this summary. Please, just let the chat show. Okay. Are there other commentators from other games that motivate you? That's a really good question. I've watched a good bit of League and Smash Bros. League, I think, has some really, really great casters. Shout out to Pastry Time, because he actually follows VGC, which is awesome. But I think Captain Flowers in League is one that's impressive. I just like am amazed at his word control and his ability to, like, I don't know, bring so much energy. And it's truly, it feels like one of a kind. Please check the team number 55. All right, let's see. 55. Eternatus? Yo, this is crazy. Timothy Harden, if you're out there, please post your team because I need to try this out. We have Glastrier, Crimsnarl, Rhydon, Fairy Terra, Amoonguss, Cosmic Power Recover, No Protect Eternatus. Galar Moltres. Dude, what? This is 7-3 as well. So if it wins the next one, it will be 1 game away from top cut. He's playing Chemo, who's a very good player. Friend of mine. You went to LTA Live yesterday? That's awesome. I hope you had a good time. I think Liquid's playing today. Let's go Liquid. Wow. Okay, I mean, this is probably the craziest team in day 2. Let's look at the day 2 teams real quick, right? So first of all, a lot of restricted diversity just within the top 5. Kyogre, Calyrex, Koraidon. Well, I say a lot of diversity. This Ice Rider is having one heck of a tournament. 7-3 is out, yeah. But if you go 8-3, you're 1 game away from making it, essentially. Beer, wine, or whiskey? I love Japanese whiskey. Zamazenta, Koraidon, Zacian. Well, I think Jackson went 8-2 yesterday, so he dropped the next 2. But if he wins this last one, he'll still make it. Shadow Rider, Groudon, Chupacross. Some Wheezing Dozos, Terrapagoses. Sneasler on this is cool. Adrian Hurley top cut the World Championships a few years ago. And I always associate him with like Dondozo or Psyspam. And so this makes a lot of sense since it has both of them. People forget Glastrier has amazing stats on its own. Totally, yeah. Same with Spectrier. Oh, I'm also a big basketball fan, so I really love a lot of the basketball commentators. Like, I think as a commentator in VGC, I've been doing this for a long time, but there's so many iconic commentary moments in like sports, you know, like Mike Breen's like bang. I think that's like one of the coolest things, you know. I was always like, I want something like that, my own version of it. If you guys want to follow along the sites, by the way, they're in the description of the stream. Let's see what else we got. Zach Weed, of course, using Venusaur and Iron Crown, but he dropped to 7-3, so he won't be able to make it to top cut, but still a really great run. This Eternatus team is just crazy, though. Like, oh my, yeah, here's the Frostmoth plus Necrozma. This is Zach, of course it is. Zach is a local from NorCal, and him and I actually played. Let me see if I can find it. Where is this Zach? So him and I actually played at Vancouver Regionals for a win and in. And his team was crazy in this tournament. Like, he had... Look at this team. In a team where, like, paradoxes were being used, he had Gastrodon, he had Bellybolt, Iron Moth, Iron Valiant. If like, Zach reminds me, like, if I had to pick, like, some of the most creative team builders I've seen from North America, Zach is definitely one of them. And I played him at a lot of locals in NorCal as well. I played his brother Ben as well, I believe, at Salt Lake Regionals a while ago. Could I recommend a good starting team to this current format? I would probably use, like, I think the team that won Worlds with Miraidon is very powerful, although obviously people are now more prepared against it. I think some Ice Rider Trick Room teams are really powerful. I think you can never go wrong with using the top teams from the World Championships. I really like, the World's winning team and then the Ice Rider team with Regieleki that I featured. I think Zach did run Solgaleo Shadow Rider. Yeah. But he's one of the most creative team builders, and so it's like, this is not shocking to me. Like, one of the most creative teams in Day 2 is him. I'm like, this makes total sense. A lot of really strong names here. Renzo made it to Day 2. That's really cool, but unfortunately he's out. He's, of course, one of LATAM's best players. So let's see. Where's the cutoff for Day 2? At 84th here. A lot of Iron Leaves coming out. Toxicrow, Christian Rivera. Very cool. Is the Miraidon team new player friendly? It's not exactly clip buttons. I think in this format, though, there aren't many teams where you just click buttons, right? It's like, the reason why I recommend, like, Miraidon, Shadow Rider, Ice Rider is because they're more explosive in terms of damage. And I think, like, for newer players, it's easier when you have a Pokemon like can nuke things versus, say, like, I wouldn't recommend Calm Mind, Kyogre, or Zamazenta for newer players because games go on for longer. But yeah, I agree. I do think, actually, like, Miraidon's not the easiest to use in the sense that, like, you can get punished if you make mistakes, but this is also a fairly punishing format overall. But let's see. Toxicroak here was really cool. Okie dokie. Brian Collins, one of the premier Trick Room users in North America. Gunk Shot, Drain Punch, Low Kick knockoff. That's really cool. Oh, the match is starting. We got a game. And it's Justin Tang. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. We are getting into the round right now. So let's talk about it. I'll get, as always, answer viewer questions afterwards, but for now, let's get into this round. We've got Justin Tang, the prodigy, one of my favorite players to watch and cast. Of course, one of the biggest uprising stars in VGC, winning his first regional championship, winning 2 regionals in one season. I think he's got like 8 different top cuts. Maybe got top 16 at LAIC as well. Incredible player who has really just come to the scene, and he's up against, this is awesome, we've got Chase Liber on the other side, who is the 2016 US National Champion. Chase is a really awesome guy. Him and his brother Colton were both like very well-known VGC players in, you know, kind of like the 2014, 15, 16, around that time. And he, of course, is really good friends with Riley Factura. And so this is the team that Riley brought to the World Championships, or very similar to the team from Worlds. And it's a different take on Miraidon. You see, Riley hates using moves that can miss. So as a result, Miraidon, which normally runs Draco Meteor, actually has the Dragon Pulse here. And this is Ghost Terra Discharge. This is not common on Miraidons at all. Of course, with this, it means that you can Tailwind Discharge. You can bring out Ursaluna under Tailwind as well. And crucially, Iron Crown being used here as well. Cork Drive being activated from Miraidon, also able to just do massive amounts of damage. Tachyon Cutter, really good for Pokemon that are fairy types like Fluttermane, for example. Ground Terra Blast, really valuable into opposing Miraidons, and Incineroar as well. We did see him on stream yesterday. He played against Kyogre, and he lost, but it was a very fun set to watch. And so he's bounced all the way back. The winner of this will move on to the top cut of this tournament. So it's really cool to see this because Chase is just like one of the OG VGC players. Like he like I said, won the U.S. National Championships in 2016 in a really crazy finals against Aaron Trailer way back then. So it's awesome to see him all the way now. So it's going to be Ice Rider and Amoonguss here against Miraidon plus the Urshifu. I'm also going to change the music to something more hype real quick, but let me get this back on for you guys. Let's see. Okay. So Ice Rider plus Amoonguss here into Miraidon plus Urshifu. The Amoonguss here critically is not Rocky Helmet, so it is not as much of an annoyance for the Urshifu. But, you know, Ice Rider here right now obviously is pretty well protected. And so the question here is, if you are Justin, you know, Rage Powder just seems like the safest option, right? And if you're Chase, you could just go for like Volt Switch. You could even Draco Meteor immediately, but Volt Switch is what a lot of players do here because you look how much damage that does. That's almost 50% to an Amoonguss that resists it, right? What Chase wants to do right now is he does not want to just take a Glacial Lance here. He could have gone Ghost Terra and then like Electro Drift or like Dragon Pulse, for example. But ultimately, Volt Switch still does a lot of damage, and that's part of what makes Miraidon so powerful. When you're able to do 50% to something that resists you and pivot out, it's a really, really big deal. So it's going to be Ursa coming out. This is really interesting, right? Because you are just weak to Glacial Lance right now. Surging's definitely not going to knock out Amoonguss. So the Ursa will get its Flame Orb active. I think what Chase is angling for is Miraidon plus Ursaluna so you can Discharge plus Earthquake. With Justin not setting up a Tailwind, for example, you might be able to just overrun him with offense. But this leaves you vulnerable to Glacial Lance, which is why I'm surprised it's switched in here. However, Ursa actually does manage to take that, so you might be fine with that trade-off at the end of the day. Oh, you guys can't hear the music? Okay, let me increase it. It's a little bit louder now. Let me know if you can hear it. So, yeah, the Ursa being able to survive, that's a big deal. I think the key thing that I'm curious about is the speed interaction between Ice Rider as well as the Ursaluna. Ursaluna is one of those Pokemon where you don't mind taking the damage if you're able to outpace your opponent and just knock him out afterwards, right? It's interesting because it's pretty rare to see Ursaluna just come out without a Tailwind or a Trick Room set up for it. But Chase now is actually going to pivot back. I wonder if there's Incineroar in the back. It's Iron Crown. Yeah, I figured if there was Incineroar, it makes a lot more sense to Volt Switch into it. Okay, so this is cool. Chase actually has not brought Incin or the Whimsicott. It makes sense to not bring Whimsicott into this one because it's so weak to, you know, Calyrex Ice Rider. You don't really know if you really need the Tailwind. So Crow making an appearance here is awesome. I'm surprised that Chase actually switched the Ursa in first rather than Crown, but I think he may have been covering for Trick Room coming out. Amoonguss with Pollen Puff, by the way, it's weird because I actually don't think it's that common these days. Tons of people are using Sludge Bomb, but you can see the value of that Pollen Puff just healing all the way back up. So, you know, Chase has taken a lot of damage already. This Urshifu right now is not contributing very much value. I think if I'm Chase, I'm already thinking, wow, do I even want to bring Urshifu into game 2? Because Amoonguss is just such a deterrence for it. So, right now, Chase has good offensive pressure, but yeah, you can see Justin's hovering for this Trick Room, and the Amoonguss is just such a good answer into this Urshifu on the opposing side. So right now, Justin's like, look, you can knock out my Amoonguss, you can do some damage into Ice Rider, but Rage Powder and Trick Room, super safe play here. And with Trick Room set up, Chase's team is really fast. Miraidon is really, really bad into Ice Rider when Trick Room is set up as well. So, yes, Surging does decent damage here, but that Pollen Puff was huge in order to heal all the way back up. Wow, it's not even a 2-hit there, doing less. So, Ice Rider is now able to set up Trick Room. I think Justin's had really good control of this game, and I think Chase not bringing his Incineroar. I guess Incineroar you probably don't want to bring because it's Clear Amulet here. But I think the Urshifu lead just has not been able to provide a ton of value here. So if Chase had gone for like Iron Crown lead instead, you would pressure like super effective damage into Amoonguss immediately. It is interesting to actually see an Ogerpon come out under Trick Room, but it makes sense here. Like, because basically Calyrex is the main carry right now, and a lot of Chase's team is actually still faster than the Ogerpon as well. So I really like how Justin used Amoonguss in the early game, and I also really like he didn't just prioritize setting up Trick Room immediately. I think Chase was definitely expecting something like Rage Powder Trick Room on turn 1, and Justin not going for the Trick Room and just Glacial Lancing gets so much damage onto Ursa. So It's just going to be Glacial here. Iron Crown's going to protect itself. This should survive, so Urshifu then can get a Surging Strikes in return, but I think both should survive a Strikes. Crown eats up the Cudgel. Yeah, we should see this survive, but let's see. 70 down to 37. Yeah, it should get brought down really low. 3 HP, that's close. Chase has Aqua Jet on this, though, right? Just double checking. He does, yeah. So you do have Aqua Jet available as a play now, which is scary if you're Justin. I think this was a great turn by Chase, kind of going for the obvious protect, but now putting Calyrex in a really, really tricky situation. So you could go for the Follow Me here. Yeah, he's just going to opt for Follow Me, but it does mean like Crown can get another Tachyon Cutter off. If you're Chase, you could predict this and go for a Protect with the Urshifu, but no Protect, no Switch. So no Aqua Jet either. Just knocks out the Urshifu here. No Aqua Jet, by the way, means that Justin, of course, could have gone for Cudgel, but it feels like the Aqua Jet is so obvious that you have to cover for it. How much does Life Orb Psyshock do here? Good damage, but honestly, kind of, like, not the best. And now you lose Crown, right? Well, Quark Drive wears off. I guess Ursa comes out, you can double protect right now. The other question I'm curious about is how fast Ursa is relative to Ice Rider plus Fire Pawn. Both of these are in interesting speed stats where it's like both teams have Trick Room and both teams have Tailwind, meaning that you want to EV these to actually work under Tailwind, right? If Chase's Ursaluna somehow undersped Justin under Trick Room or outsped under Trick Room, that would be huge, but I think Chase right now wanting to stall out Trick Room, just going to double protect. The problem with double protecting is the next turn, you're just vulnerable to the Glacial Lance plus Ivy Cudgel for a double KO. So Justin's willing to go for Follow Me here because he just needs to get one knockout. His goal is to force the Miraidon out before Trick Room ends. That's not going to be the case because Chase is going to try to stall out Trick Room here, but I think next turn from Justin's end, you've got Glacial Lance plus Cudgel available to you. No Terra, by the way. Also, oh, he's just going to go for Follow Me. I think Follow Me also makes sense because you already had the attack boost, right? So it should knock out the Crown here. Okay, now here's the big thing. What's the speed interaction between Ice Rider and Miraidon? Or sorry, and Ursaluna? Ursaluna is faster, but he goes for Facade. This is why you go for Follow Me. This is huge. Yep. And now it's just a double knockout, and then it's Justin 2v1 into Chase. Really, really nice. There's one thing that I wanted to quickly check. So let me pull up. Now Trick Room ends. You've got Calyrex to what, +3 attack, which is really impressive. And then Landers is the last one. This Miraidon does not have Dazzling Gleam. If this were Fairy Terra Miraidon that you see, you could go for the Fairy Gleam. One thing to note about Ursaluna, actually, is this is what I wanted to check. It doesn't have Earthquake, which is why Justin was going for Follow Me. You know Glacial Lance is going to get the double knockout anyway. And so Fairy Terra here plus the Earth Power means that Miraidon is locked. This is a perfect play because this Miraidon doesn't have Dazzling Gleam. So if you lock into an Electric type move, boom, the Landers just wins. If you log into a Dragon type move, boom, Calyrex Ice Rider wins. So this pins the game and Justin wins. And this is where Chase kind of gets punished for the kind of more unique Miraidon variant. If you were Fairy Terra with Gleam here, I think Miraidon could actually pull off the end game. So to me, the main adjustment Chase has to think about going into game 2 is Urshifu. This Urshifu contributed very little value overall, and yep, there's that Fairy Terra. This was a beautiful pin. Like, this just guarantees you the game no matter what Chase does. Fantastic play. Ursaluna not having Earthquake, by the way, also ends up punishing Justin. So I want to call out the beginning of this game because I think turn 1 alone was a really, really big deal. Chase basically tries to bait Justin to set up Trick Room, right? He's like, oh, okay, this is such a clear angle for you to set up Trick Room. If Amoonguss Rage Powders and Calyrex Trick Rooms,
then Ursa Luna gets to come out for free under Trick Room, and as we saw, it is actually faster than Ice Rider under Trick Room. Justin going for that Glacial Lance punishes the switch-in super, super heavily, so turn 1 alone was such a big deal. Chase really wanted to see Trick Room here. We get important speed information here as well, but the lack of Trick Room here means that Ursa just takes way too much damage, where even if it Terras, you just feint to something like Rage Powder plus Glacial Lance here. So, yeah, I really, really want to emphasize that turn alone. This is normal Terra Ursa Luna, right? So normal Terra Facade does a ton of damage, and Justin has to actually be pretty careful now that he knows that Ursa Luna indeed is faster than his Ice Rider under Trick Room. If he had jetted the Calyrex, would have been a different game? I don't think so, because there was a follow me that turn anyway. Oh, I see. He didn't follow me that turn, right? No, he did follow me, right? Because you always go for follow me in that position to be safe. It's just that Urshifu didn't go for an Aqua Jet there at all, but it would have just went into Ogre Pawn. He should have targeted Mungus instead of Calyrex on turn 2. Let's see. Yeah, this was turn 1. Yeah, turn 2, he had the ability to knock out the Amoonguss, I agree. He switches and then goes for the target here into Ice Rider. Yeah, this turn ends up being a null turn, right? Because the Pollen Puff ends up going back out into this slot. He did follow me, yeah. So Aqua Jet, it's not like Aqua Jet would have changed anything in that one, I think. Oh, it's interesting that Chase is going back to the Urshifu. Okay. I was thinking that you don't lead this and maybe lead Iron Crown instead. Why didn't he go for double protect with Crown on the last turn Trick Room? I agree. I think he definitely should have. I don't think there's any reason not to in that position. This is the decision. Do you bring an Iron Crown or Ursa Luna right now? Yep, he brings an Iron Crown. So basically, Chase was like, okay, last time I wanted you to set up Trick Room, you didn't set up Trick Room. If you Glacial Lance here, I'm not taking much damage. Strix comes out. So a lot of damage onto Amoonguss once again. Is it Trick Room or is it the Glacial Lance? It is Glacial, so Chase basically gets the better end of this trade. Trick Room here obviously would be pretty decent, but I think Chase is doing a really good job of now having two Pokemon that resist that Glacial Lance. We see that Roaring Moon in the back, actually, so Justin saying, like, hey, I actually have the Tailwind route that I can take in this game, so this is really interesting. Roaring Moon, I think, a really good switch in here as well, because you are immune to the Psychic type damage from Crown. Surging Strikes doesn't do much to you either. You've got Amoonguss for protection. The downside here is that Amoonguss can't really protect in front of the Urshifu, but I think Justin here is like, I'll sack Amoonguss, you'll Surging Strikes. If this ends up being a close combat, though, into Roaring Moon, it would be nasty. So the risk here is it could be a close combat. Did Chase go for it? Nope, just Surging. Okay. That's huge for Justin because now you get your Ice Rider out and you set up Tailwind with Roaring Moon. I like Justin's angle there, recognizing, like, look, I can't protect safely in front of the Urshifu, so if Chase doesn't go for this prediction, I get Tailwind up. And now you've got Landorus and Roaring Moon with Tailwind support. If Sandstorm Storm hits, I honestly think Justin just, like, rolls this game at this point. Although it is... What Terra do we have on... It's Terra Grass Urshifu. So this is a position to go something like Protect Iron Crown, Terra Grass. Justin might not even need the Tailwind, though. He could just Acrobatics. But he is going to Tailwind. Okay, so he's vulnerable to Protect Iron Crown, Grass Terra right now on Urshifu. But is Chase willing to Grass Terra and Urshifu in front of an Acrobatics Roaring Moon is the question. And then the other question is whether or not the Sandstorm Storm hits. No Terra. Okay, Justin knows, hey, if I hit, it's a double KO and I probably just win the game. But Sandstorm is going to miss. Who does it miss? It's a double miss! Oh, no. Justin could feel it. That was top cut in his hands right there if he hits. But it's going to be the double miss. Chase does not go for that Grass Terra, not wanting to risk an Acrobatics KO. And he's still in this game. Yeah, I don't know if he needed Sansir there. I think Earth Power onto Urshifu would have actually been totally okay there. Yeah, that's tough. It's not over yet, but I think now if you're Justin, if you're Chase, you can double protect this turn. And the problem is you can't knock out the Pokemon quickly enough here, I think. Yeah, that is a 4% chance indeed, Esam. Also, what's up, man? Good to see you here. But yeah, I think the key decision there is, do you want to risk the Sansir miss? But, because you could go for Earth Power, right? But I think in Justin's head, he was like, look, the odds of hitting at least one are pretty good here, and just getting one knockout in itself is actually a really big deal. But, I mean, Earth Power, like, because Earth Power would not guarantee you a knockout if the Pokemon protects and then the other Pokemon attacks you. But I think I probably like Earth Power still a little bit more in that position, specifically because you can miss Sansir, and Earth Power just one-shots everything on Chase's team. It's one of those scenarios where I think it's so tempting to click Sansir because you just knock out everything, but the accuracy is, like, it's a really big issue, right? And if he had gone Earth Power into either slot, you get, like, if let's say you Earth Power into Urshifu, you knock it out, Crown doesn't knock you out in return, and then you have Tailwind with Landorus and Roaring Moon, I think he kind of just run over Chase's team from that point onwards. Okay, Chase is actually going to opt for the Aqua Jet here. So Acro's obviously going to knock out the Urshifu. I mean, Justin's not out of this yet, especially if Ursa's the last one. Like, Ursa's not going to be very powerful here for Chase because he is just going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field with it. High Horsepower does connect here. Okay, huge. So yeah, you just get the double knockout, so Chase might still be fine. I mean, the main scary thing is now you have to face a Miraidon, which can just Discharge or Electro Drift. And the upside for Chase is that he's stalled out terrain, so he gets to reset it perfectly right now. It also could be not Ursaluna as the last one. Chase could have brought something like Whimsicott or Incineroar, but I would expect it to still be Ursa. Yeah. And crucially, Chase has still has his Terra available to him, right? Okay. Just checking. Yep, Tailwind is up for one last turn. This Miraidon can't protect itself, so Knockoff plus Glacial covers for Ghost Terra Miraidon. Now, I assume that Ice Rider is faster than the Miraidon here, and if that's the case, I think Justin actually probably still ends up winning the game. How much speed investment do you need on Ice Rider to outspeed Miraidon? If you're max speed, do you outpace? I don't know what EV spreads people are using on these Ice Riders. Like, I assume the Ice Rider is really fast and let it outpaces, but if not, then Justin loses. It all comes down to whether or not Ice Rider outspeeds Miraidon under Tailwind right now. So, Ursa's going to go for the Terra here. Yeah, I have no idea how people are... like, this is a kind of newer team composition that's popped up. Jolly max outpaces Shadow Rider, yeah. So, all right, let's see. Knockoff comes out. Miraidon is going to survive. Doesn't go for the Ghost Terra. Who is faster? Miraidon is faster! Oh! And that is where Justin, unfortunately, kind of gets punished for those misses earlier. Glacial Lance comes out, though. Oh, but it just gets the knockout onto Ursa anyway! It's strong enough. Because by going for that Discharge, he damages himself. That could have been a Electro Drift instead of Discharge, right? Wait, that endgame was kind of crazy, because he normal Terras, but then damages himself. He knew he was slower as well. That was crazy. Yeah, I mean, Chase was hoping here to just not take that much from Discharge so that he survives Glacial Lance. But the Discharge was... I mean, the Glacial Lance was definitely going to knock out because this had an attack boost. So, I don't know if... I mean, I guess the question is, what else could Chase even do in that position? I think he could have gone Protect Discharge. Yeah, I don't like the Discharge play there. I don't think it's ever Discharge because you know you're just going to eat up Glacial. Like, I think Discharge... Chase's play actually always lost the game, unfortunately, for him. Because Miraidon here has Electro Drift. So then the question is whether or not without specs Electro Drift KOs. But you also could have Protect Discharge. Protect Discharge means that this... although this gets the +2 attack, and then +2 Glacial, single target probably still knocks this out because you're faster. You can't Draco Calyrex Ice Rider because there's no Draco Meteor. So let's pull up the damage calc. I'm curious if without choice specs you knock out of now. Didn't he already know Glacial Lance wouldn't KO Ursa? The Calyrex has an attack boost, so it would KO. But yeah, the main thing I want to calc is Miraidon, Modest into Ice Rider. I don't know how much SPDF investment this has, but let's see the HP stat. Yeah, it looks like he's probably just hoping for para into full para is what you are saying, which I agree with if you don't think you're ever KOing with the Electro Drift in this spot. So Justin wins despite the miss, which is the double miss, which is really impressive. Oh, it looks like it's actually max HP still here. So if you don't have your choice specs, I don't know how much SPDF investment has. Let's say like it has 4 SPDF, for example, 133 to 157. How much HP was he at? 174. Yeah, so without choice specs, Electro Drift in terrain does not knock this out. You could go for Electro Drift critical hit, I guess. But the key thing here, by the way, is actually knockoff. Not only does it cover for Ghost Terra, but it actually removes the choice specs now. By removing the choice specs, it means Miraidon is actually way less effective and way less strong. If he had... Yeah, Draco does the same amount, right? It's actually crazy that without choice specs, Miraidon is so much weaker. Drift into Ice Rider, protect with Ursa. I was thinking that as well, but basically the problem with that is knockoff brings this low. You protect, Glacial Lance KOs you. Ice Rider already has an attack boost from Iron Crown, so it's a +2. So let's calc that. I think it should just KO though, right? Like Ice Rider into Ursa. Glacial Lance +2 single target Terra. Yeah, so this is the thing. I guess it like kind of comes down to how much investment you have. Like let's say, you know, there's actually a lot of defense investment then you could survive, but I think Chase's only out actually probably was the discharge para. Or you can play for the para or a critical hit. Odds of a para. What's discharges? 30% para into full para, which is slightly higher odds than a crit, right? Yeah, I do actually. Wait, I think Joseph's point is good here, where you play for the I guess if you're playing for the discharge para anyway, you do get the guts boost though. So I think yeah, protect, discharge, hope for the para. If you don't get the para, you lose anyway. If you get the para, then Ursa outspeeds and KOs. Ice Rider was already at +1 and it would get to +2 after knocking out Miraidon. Yeah, Ursa was confirmed to be slower. We saw Ursa outspeed Ice Rider in Trick Room in Game 2. Drift to Roaring Moon, Facade, Calyrex, Ice Rider. The problem with that is Facade doesn't knock out Ice Rider. Let's see. Like, it's normal Terra, but it's not burnt, which is the main problem here, right? So healthy, normal, Terra. Dude, this is so weak. Like, what? Oh my gosh. I think in this situation, I mean, if Chase was going for Headlong Rush anyway and it boils down to a para, like, then the thing you have to think about is, like, Tang theoretically could protect his Pokemon. But yeah, I think the only way for Chase to have won this was either critical hit into the Ice Rider, crit into here. Let's see, a little bit earlier. Yeah, you Electro Drift critical hit here, or you discharge, protect, discharge. Yeah, protect, discharge, para, and then you outspeed and KO next turn. So I think the most optimal play here is protect, discharge, KO. If you don't get the para, you lose. But if you get the para, you actually win. And it's a 30% chance. So like if Chase goes for the para play, it's a 30% chance to win. The problem with attacking with Ursa here is even if you get the para, Tailwind is set up. So Ice Rider is still faster than Ursa Luna. So you would need para into full para in the scenario Chase went for versus in the other scenario where you protect discharge. You just need the para. You don't need the full para chance. So 30% chance to actually win this endgame is not terrible, but you also have to like find the right play, right? But nice job on Justin's end to not tilt. I think this team just has so much damage into chases. Glacial lands into Miraidon Ursa. Landorus double missed, and even then it still felt so scary. So Justin Tang, another top cut for him, and he has worked on this team with Shiliang Tang, who is also 10-1. Both of them, of course, regional champions. Carson Comfer, also a regional champion from this year, defeats Chup Across, another regional champion, to move on to 9-2, guaranteeing top cut. Nicholas Donnelly, who got second at Charlotte Regionals, 9-2. Diego, who we saw with Zamazenta on stream yesterday, 9-2. Arath ends up making it after we saw him on stream yesterday. Wow. So this is basically the cutoff. All 9-2 players will advance. Did Justin need to Terra Roaring Moon? That's a good question. I actually think probably not. Let me close this. Because Ursh was pretty low, right? When did he Terra in this game? This turn? Yeah, because he had the speed advantage right now, so you're not worried about taking damage. The aggro does just cover for Chase, like... What's that, what, like 70%? Roaring Moon. Urshifu. Acro. Yeah, this should knock out. But I guess, I don't know, if you're, in case you're worried like Ursh is really bulky, it also covers for Urshifu switching out into Ursa Luna or Miraidon to get a little bit of extra free damage. But it's a good point. It's like, it's a question of, is that actually worth it for Tang that turn? Yeah, I think this highlights the advantage, the matchup advantage for Justin, in my opinion. Like, the fact that he misses Landorus, double Sandseer Storm, and still wins is really impressive. And some of the techs were huge in this game. Fairy, Terra, on Ice Rider locked game 1 immediately up for Justin, right? Yeah, it's Mystic Water Ursh, but I still don't think it'll have a ton of bulk. Like, but yeah, the acro there is, I don't know, like, even if you're max HP, which, like, is so rare on Urshifu. If you want to see the teams, you can check out the links in the description below. There was a Snorlax in day 2, yeah. Maybe no Terra is better to resist the discharge later on. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if this Terra was necessary. I think that's a great question, and I think that, like, you go for it if you basically are just worried about Urshifu surviving there, or you want to get damage on whatever's coming out. Could Tang have gone Earth Power Urshifu, Acro Urshifu instead of Tailwind Sandseer? I think that's not a bad play, actually, either. Let's see. I'm gonna keep Tailwind. I think his head was like, look, I just want to guarantee the Tailwind. Like, and if one of the Sandseer connects, I should be in great shape. I think Earth Power plus Acro also certainly works. So let's see. What is that vulnerable to? This turn where we see this double Sandseer miss. Okay, so he goes Tailwind. In this position, of course, you have to consider that Landorus may be slower than both of these without the Tailwind, but Acrobatics, of course, would cover for it. Maybe what Justin is worried about, though, is Aqua Jet plus Tachyon Cutter, like double up into Landorus KO. So he's like, if I set up Tailwind, then I just apply so much pressure. Someone said Terra Flying Acro doesn't Oko Ursh. Really? If they have no bulk? That can't be it. It definitely KOs. Oh, I see. You can't see the calc very easily here. I'm actually curious, like, what spreads people are using on Ursh. Reg G. I don't want. Are these text files? This is not what I was looking for. Nope. Are these just usage? Wait, what do I want? I want moveset, right? Yeah. Oh, great. Urshifu is the most common. Let me zoom into this so you can see the spreads. Yeah, you can see like 63% of Urshifus have like literally no bulk. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the bulk that people are running, but even like with bulky Urshifu, it's not surviving this acrobatics, I don't think, even without Flying Terra. It's like, yes, you want some bulk, but how much bulk are you actually running? Really fun game to watch, though. Shiliang and Justin like are always such impressive players, and they work together so much. And so, yeah, it is really, really cool to see both of them like come up with this newer Calyrex Ice Rider team and do so well with it. So we are now just waiting for top cut. Oh yeah, what is Moon's HP stat? Well, let's see what people use on Roaring Moon. This is 156, 220, 220, Jolly 4. What was his HP stat? 199? So 148. So it's probably something similar to this EV spread, is my guess. So only 36 attack EVs. That actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I think then if you don't Terra Flying into Urshifu. Yeah, I think this is kind of the explanation for the Terra, right? Like if you have very little attack investment, then Ursh was around 70-ish%. You don't actually guarantee the KO even on no bulk without Terra. So yeah, because this Roaring Moon needs a lot of speed and HP investment, it likely has not much attack investment, so Justin just wants to guarantee the knockout onto Urshifu, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So that's my best guess. Let the Roaring Moon, as someone pointed out, doesn't have a lot of attack investment. It did have to Miraidon with knockoff. Well, let's see how much it does. If you high roll your knockoff here, did it do exactly half? How much did it do? Was it just around half? Okay, so it definitely needs a little bit more attack investment. But if you high roll, you know, it wouldn't be unreasonable for it to like be around the 70 kind of to 90, 120 range, and then you high roll that knockoff. This did a lot though, so I am curious what the spread on this is. Yeah, it was just over in yellow. This feels like a high roll to me, because like I like we already know that the Roaring Moon has this amount of HP. I guess it doesn't need max speed technically, so you could have less here. Oh, Nerd of Now, yes, thank you for teaching me your own calc. Well, let's see. If we use the... It needs a little bit more attack investment than we had. So it's going to be more than 36 for sure. Let's say 60. If Urshifu is 70%, no bulk. Yeah, it's 68.75% chance to Oko. 124. Like, it's still a high chance, but not guaranteed. So this is why, right? It's like you don't want the 12.5% chance where Urshifu survives and gets a knockout in return. So you might as well go in for that flying tear to guarantee the KO. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what Chase could have done differently in this game. I don't know if I love the Urshifu because it felt like Urshifu was not doing anything in game 1, so I was kind of surprised to see a return to it. But I think the logic for Chase is to probably have a resistance to Glacial Lance out on the field immediately. It just is not very good into Amoonguss. It like gets popped by Roaring Moon and Landorus. But then the question is, if you are Chase, like what other Pokemon do you even bring out into this matchup, right? Because the problem is, I don't think Whimsicott comes out. It's just Ice Rider kind of bait. Instant could come out. If it were Clear Amulet, I think I like it a lot more. But it's no Grass Terra. So I guess you have terrain to set up for... Like, I was wondering if you ever drop Urshifu for Incineroar, because this at least has Flare Blitz into Ice Rider and Amoonguss. You can also knock off Clear Amulet. And I was trying to think of other leads that he could go with as well. I think Miraidon Crown is something I would have liked to see, because with this, you pressure with Volt Switch plus Psyshock or Attacking Cutter immediately. And Amoonguss, when the terrain is up, just can't Spore anything, right? So I think I maybe would have liked Miraidon Crown with Ursa in the back, or maybe an instant lead. But I can't express how differently game 1 would play out if Justin just clicks Trick Room on turn 1. It was really smart of him to just go for that Glacial Lance, and Chase gets punished so heavily in this first game because he just switches Ursa on a Glacial. Yeah, like here. Especially since we've confirmed Ursa was faster under Trick Room. This would be a completely different game if Trick Room goes up, because then you just normal Terra and Facade can just one-shot everything on Justin's team. Chase can also substitute in front, right, to block kind of some of the damage that's coming. So Justin showing really good awareness of not just clicking Trick Room immediately, which is what a lot of players do when they lead Ice Rider plus Amoonguss here. And recognizing, look, Glacial Lance does a lot. Even if you go into Crown, which is what happened in game 2, Justin still ended up winning the game, right? But yeah, to me, like, Ursh was just kind of awkward here. Instant is U-turn because it's Assault Vest, so you can't have Parting Shot. Instant Crown lead doesn't work because it's Clear Amulet on Ice Rider. The Amulet is what makes Instant really awkward to bring. Can I pin the link to the standings to the chat? It's in the description, but I can also do that. One sec. Standings. Oops. I typed standings and I didn't link anything. Standings. Continue. Okay, and then let me pin the pairing. Wait. Oops. These are... Oh, I can only have one pin message? Okay, well... I think this will show... This will show the bracket, I think, when it comes up, too. So, I think we can just use this instead. Raphael, thank you for the kind words. I'm glad it's accessible. I feel like my brain's all over the place because I'm trying to analyze all these board states and work through them, but it's really, really fun doing it in real time. And it's really nice to have a computer just to like scroll back and talk about it and pull up the damage calc as well. But yeah, we are waiting for top cut, so we've got some downtime. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. But let's see what else I can pull up. That was an awesome first game to get started. And Justin Tang, like, on the hunt for a 3rd regionals win already, which is awesome. Player profile. Yeah, such a good, so strong. Lucas, thank you for the $2. You missed that Bastiodon made day 2. Did it? Let's take a look. I was gonna use the bathroom, but Bastiodon calls first. Thank you for the $2, man. I appreciate it. Does anyone know the name of the player? Who used Bastiodon? Can I search for individual Pokemon here? I don't think so, right? Thank you, Ekrick. Appreciate you for tuning in and watching and for coming in and saying some nice words. Thank you very much. Wait, I totally missed Bastiodon. Does anyone know the name of the player that had Bastiodon? I know, like, people were actually using it in SoCal locals. Oh, this is a cool team. What? Rank 83-ish. Very cool. Wait, hold on. Dude, what is with the Rhydon supremacy? Like, it's everywhere. That's cool. Rhydon, Lunala, No Protect, Ogerpon, Galar, Zapdos, Lapras with... Wow. They said, I don't want to play Dondozo. That's so... Swords Dance, too? Fire. Michael... he just missed day 2. He finished 5 and 3. I see. Wait, in 74th place as well? Were there multiple Bastiodons? Oh, there were! This is crazy. Wide Guard, Foul Play, Iron Defense, Body Press, Covert Cloak, Sturdy with Grimmsnarl support. That's so cool! Abigail Watson, 7 and 4. I really hope they post a rental for this. Wow. I mean, imagine being a Calyrex and facing this. What is Bastiodon's stats? I mean, it's pretty fire. You know how people are like, Miraidon Zamazenta is going to be a nasty combination? Well, how about I give you Miraidon plus Bastiodon? We now had Miraidon Bastiodon and Miraidon plus Cobalion. That's so cool. Really, really cool. I mean, if you're a Calyrex, like, boom, Foul Play into Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Ice Rider. Boom, Iron Defense, Body Press set up in front of you, Ice Rider. Yeah, it's base 30 speed, so it's helpful into, like, Trick Room teams. That's so funny. Alright, guys. I'm gonna use the bathroom. So I'm gonna put an ad on real quick. Let me know if you get it. Let me know if it was a good ad or a bad ad. I don't really have control over that, but, you know, I'm curious. And I'll BRB. All right, hello. you guys get ads? What ads did you all get? Anyone got a good poll? Okay, so let's see what is made top cut. 20 players total. Adam, sorry, I saw your question earlier. Can you explain why some Shadow Rider players are running it alongside Wheezing and Dondozo? You've gotten ads even when I don't run them, not in important moments. Interesting. Anyway, so sorry, to answer that question, basically, like, people realize, look, Calyrex Shadow, like, yeah, Calyrex Shadow Rider, first of all, its ability is, like, not affected by Wheezing, which is pretty crazy. And then 2, Wheezing sets up for Dondozo. So basically, it's like, when you play against these teams, you not only have to deal with Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is one of the most oppressive restricted Pokemon, and can just Astral Barrage everything, but you also have a Dondozo. And so the idea is that Wheezing is really good when paired with Dozo because it spreads poison, and Shadow Rider is the restricted of choice because it's just incredibly powerful. It's the fastest restricted, basically, and it can blow things up without having to commit a Terra because you often want to use your Terra with Dozo. Oh, now the ad shows up. Okay, interesting. Top cut should be starting shortly. They're probably just determining, like, they're determining who to play right on stream right now. Do you have any advice for hard stuck in ladder? You always win one game and lose one game at a time. My advice would be that, like, I think, first of all, it's a question of, like, what team are you using? Do you feel like it's a strong team? Sometimes it could just be a team issue, right? If you are even the best player in the world and you're using, like, a team that isn't the most powerful, it can really hold you behind. If you think the team is really good, then I think I would really evaluate why you're losing. Like, after each loss, take a step back and be like, am I losing because I am getting unlucky? Am I losing because I feel like I don't have enough resources on my team? Am I losing because I'm not playing well? I think it's like the best way to, you know, try to win more frequently is to figure out why you're losing and then, like, stop making, like, or try to reduce what's leading to those losses. This song is kind of fire, by the way. Is this from Coliseum? It's kind of gas, no? Where is even... No, unless I didn't. Oh, here. Oh, it's from XD. Yeah, that would make sense. I really want to see Stefan play. I think a Hyper Offense Kyogre has been pretty underplayed in this format. I actually played against it at the World Championships around 4, but I think has a lot of potential. I think, by the way, one thing about improving in Pokemon is fixing bad habits as well. This is harder to do if you're, like, a really high-level player, but with any game, any, you know, new thing that you get into, I think there's always, like, bad habits that you likely have, and, like, identifying what those habits are and then fixing them is really valuable. I will be at Vancouver Regionals. Yeah, I heard you were coming, man. I'll see you there. Yeah, okay, anyway, let's look at the teams. So we have Ice Rider. This is kind of... Oh, this is interesting. Like, I feel like normally I'd expect Shadow Rider to be paired with this. It's kind of just Ice Rider offense. But Ice Rider Ogerpon was one of the most common duos going into Worlds. The Kyogre is Mystic Water Grass Terra, I believe. Yep. Life Orb Ursh is really interesting. It seems like Grass Terra Ursh has been a huge Pokemon in this tournament specifically. Jackson, who we saw in the last round of stream yesterday, ends up making it with Zacian, which is cool. Terapagos, Arath, his opponent, also made it. Shadow Rider, Wheezing. Oh, this is the crazy Iron Hand set. Oh, no, it isn't. There were people who were using this team, but they were using Rocky Helmet, Poison Terra, Iron Hands with Electric Terrain. Hyper Beam, normal Terra. Oof. Otherwise, nothing too crazy here. Umbreon makes it to top cut. That's cool. Foul Play, Taunt, Yawn, Moonlight. Ooh, Scale Shot, Koraidon. Okay. Entei here too. So 9 and 2 is the cutoff here. Carson Confirm makes it with Jumpluff. We saw this team last weekend. Birmingham. Yeah. Flavio Del Pidio, one of the best Italian players, international champion, regional champion as well, was brought on Jumpluff to this tournament, got top 8, and then now we're seeing it here at this event as well. Carson has been on a tear this season. It's really impressive. Winning regionals, of course. And then top cutting another one here. Yeah. Oh, the only Groudon in top cut. That's cool. See, a lot of really strong players just outside. Michael Zheng missing, I'm really sad about, because he definitely is one of the most interesting teams from the tournament. Yeah, we saw the Iron Crown stuff. Weezing Dozo just missed. Benji Irons, by the way, old school VGC player. It's really cool to see him play again. He was he won regionals like back in 2013, I want to say. He qualified for Worlds back then. One of the 12 North American players. Did he win regionals? Oh, look. I'm pretty sure he won Houston regionals. Cedric Bernier, by the way, Talon, we saw on stream, and Ian McLaughlin was competing in this tournament as well. It's cool to like look at these old tournaments and see, you know, who's still around. Toller Webb here. Inosh was just in stream earlier, so it's cool to see him. Yeah, what a throwback. So it's awesome to see Benji get top 32. I always root for all the old heads because VGC used to be so much smaller. You know, we all just kind of compete against each other. Who's the most stylish VGC player? I don't know, chat. You tell me. Who do you think's the most stylish VGC player? I try to bring some good fits to events. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Gary Chian, also one of the craziest team builders. 8 and 3. Gary Chian, by the way, U.S. Nationals. Bro, top cut Nationals with freaking Mewtwo. Like, in a format... Speaking of 2016 U.S. Nationals, Chase Liber, by the way, we were just talking about. We just saw him. Aaron Trailer. Grant Weldon. Cedric Bernier. You know, Grant top cut Worlds this year. Cedric we saw on stream yesterday. But this was the craziest team. I remember casting this. This was my first event I ever casted. And we saw freaking Mewtwo. Mewtwo! Like, what? This is, I think it's got to be Mewtwo's best competitive VGC finish. No, it was used in 2010 as well, right? Because Huiha had Mewtwo. This was probably my favorite VGC team of all time. Hui, one of the OGs, had Mewtwo on his team. I forgot Mewtwo also topped 8 Worlds that year. Let's see. Wait, I forgot Baz Anderson won regionals with Mewtwo. That's pretty sick. Baz was also one of the most creative team builders. Actually has a little bit like more finishes than I remember. Jinx being on this team is crazy. I assume it has gravity, right? It's use gravity and then P-Blades. But Roberto also top cut Worlds. So these are all really strong players using Mewtwo. Anyway, I saw Gary's name and it just reminded me of that. Are we still waiting for stream game? But yeah, he brought Iron Treads, which we actually saw at the World Championships. Gabriel Gotti brought. This is crazy. The leftovers Ditto? Huh. Rock Polish, Terapagos with Meteor Beam. Decorate Spores Smeargle. Wow. People brought Mewtwo in 2019 for Gravity. In 2016, like, what was the set? Psystrike, Ice Beam, Protect, Substitute? Yeah, this team was just great. I wonder if we could find his games. Gary Chan, U.S. Nationals, 2016. Oh, that's cool. There was a Pokemon.com article about it. Yeah, Groudon, Xerneas, Groudon, Ogre, Kyogre. Oh my gosh, this team was crazy. There was a Lunatone. I think we casted this on stream as well. Slowbro. John Hu, also one of the most creative team builders. Ashton Cox, a name you all recognize. Brought Infernape to the tournament. This was Wolf's team in that event. Red card Heatran. Lava Plume Groudon. I think Wolf was literally #1 on ladder, both in-game and showdown at this tournament. Stallson guy, thank you for the 10. When do the elimination rounds start? Is it top 8, top 16? We should see a playing game, so it's 20 players who've made it. Some of the players will get buys, so we'll likely either get 1 game of the play-ins or 2 games of top 16, 2 games of top 8, 2 games of top 4, and finals. So it's crazy because there's only 20 players left, but there's still a lot of Pokemon to be played. It's awesome looking at this, by the way. Like, these are all names you guys will probably recognize. Alex Underhill, 3-time regional champion. James Beck, you know, one of the most iconic North American players. Paul Chua, Wolf Glick, and they're all calling higher, and they're still playing today and still having results. Ashton Cox. Groudon and Kyogre, dual primals was a thing. Actually, let's see. I used a team developed by PokeAlex with dual primals to win regionals that year, and it was so strong. This team felt broken when I brought it. PokeAlex was one of the premier players in, I mean, even today, but in 2016 he won nationals, I think, with dual primals. So he's really impressive. Where's this nationals team? UK nationals. Do they not? It should be on Pokemon.com. But anyway, the idea was that Bronzong with Skill Swap was insane, and as a partner for Kyogre and Groudon, because you can use it to just change the weather into your favor. And then Double Intimidate was really, really powerful as well. Like, dual Mega potential was so strong. And then the key tech on this team, by the way, was Crafty Shield Smeargle. This was the tech that you used to beat Xerneas Groudon that year. It was really cool. Patrick, who I played in the finals, had Machamp plus Kyurem White with Gravity on this. And I think if I remember correctly, the Groudon was level 49 to always outspeed opposing Groudons. Back when you could have other levels. Favorite Scarlet Violet set that I casted? Whoa, that's a good question. Oh, man. Oh, D-Man, thank you for joining as a member. Welcome, welcome. So Crafty Shield, really interesting. Let's pull it up. You basically prevent your field from status moves. So if you were up against opposing Smeargle, Dark Void Smeargle was really common back then. You could just Crafty Shield and just completely block their Dark Void. So you can see my opponent in the finals actually had Dark Void, right? Also, this was back when it was a closed team sheet environment, so the element of surprise gave you a big deal, and it was best of 1 in Swiss and best of 3 in Top Cut. So imagine you're playing up against like Xerneas Groudon, Smeargle Xerneas lead. They're like, I'm gonna Dark Void you on turn 1. You just Crafty Shield, you're up against Choice Scarf Smeargle. Boom. You kind of just win the game there. Well, Stallson, thank you for joining as a member here as well. Great to have you. Who's best of all time VGC player for you? I'm not going to give an answer between Ray and Wolf because I think it's both of them. I'm not going to pick one. Mainly because they're both good friends of mine. Oh, you know what? I do think casting with Wolf was awesome at Indy. So maybe it is Rajan's finals, because the finals was really fun, and I got to do it with Wolf. You would use Crafty over Safeguard, because Crafty Shield has priority. It's +3. Whereas Safeguard, there's no priority. Thank you, D-Man. Thanks for watching. Several women VGC players have won majors, and I think Zoe Lowe is one of the most prominent ones, winning OCIC in 2017 using Magnezone. Driftful and Tapu Lele, like I loved using this combo back then, and yeah, Zoe played so well. This top cut was so stacked, by the way. Like, you have Nico, who was in Day 2 of Worlds and 1 game away from Top Cut. Ben, who is one of the best VGC players, now turned commentator from Europe. Luke, who's, I think, Top Cut, like, every OCIC he played in. Sebas, who's one of the best players from LATAM and got back into the game recently, has been crushing it. Made it really far at Worlds. And he actually worked with Nick Navarre at Worlds, too. And Nick was multi-regional champion. Billa, who was outstanding in this season, qualified for Worlds last year, had a Day 1 bye as well. And then Tommy Coolin, who I think top cut 3 ICs that season as well. Do I think Bronzong has any shot in this meta? It could, but I do think like Calorex's existence, like Shadow Rider's existence alone makes it tough. And then you also have like Miraidon just blows it up with Electro Drift. Part of the reason why Bronzong thrived so much in 2016 was because your main restricteds were Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Yveltal, Xerneas. And so Bronzong can be protected from Kyogre and Groudon respectively if you switch in your own Kyogre or Groudon. Rayquaza wouldn't do much to Bronzong. Xerneas, Bronzong was used because Xerneas was everywhere. So I think Bronzong could work, but it's way less effective now. There's some other... Diana Bros won regionals in 2016. If I remember correctly. Oh, the viewership for this is actually crazy. Like 700,000 on a VOD. It's Evan and Scott. Evan, who's still casting this event today. Oh, wow. I don't... quick plug, by the way. This is a website that I worked on with Wolf and Aaron Trailer. We did it kind of during COVID because our goal was to just teach people how to play competitive VGC. It's a free website. And we were like, look, we just want to share as much knowledge with the world as possible. So Aaron Trailer actually did a breakdown of Paul Chua versus Diana Bros when they played at NAIC in 2019. So if you want to read like a really in-depth breakdown, turn by turn, I'd read this. Obviously, some of the information is outdated because we wrote this, a couple formats ago, but the general idea was to create a website where even if like the format itself is different, a lot of the knowledge still carries over. It's kind of to create like a timeless guide to VGC. So I actually wrote this article, which was competitive Pokemon is less luck than you think, which I know might be funny coming from me, but... All right, Top Cut about to happen. All right, let's take a look at this bracket. Oh, this is... Wait. Top 32, top 16, top 8? I assume this is only one half of the bracket, right? So I wish we could see the other half. I feel like this is a weird way to show the bracket, no? Okay. Because I would expect them to be like side by like, but I guess maybe there's just too many names, so they wanted to split it up. What am I most excited for here? A lot of newer names in this this side, which I always get really excited for. I recognize Luca's name, Shane's name, Dawei's name. I think we saw Jackson and Arath yesterday. Tang, obviously. Yeah, a lot of buys. I have no idea what game we're going to be seeing. All right, chat. What restricted do we think will win? Wait, can I put on a poll or something? Hold on. Hold on, folks. What is this goal? I've never done any of these. $10 super chats. Okay. Miraidon, we've got a lot of Miraidons, a lot of Kyogres. Boom, boom, boom. Guys, I'm just exploring with YouTube's live functionality because I've never done any of this. So, like, I think we can do a poll. Community participate. I don't want this. I need to change this song. It's making me lose my dang mind. Oh, it's Jackson and Dawei, I think, which is cool. Dominic, thank you. Wow, you've been following since the high school video. That's crazy. Are they playing the buy rounds and top 32 concurrently? I think that's probably what's happening, yes. Dawei was very impressive in the first Reg H Major, I agree. Yep. Wait, I thought I could do polls in this. No? What is this? Engage with your audience. Oh, start a poll. Yeah. Does it count if you do all 10 in one of 20? I don't think it does, but thank you, Stalson. I appreciate it. Will Calyrex win this regionals? All right, chat. Let's see. Does chat believe in Calyrex right now? All right, what do we got? We have Calyrex. It's Wheezing Dozo in this format. Oh, this is sick. All right, let's talk about this. So, Jackson, really great tournament run. Looks like he actually got in top 16 at regionals before. So another top cut for him. And we've got the Regidrago, the Zama, the Torn. Is this lagging? Let me refresh real quick. Okay. Yeah, so man, this is really buffering for me. Hopefully it's better. But anyway, let's talk about this matchup. We've got Zacian on one side with Regidrago. And on the opposing side, we have Calyrex Shadow Rider. So with Shadow Rider, with Jackson's team, you've got Farigiraf, which obviously blocks the Astral Barrage. And you've got Foul Play. So this is one Pokemon that can be really relevant. Zacian is normally going to come out in this matchup. The key thing to note here is Astral Barrage does a lot to Drago, Ursh, Ogre, and Zacian. So Torn here does have Dark Terra. You could use it to become to resist the Shadow Rider. And then Farigiraf here is obviously immune to Astral Barrage. Dozo Ting Lu is really interesting on a team like this. Like, we have not really seen that being used in this format, but it did win North American Internationals, you know, just a couple of years ago. The idea is it's really disruptive. You can trap your opponent in, and it's really hard to do damage effectively. But, you know, obviously the Zacian here, and a lot of the attackers are physical attackers, right? You've got Ursh, you've got Zacian. Ogre can be pretty good into Dozo Ting Lu as well. Dawei got top 4 at Baltimore Regionals, where they used Porygon 2 Ursaluna, but they had a more bulky core around it it was Strugglebug Volcarona as well as Grimmsnarl. And they played on stream, and like, it was up against the Volbeat Espathra team, and it was just like, oh, whoa. Whoa. We've got Stealth Rock here. Very cool. Okay. Also, let me try to make this higher quality. There we go. Stealth Rock Ting Lu. You don't see, obviously, hazards very often in VGC, but on a team composition like this, it basically makes a lot of sense because the idea is you'll be able to force switches very frequently. So it's really cool to see that. And of course, you've got Sand Tomb as well, so the idea is with Dozo, Tinglu, you can trap Pokemon in. Obviously, Dawei has Rocky Helmet here on Tinglu, so that can be a huge annoyance for Urshifu from the opposing side. Zacian here is going to be Ground Terra. There's also Sub on Calyrex. One of the things to pay attention to in this matchup is the speed dynamics, as like, because both players have Tailwind, but there is Trick Room from the opposing side. This is not typical of Calyrex teams to have like Dozo and Tinglu, because Calyrex, Ogerpon, Urshifu, like they want to play like really fast pace. You'll sometimes see like, obviously you'll see Weezing with Dozo and Tatsugiri, but to see Tinglu here in particular is really interesting, especially because there's obviously some counter synergy with Vessel of Rune with your own Calyrex. So I would be surprised to see these like out on the field at the same time for a lot of a battle. But the key thing here is if you are Dawei and you drop Whimsicott, it means that Tornadus on the opposing side can just set up Tailwind and you might get overrun with offense. But if you bring the Whimsicott and then Farigiraf is leaned into and there's a Trick Room mode from the opposing side, that can be pretty scary. So one of the things I'm really curious about basically is how do both players want to commit to speed control in this one? So let's see. All right, game 1, it's Whimsicott plus Firepon. Firepon, I think, an excellent pick here for Dawei because it does super effective damage into Zacian, threatens Urshifu for super effective damage as well. This is really bad for Ursh because you're Choice Band Ursh, right? You can't protect right now. Dawei has a very free Tailwind plus an attack with the Ogerpon. The question is, what do you do with Urshifu? Both of these can Terra right now. What Dawei is probably worried about is getting KO'd in return, but neither of these will actually one-shot, and so if you Tailwind and knock out Urshifu, Zacian's already committing the Terror here. I think the position advantage really goes to Dawei, in my opinion. Okay, here we go. So it is going to be a Terra to start. This is what I was saying. I think, like, Dawei recognizes, look, I don't want you to just bring Tornadus and then you outrun me. So I'm just going to bring Whimsicott. I'm just going to set up that Tailwind, and my Pokemon are generally faster than yours. Dawei will get the initial Tailwind up, so this will give the advantage to Dawei this turn. It is Ivy Cudgel into Zacian, though, so, gets the crit, but both Pokemon survive, meaning that Dawei takes a ton of damage in return. In this position, you know, Dawei had the potential to maybe get a knockout onto one of the 2 slots, but Jackson does crucially Terra that Zacian to survive. The scary thing here, though, is, first of all, let's see how much Strikes does. I wouldn't expect this to KO. Does a lot, but I think it will survive with the Sliver. Oh, it's really close. Yeah, it does survive. Ogerpons are really, like, there's so few Ogerpons that are just max attack, max speed these days. There's a lot of bulk. So now if you're Dawei, it's a free switch in a Shadow Rider. Yep. Free Astral Barrage. I think if you're Jackson, you might actually give up Urshifu. But this is the thing, right? How are you going to deal with this offense at this point? The survival there is really, really big. And Astral Barrage here just, like, blows everything up right now, right? Jackson, the question now I have is, what do you have in the back? Is there that Farigiraf? Is there that Tornadus? I would expect at least one of the 2. But the scary thing is, can you weather the storm of the offense? It's Tornadus Strago. So if you're... This is really tough for Jackson, I think mainly because what he needs to do right now is stall out Dawei's Tailwind and then set up Tailwind Tornadus. So the first thing is you do not want to switch in your Tornadus, because if you switch it in and it just gets KO'd, you're not going to have the potential to outpace Dawei later on. So the other thing to pay attention to is Dawei does have Substitute with Calyrex, so it can sub on the last turn of Tailwind. Drago comes out, though, and it's just going to be the Terra being committed here. On the Ogerpon, the 1 HP effective Terra, but the idea is Dawei knows that they are not threatened by offense right now in this position. So they want to just maximize their damage output. It could just be Ivy Cudgel Astro Barrage. That would KO anything Jackson could switch in right now. And what Jackson is trying to do right now is you really want to stall out Tailwind and then set up your own Tailwind, but can you get to the point where you don't give up enough resources to get to that game state? Look how much that does. I mean, I would assume it's Cudgel into that slot. Yep. Dawei going for this Terra because it covers for anything that Jackson could switch in, especially that Furigraph. Dawei wants to make sure that Furigraph doesn't just get to come in for free and then pressure with Trick Room afterwards. Someone asked, was it beneficial to let Whimsicott go down to bring in CSR immediately? It absolutely is. It is a dream for Tailwind teams when your Tailwind user goes down and you just get your strongest attacker in immediately. That's a really good call out. So this is tricky. Like, you bring out Tornadus, but what are you going to do? You can Tailwind, but then you just get hit I assume, like, unless for some reason Calyrex is slower than Zacian, Zacian just gets outpaced here. You could go for a double protect right now. There's still 2 turns of Tailwind, though. So this is what's tricky, right? Like, yes, you position yourself for Tailwind, but I think Astro plus Cudgel here is very free. And I think the problem here is that Dawei just set up Tailwind first, and Calyrex got to come in for free. The placement of damage was key. I was calling for Furigraph out before this game. Furigraph at least can take that Astro Barrage. But no Furigraph means that Calyrex is free to just 2-hit knock out everything in this composition. So, Tailwind is set up, but I assume Calyrex should just be faster here. Yep. It's actually going to be the Psychic here instead of the Astro Barrage. Getting that knockout. Does the Tornadus survive an Ivy Cudgel here? It's kind of surprised to not see an Astro in that position. But if Cudgel KOs Torn anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. It probably does. Let's see. Oh, this is no... Like, this Tornadus really doesn't have bulk. Yeah. Yeah, so, if Jackson wants to set up Tailwind... And here's the other problem. Urshifu is out under Tailwind, but it can't protect. I think Ursh being led actually made things really, really awkward. And the fact it does not one-shot that Ogre Pawn, it might be a damage roll, makes things tougher immediately as well. So... The problem for Jackson in this matchup is you can match Tailwind, but you're still going to be slower, as we see here, right? Like, yes, Jackson set up Tailwind, but he got no value out of that Tailwind. Zacian is being outsped, and Urshifu is being outsped. So that's why I was emphasizing the Trick Room matchup, and why I was emphasizing speed so much in this matchup. Psychic, Okos, and Ursh switch in, whereas Astro may not. Yeah, I understand that. I think I was mainly thinking it's scary if Tornadus actually ends up surviving there. But I guess with one more turn of Tailwind and the inability to protect, it actually doesn't really make much of a difference anyway. So, yeah. I think the key problem for Jackson here is normally if you want to, like, stagger your Tailwind, you want to stall out the Tailwind by protecting, but Jackson doesn't have Protect on Urshifu or Tornadus, which makes this way tougher. So, Ogre Pawn critically actually surviving was really, really big as well. And I think the prioritization of not Whimsicott here actually worked out in Dawei's favor to get the free switch in as well. So, that's very clinical there. And Calyrex just demolishes everything here. So if you are Jackson, then the question is, what do you go for? Rain Dance on the Tailwind turn, since he didn't Astro, survives the Tailwind next turn. The problem is it wouldn't have made a difference because even if you Rain Dance on the Tailwind turn, Urshifu comes out, and then Calyrex is still just faster, right? Even if you set up Tailwind, because Dawei has one more turn of Tailwind left. So I would be intrigued by Furigraph. It feels awkward to bring here because Dawei has so much offense, but you at least are completely immune to the damage here. This seems kind of crazy. You could even go Tornadus plus Furigraph. Maybe not as a lead, but like if you set up Rain Dance with Torn, then suddenly Dawei's main way of dealing with Furigraph in the Ogre Pawn, at least from what we saw in the last game, becomes less effective with its fire-type damage. Although I think Urshifu is probably the fourth for Dawei, specifically for Furigraph. But maybe it could be Dozer or Tinglu. But I think the key, you're seeing the problem of Zacian being slower than Calyrex here, right? One of the reasons why people like Calyrex is because when you have Tailwind set up with this Pokemon, it just outpaces everything. Ooh, this is the adjustment. So Dawei expects Furigraph to be led this time and goes with the Urshifu, but Jackson actually doesn't go with Furigraph. It's actually still Torn plus Ogre Pawn. So I think this is a much better lead for Jackson. I really like leading Tornadus in general. I think now you pressure with your own Tailwind, you pressure with Bleakwind Storm, and you've actually got a lot of offense here into both of these. So this is a much, much better game state for Jackson after game 1. The question is, at what point do you want to click that Tailwind? Clicking Tailwind on turn 1 actually doesn't make that much of a difference if you're not gonna like take advantage of it, right? So one of the things that people do sometimes in this position is stagger their Tailwind, but the problem with staggering your Tailwind is if Moonblast plus like Wicked Blow knocks out Tornadus, for example, or you see like Terra. So it's just gonna be a Tailwind trade-off here. The thing is, I'm not sure Tornadus actually has to worry about Moonblast plus Wicked Blow unless you're worried about like Terra immediately coming out, but that alone, like, you don't want to just not set up Tailwind, have your opponent set up Tailwind, then you just get overrun. So, yep. Yeah, with Terra there, you definitely get that KO. Alright. So Tailwind is set up. I think the scary thing here, though, is what are you doing with this Tailwind? Because the problem is Calyrex is just waiting in the back, and matching Tailwinds and Tornadus going down still works out in Dawei's favor. Which is why I still think I like Farigiraf a little bit more, but that's why Dawei brought this to kind of counter Farigiraf. Bleakwind would have been really nice in that spot. This is what I was saying, right? The Tailwind actually doesn't do anything for Jackson on turn 1, which is why like staggering could be worth it. But Jackson was probably worried about like a double up onto Torn. I think it's Dark Terror on Ursh, right? Can someone confirm that for me? Because if it's just a Bleakwind Storm there, maybe you even get a double knockout there. I think the question is whether or not you think there's any... Oh, okay, an Encore just comes out immediately. Alright, so this is a good turn for Torn. It's gonna miss the Bleakwind, though. If you are Jackson, though, I actually think you don't mind that miss. And the reason for this is because what Jackson needs to do is ideally knock out Whimsicott and then set up a second Tailwind. So with that miss, it denies a free switch in for Dawei. But it is just Zacian Urshifu in the back. Okay. You are locked into the follow me right now with Ogre Pawn. But if they double Torn, can you just trade Tailwind users and double Whim? The problem is it doesn't work. Like, that doesn't work in your favor, right? If you trade Tailwind users, you're just going to get outsped in the late game. In order for Jackson to win, he wants the speed advantage. So trading Tailwind users or matching Tailwinds doesn't work very much in your favor. Your goal is to eliminate the Tailwind user and then set up Tailwind or stagger Tailwind so that you actually can move first before. Because the problem right now is Calyrex on the opposing side is just going to outpace everything. Also, yeah, we need some more serious battle music. Let's go back to this. Okay. Wait, what happened? Zacian switched in. No follow me. Oh, I think this is very bad for Jackson, personally. Because the problem is, you just give up your Tailwind user now. Like, Dawei doesn't even need Tailwind, I think, to win this game. But now, you can't outpace Dawei's end. Yeah, I think I would have liked to see follow me there. Sacrifice Ogre Pawn, go for Bleakwind, get a free switch in. But let's see. Jackson right now does have his faster Pokemon out on the field. And Zacian, crucially, hasn't actually taken damage yet. It's just, I think if it's Fire Palm plus Calyrex in the back, it's going to be really hard to deal with. I think if you're Dawei right now, you just detected with the Urshifu, so you could obviously Sucker Punch. Just get some free damage on the way out. I like this, yeah. Helping Hand Sucker into Zacian, maybe even puts it in... That's good. I'm going to go into Urshifu. I was going to say, you do it into one so that you can put it in Life Orb Astral Barrage KO range. So, great play. Dawei recognizes, I don't want to switch into my final two Pokemon. Let me just at least get some free damage off this turn. I actually wonder the speed interactions here, because if the Ursh moved first, you wouldn't have gotten any damage off there. The other problem is Jackson just locked into Aqua Jet. Right? So you don't have like as strong of an attack this next turn. But actually, maybe he's okay locking Aqua Jet because he's like, I know you have Calyrex plus Fire Pawn in the back, so I just want like something to get some chip damage on. Whereas I know I'm going to just get outsped and KO'd anyway. But it's Fire Pawn in the back. Terra hasn't been committed yet. I would think Life Orb Astral KOs this. I think you can just Life Orb Astral, honestly. Fire Terra and Cudgel here. He's locked into Aqua Jet. You can obviously Aqua Jet Behemoth Blade. Like either slot. You could protect Zacian as well. He's going for the Terra. Oh, Ground Terra. Oh, I like this. That actually covers for the Fire Terra, which I was talking about. It's not over by any means, guys. I don't think it's 100% over. Fire Terra dies to Aqua Jet? There's no way. Ogerpon's getting one shot by Aqua Jet. I don't think that. Someone can do that calc, but this Ogerpon survived the Surging Strikes from Choice Band on turn 1, so... Okay. I think this... Yeah, I like this, actually. If you think Astral's going to KO here... Aqua Jet crits, you'll... Yeah, you basically get the knockout here. The question then comes down to whether or not an Ogerpon can survive a +1 Astral. Yeah, Follow Me Barrage is really safe here. Okay. The way for Jackson to win here is if your Ogerpon somehow survives +1 Life Orb. Oh wait, sorry, it has already it's already game over. Yeah, it's 46 HP. Astro was so free, like there was just no resistance to it in this. Yeah, it's just game over. Yeah, GG. No Ferrograph means Astro, like Calyrex just gets to do Calyrex things. Very, very clinical. I think the main issue for Dawei in this game was... Or sorry, not Dawei. Dawei played super well. The main issue was Whimsicott just knocking out Tornadus. I think if you're Jackson, you need to KO... Like, force Dawei to set up Tailwind, knock out their Whimsicott, and then get a second Tailwind up with your Tornadus. Or, like, that initial Tailwind also wasn't really that beneficial, right? So it's like, if Jackson had gotten an immediate knockout, then you could stagger your Tailwind. He had Dark Terra Tornadus, which I think also is actually not bad into the matchup, but you need to force the Calyrex to come out sooner, so... It's weird that he seems kind of underprepared for Calyrex Shadow Rider. I do want to point out that this Calyrex Shadow Rider team is a lot more fast-paced and offensive. I think Jackson's team probably does a lot better into balanced Calyrex Shadow Rider that's like slower paced, that doesn't have Tailwind. Dawei specifically has Tailwind, Whimsicott, and a Life Orb Calyrex. Those enable Calyrex way more than a lot of the Calyrex teams that you're seeing right now. But yeah, I think it could have been Bleak Wind on turn 1. Yeah, I think Bleak Wind on turn 1 would have been huge, but once again, like, I guess he was worried about Moonblast plus Wicked Blow going into Ursh. Or going into Tornadus, or Dark Terra Ursh, for example, Wicked Blow. But if he had staggered Tailwind here and Bleak Winded on turn 1, it would have been a much better position. But there's a bunch of those on ladder. Well, you have to take a look at the usage rates. Like, there have been very few Tailwind Calyrex teams doing well at tournaments recently. So, like, obviously ladder has a lot of different teams, but there are many compositions that people use that have more success on best of 1. And Hyper Offense Calyrex is, I think, very good in best of 1 because you can just win games in like 2 or 3 turns. It's generally, I think, harder to use in live tournaments. And it's also Life Orb Calyrex would substitute. I mean, Sub wasn't relevant in this one. Also, a lot of those Calyrex teams are paired with Tornadus rather than Whimsicott as well. Don't get me wrong, like, Tailwind Calyrex is very good in this format. My point is that it's, like, not nearly as common in the meta as when the format first started. But I think I would have liked Ferrograph in that matchup, personally. But I can see the hesitance to bring it because there's so much scary offense from Urshifu as well as Ogerpon. Let's actually take a look at a Life Orb, Tailwind, Calyrex, and Palmot team got third at Citrus Series. What's Citrus Series? I've not heard of that before. Yeah, I agree. Zacian Drago generally struggles in a Shadow Rider because it's speed reliant. Like, Jackson's team's goal is, look, I will KO you before you move, but that doesn't work when you have a faster restricted and Tailwind on the opposing side. Frigg does have to live long enough to set up Trick Room. I think it's doable, though, right? Because you just need one turn to set up Trick Room, and you've got Water Terra here as well. For example, into Whimsicott plus the... into the game 2 lead of Whimsicott plus Ursh, you can just Water Terra Trick Room. What did I want to check? I wanted to check the top ladder teams. Oh, we don't have that right now because it's the season just started, right? So we can... Yeah, that's a bummer. I wanted to see the top 30 teams on ladder in Reg G, but we can go to right leading up to Worlds and see what was doing well. I actually don't remember off the top of my head. This was in August, so after Worlds, actually. A lot of Ice Riders, actually. Ice Rider, Wo-Chien Kyogre, Roaring Moon, Ice Rider, Shadow Rider Balance, Zama, Shadow Rider Dozo. This team got top 8 at Worlds. Yeah, like, out of all the reveal teams here in the top, there's actually no Tailwind Calyrex. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Like, some of these players may have used it, but Tailwind Shadow Rider, I should say, in particular. Moonblast plus Wicked Blow double in a Water Terra. I feel like you should be EV to survive that. Oh, we actually have the expert of Zacian Drago here in Grant, who top cut Worlds with this comp. Grant, what do you think? Like, how do you think Jackson should have approached this matchup? I'm curious how much does Ursh, Frigg, Water, Terra Dark. Yeah, see, this... Like, it depends on how Friggrav is trained, but I would expect us to survive Dark Terra. Wait, it's... Oh, this isn't Terra. Dark Terra plus Moonblast. But maybe it's a damage roll. And also, you might not be max HP, max defense, obviously. I think the thing is, like, Frigg just feels pretty awkward. Frigg just feels awkward because then it's like, what are you using under Trick Room? I think I would probably go Frigg Ref and then Urshifu under Trick Room and just Surging Strikes all of Dawei's Pokemon. Is maybe the route I would have taken. But people have been counting Shadow Rider out, I feel like, and Dawei made it look very, very powerful. So I'm eager to see how their run continues. Alright, we need some chill music in between. I feel like my heart is racing right now listening to this. Pokemon music. Dawei seems to like slow defensive teams. It's funny because the Mo that we saw was not slow and defensive at all, but I really would love to see Weezing Dozo, or not Weezing Dozo, Ting Lu Dozo. I'm so curious about that. But yeah, like my breakdown of that is I think this was already going to be a really uphill battle for Jackson. Once again, the core reasons being you have Tailwind. Your goal with this composition is to outspeed your opponents, but Dawei has a faster restricted and their own Tailwind. So the problem is you don't get to outpace, and that's really bad when Astral Barrage two-shots everything on Jackson's end. Dawei did a really good job of like displacing damage as well, and just being able to find the right damage onto everything, essentially. What they were really good at was like getting a little bit of chip damage up. For example, the Helping Hand Sucker Punch onto Ursh. I do wonder if that was a roll, or sorry, a speed tie, because if it was a speed tie and Jackson wins that speed tie, you don't get the sucker damage, it means Astral Barrage doesn't KO. But I don't know if it makes a difference because you just follow me Astral and Astral just outspeeds and KOs everything anyway. I don't think it makes a difference. Yeah. I think, honestly, it's not like bringing Friggraph just turns this into a win by any means, because it's like, it's awkward to bring Friggraph. It takes so much damage, and then you're out on the field with something that doesn't do very much damage. But an interesting approach could be like, use Friggraph, set up Trick Room. If you can clear Whimsicott early, then Regidrago and Zacian or Ogerpon under Trick Room can be really powerful. But yeah, I think this was just a pretty big uphill battle for Jackson. But I hope he is proud of his run, because this was an incredible finish. He went undefeated all of yesterday. So I think what's really tough about competitive Pokemon is when you get to the top cut stage, like, you know, you obviously have to play really well if you want to win the entire tournament, but you also have to sometimes just hope for some good matchup luck, especially in a format like Reg G. And that was probably one of the worst draws that Jackson could have had in this. But an incredible finish at the end of the day. Let's see his run overall. Yeah, he got a bye, so that means, yeah, this was top 16. Dawei moves on to top 8. Another top cut. Another top 8 for Dawei, which is really impressive. This isn't regular Calyrex, right? Was that the team y'all were talking about? There's no way, right? I really want to watch Stefan Mott play. I'm really curious about his team. Right now, we have 51% for Calyrex winning and 49% for it not winning the event. That's pretty close. All right. Let's see what else we got. All right, guys. While we take this, well, it's not a break, but I'm going to click the add button real quick while I scroll through and we wait for the next round. If you got an ad, can you press 1 in chat? And if you didn't, can you press 0? Let me know. Curious. Can you react to the poll so you see chat on screen? Oh, this poll is blocking chat. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't think Calyrex is going to win. No. Oh, maybe I just have to end the poll because otherwise... Okay, well, we're ending the poll. We got 1,000 votes. Alright, this is very good data. Thank you. Yes, someone asked, can you explain the buy system while we wait? So, let me lower the music a little bit because it's kind of loud in my ear right now. So, the way the buy system works is when you play in these tournaments, after 11, sorry, how many rounds? Yeah, 11 rounds, the best players move on. Then, if you, like, there's like 20 players, right? So basically, the idea is, imagine like a top 32 bracket, but a lot of the players in that bracket, like the top players up until a certain cutoff, get a bye. The way the bye is determined is just, it's like basically off math, right? And so it depends on how many players are in that top cut. The idea is to create a perfect top 16 bracket. And so there's essentially some play-in games, and those will often just be like the lower seeds, effectively. So that's why winning more games in Swiss actually matters, because it can give you a bye to skip that first round. But it's a little bit confusing. Weren't the round 1 buys at Worlds not working properly? I don't know if it was... I think it was working as intended, but they were not clear on how the buy system was supposed to work. Essentially, the buys were super broken in the sense that it would give you like a perfect resistance, meaning it would assume that the person that you played in round 1 had like an undefeated record, giving you resistance, making your resistance really, really strong. But I don't think it was clear. Like none of the competitors or even the players with the buys knew that. Wolfie didn't get a buy at Worlds because there were other players that had higher resistance than him. So basically the way resistance works is this is your record, right? So Wolf was 9-2. There were other 9-2 players who had a higher opponent's tiebreaker. And what I mean by opponent's, like the way that the buys were broken at Worlds. Sorry, there's 2 different buys to talk about actually here. There's a buy to go into the bracket, and then there's a buy that some players at Worlds started off with, meaning they automatically won the first round because their records were, like, they did really well in the season. So the players that were higher than Wolf at Worlds did really well in the season, where they got to skip the first round at Worlds, and by skipping that first round, and the way it's coded into the system, it also meant that their first round opponent effectively was like a perfect player. So even though Wolf started 9-0, by dropping those 2 games, there were other players who had higher resistances because they had that round 1 bye. Which I think basically, I actually think it's a very, it feels fair, but it basically was not communicated to people that was the case. It's been a long time since we've had like round 1 buys in VGC. For example, back in 2012, if you won a regionals, I think you would get 2 buys at nationals, and it would count towards your tiebreaker as well. What team from Top Cut am I excited to see on this channel? I want to try all the Koraidon and Groudon teams. I definitely want to try the Kyogre Hyper Offense team that Stefan has. I think the new Ice Rider Roaring Moon stuff is really interesting by Tang and Shiliang. They always release their teams afterwards. So I want to try that out. And then some of the crazier stuff, like if anyone posts their, like the Iron Crown teams are really cool. We also have a Snorlax here. This team, like Timothy Harden, if you are out there, please post your team. I need to try this. This is crazy. Dozo Tinglu, yeah, Dawei's team. Zach's team here with Necrozma Duskmane. I think he's the only Necroz NDM player. That's really cool. Oh, I need to bring back the... Oh, I forgot about bingo. Should we make a new bingo for Top Cut? We already are 1 round in. We're 2 rounds in, but we didn't get bingo yesterday, so but we were close. We were close. Bingo Baker. Someone asked about Iron Bundle. I think it's not bad, but the problem is it doesn't do enough damage. Like, it feels more support-oriented in this format, and it's so frail, so it's like the support you need to get from it, you need to really get value from, right? It's mainly used for Icy Wind. Freeze Dry does decent damage as well, but it often takes really negative trades, and to me, I think one of Bundle's best use cases is either Icy Wind or Encore, for example. But I think the problem is it often hits the field, your opponent switches into something that just doesn't care for Icy Wind or Encore, and then Bundle just kind of gets blown up. All right, if you guys want a top cut bingo, let's hear some suggestions. Let's hear them. Why? I had a prime order before I started the stream. It's already here. That's kind of nuts. Yeah, Iron Bundle was so good multiple formats ago, but alas. I used it at Vancouver Regionals, and I think it was one of the MVPs of that team. I also brought it to EUIC. Game 3 finals. Oh, Game 3 finals. Cool. Crit didn't matter is always good. Do I think getting an NBA helped me in playing Pokemon? No. But I think playing Pokemon helped me get an NBA. Zacian wins a match? I don't think that can happen anymore, right? That was the only Zacian in top cut. No restricted in game. Okay, I like that. Zama switches out. I like that. Umbreon. This is basically on one player to make it. Legendary Oko. Can Draco even miss? I mean, Draco can obviously miss. Are there any Dracos left? Like, I think all Miraidons are eliminated, right? Do I think Wolfie could have won Worlds if he qualified? He qualified, so I'm confused by the question. Qualified for Worlds? Do I think a pro sportscaster could do VGC casting? For sure, but I think they probably would be a lot better at play-by-play than color. Serena Okos? Parting shot into clear amulet. I still like the double O-post miss. Crit mattered. Oh, CIR versus CSR. I like that. Fisher hit. Do you know if the Pokemon Company has fixed the buyer resistance bug? I don't think it's a bug. It's a feature. Like, that's how it was intended, I'm pretty sure. Because it was intentionally coded like that back when buys were given out years ago. The problem is it wasn't communicated this season. And there's also a difference between a buy that you get for if you're randomly assigned one versus a buy that you earn from doing well in the season. Wasted Terra? That's good. Triple protect? That would be crazy. Misclick. No legendaries? Okay. Invisible Focus Ash is always good. Oh, single strike versus rapid strike. I guess we just saw that, so we can check that off. It seems kind of unfair to have someone to get a buy to be that beneficial for the resistance. Maybe just make that less impactful. I personally disagree on that, mainly because the buys last season, like, only a few players get them, and they were the best players in their region. Like, I think if it means that your buy essentially translates to like buy in top cut, first of all, you have to make it to top cut for it to even be relevant, right? Like, I personally feel like that's actually not a completely unfair, like, I feel like that's not unfair. The problem is that's not communicated. So I think if at the beginning of the season, people knew, hey, this counts towards your resistance, maybe, 5 or 10 players that were in range of getting that buy would have played a little bit more. Even at Worlds, I don't think it was communicated, essentially, and so that's what made it confusing. But I don't think it's unfair for a player to get that kind of beneficial advantage, because, like, before you would get to skip an entire day of Worlds from getting a buy, right? So, like, the place where this matters is essentially if they end up making top cut, and to me, I think rewarding them a extra win in top cut, I think is justified. No restrictors and no legendaries. Oh, true. Tang versus Tang. Is that possible? Well, I mean, it has to be possible, right? It just depends on when they meet. Misclick Brendan. Marcus forgot Brendan had Terra on game 2. Yes, yeah, I saw that on Twitter, which explains it. Trick Room plus Reverse Trick Room. Oh, that's cool. Switch in Oko. I think Terra Predict is always fun. Let's say super effective damage on a Terra. Where are we on the bracket right now? How are we doing? Yeehaw. Are there updates? Oh, I can probably pull up Arcanine too, right? Full mirror match is a good one, actually. I think that's a really good one. Full mirror match. Turn 2 resign. I was going to say we won't see that, but we actually did see it at one of the regionals in the finals, right? Oh, game ending without seeing last? Oh, that's good. I cannot see the colors very well on this screen. Who has won? Oh, it's so much better when I look on my other screen. Interesting. Oh, move timeout. Timeout is a good one. Timeout. Game over on turn 1. Mirror is same as Tang versus Tang. Yeah, I guess then we should replace Tang versus Tang. We'll just do mirror. Crit, but didn't matter. Yeah, we don't. All right, guys. That's our top cut bingo. Let's do it. I should say top 6. No, we already had top 16 already too, right? Technical difficulties. That's going to be the free space. Triggerman Tone on the same turn is a good one. Did any of these come out in the last game? Oh, you know, instead of Umbreon, we'll just do the same less than 0.5 usage Pokemon. Oh, crit didn't matter is twice there. Whoops. Thank you. Oh, plush Amon on team. That's cute. Timer win is... I like the plush one. So which ones did we see in this last one? No. We saw this, right? But wait, were they out on the field at the same time? I don't think so. Self KO is a good one. Head Judge cameo. Let's see where we are with the B tier restricted takes it home. Oh, you know, I actually like that because I did do a tier list, and I'm curious, like, if something I ranked as B tier wins, because I still think they all have the potential to win. That would basically mean Groudon, though. You can't hear me, Teddy? Can everyone else hear me? Oh, it was Helping Hand Sucker versus Aquajet. You're right. Let me check that off. Okay, I'm going to change some of these because we have them. Visible head shake from game losing play. Okay, if you can't hear me, Teddy, it might be on your end because I think my mic is working okay. But let me know if you keep running into issues. Oh, usage stats. All right, let's take a look at this. Rock Ogerpon here. It's interesting. Lando being at 8 is interesting. Or 9. There's no Pelipper or Farigiraf, which at one point both were really common, which is interesting.
Oh, we already didn't see Dawei's last. True. True. Oops. Oh my gosh, Ursh usage? Wait, Dark Ursh isn't even on this, which is crazy. Oh, Landorus plush. Yeah. Push him on team. Nice. This tournament did feel like it was all about Amoongus, so this is not surprising to me. This was one of the takeaways I had from the last weekend's tournament, where Amoongus was on like 4 different of the top 8 teams when they were all different restricteds. Crit on Zacian didn't matter. Yeah, true. But yeah, I mean, Ursh, Amoongus usage being this high is interesting. Torn isn't on here. Frigg isn't on here. Dark Ursh isn't on here. Lando is actually higher than I would have expected at over 20%. Taunt stock's going up. Yeah, I think like going into this tournament, a lot of people I always saw were using manual taunt, even like taunt on Urshifu, for example. Like this Pokemon is just so dang good. We even saw it being used against Miraidon in the first game today. And it's like Amoongus into Miraidon seems crazy, right? Especially if you don't even have Rillaboom to change the terrain. But Amoongus was still putting in work just with Rage Powder. Rock Pawn's usage being here is, I think, really interesting as well. Lando makes sense with Ice usage so high. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Lando is very heavily tied to Ice Rider. Is Water Ogre just not good anymore? I wouldn't say that, but it's harder to use. Like, Fire Pawn's incredible because it has offense and Follow Me, and Rock Pawn's incredible because of Sturdy, and in a format where you have so much power, surviving an attack is a really big deal. Water Pawn, like, doesn't actually get a lot of one-hit knockouts, and it also... So it doesn't have, like, the KO potential of this. It can survive for longer, but I think, like, what makes these so good is the combination of Follow Me and really good offense, whereas Water Pawn's offense, it's, like, okay into some of these. Decent into Ursh, but Ursh now has Defensive Terra, pretty common. Amoongus has Sludge Bomb a lot, so you can get Sludge Bombed or Spored if you Terra. You don't do anything into Bolt. You're good into Incin, good into Flutter, bad into Rilla. But with Raging Bolt actually being this high is also really interesting to me, because I personally feel like I haven't played against that many Bolts in the format recently, and so Bolt existing makes Water Pawn's life a little harder too. Yeah, did they show the restricted usage? I thought they did in the beginning of the stream, maybe. Or did we just get right into the game? Oh, that's cool. Here? Yes. Wow. Okay, well, Shadow Rider is at 5th here, lower than Terapagos. This is crazy. 24%. Like, everything else is basically within... a delta of like what, 4 or 5%. So it's essentially like these all feel like it's just maybe 1 or 2 extra people or 3 extra people using these, but it's essentially double the Ice Rider, which is fascinating to me. Like people really index on Ice Rider in this tournament. Like the fact that almost a quarter of the field was Ice Rider. Miraidon being at 6 is crazy too. Like. These Pokemon all make sense, but the distribution of it is not what you would expect often, I think. Yeah, Kyogre also at 13% is wild. How many Kyogres are still in contention? Let's take a look. I think the end of this is what, like 70, no, bigger, 80. This is out of 85 teams. So these stats are out of 85 teams. How did the usage change from day 1? That is a good question. Let's see. Pokemon San Antonio, day 1. Oh, this is TCG day 1. VG day 1. Usage. Okay, let's pull it up. Day 2 is here. Wow, Miraidon, huge fall off from day 1 to day 2, which makes, like,
I think this isn't shocking to me, and the reason for this is because Miraidon, a lot of people when they're using this are using the world's winning team or very similar variants, right? Like, it feels like right now with Miraidon, it's basically like, pick Miraidon, pick Whimsicott, pick a fire type, Instant or Fire Pawn, pick Urshifu, Water or Dark, Iron Hands, right? And then you can maybe have a flex Pokemon like Iron Leaves, for example, or, oh, thank you for the 170, I really appreciate it. Thank you for watching the videos. I don't have any plans to visit Taiwan in the future right now. I actually went to Taiwan last year, and I met a lot of the VGC fans there and actually did a meetup, and it was one of the coolest experiences I've had. But unfortunately, no upcoming trips to Taiwan. But if so, I would definitely like to do another meetup with the community there. Thank you very much. So I think, yeah, let's look at the key differences here. Like, Groudon and Koraidon basically effectively the same. The main thing to pay attention to here is like what is much higher, because it means a lot of the best players are indexing more on this Pokemon. Ice Rider was already at number 2, so it was already very popular going into this, but there's even more Ice Riders here. Miraidon's drop off, the point that I wanted to make is that basically I think even though it won the most recent regionals, it is a team that a lot of people are prepared for. And so as a result, you have to be really good if you're winning with Miraidon. And we saw that at the European regionals last weekend, but I think people have just practiced a lot into Miraidon. I was actually quite surprised to see it win last weekend because I figured like, oh, everyone should have practiced against this. Kyogre from, 10%. It's actually shots up to number 2 here. This isn't shocking to me. I think it just got second at regionals and it almost won last weekend as well. And I think people are realizing Kyogre balance just like is really hard because it has so many resources. And Kyogre enables Amoonguss, it enables Water Urshifu. Zama at 3rd decreases a little bit. I still am like surprised that Zama isn't winning regionals, but I mean we've only had one, so we'll see if it wins this one. Shadow Rider goes down by a little bit. Terapagos goes up by a little bit. But the main thing here is Ice Rider going up and Miraidon tanking a little bit from day 1 to day 2. But Ice Rider being this high is really impressive. Someone said the bracket updated. Cool. We got Rock Pond here. Vaporeon Enjoyer, thank you so much for the $5. Good to see Kyogre still a threat 2 decades later. Wish I could say the same for OG Mewtwo. How would I buff him to be viable? I think I would give Mewtwo a much better ability and give it access to some more strong moves and maybe make a really good signature attack. That's where I would start. It doesn't get enough good attacks. It's too frail. It doesn't blow things up enough. Give it a better ability for sure. Europe loves their balanced teams, and Cherry's team tears through balanced teams. That's true. How many balanced teams were... Like, let's see how many balanced teams we saw William play last weekend. This one's kind of balancy. Vileplume? Oh, that's crazy. This one's kind of balancy. This one's kind of balancy. Pretty wide range though, right? Koraidon, Terapagos, Ice Rider, Groudon, Ice Rider. No Shadow Riders, huh? Kyogre, Ice Rider, Eternatus, Ice Rider, Miraidon, Ice Rider. Whoa, Kyogre, Terapagos. He didn't play a single Shadow Rider. That's crazy. I think the reality with this format is, like, your run could be so different from a player who uses the same team. For example, at Worlds, guess how many, like, Calorexes I played? I played 1 Shadow Rider, 0 Ice Riders. 0. Instead, I played 4 Miraidons, Kyogre, Lunala, Shadow Rider. And I think the World's finalists made it to the finals without playing a single Miraidon, if I remember correctly. I want to see if we can pull that up. Which is also crazy. I have to go to the previous season, don't I? Index. Yeah. Oh, Masters. Utah. Let's see. Shadow Rider, Zama, Terapagos, Ice Rider, Terapagos, Kyogre, Ice Rider, Shadow Rider, Terapagos, Zama. The only Ice Rider, or sorry, the only Miraidon was in the finals. This is why this format feels so crazy to me. Part of the reason why I brought Zama to Worlds is because I thought I had a really good matchup in a Shadow Rider and Ice Rider, and I played 1 out of my 8 rounds of those combined. Whereas here you see 3 Shadow Riders and an Ice Rider. Not a single Miraidon. Yeah, I agree. I think that diverse restricted selection is nice. So that's why I think in this format, you could win a tournament with, in my opinion, any of these restricteds. It's about 1, the team that you build around it, 2, how well you know that team, and 3, how well you play and execute the team, and also some of the matchup luck that you get. Oh, this is the day 1 stream. Why are breaks in VGC so long? It's because you have no control over, like, the other games, essentially, right? So, for example, this round ended really, really quickly. All the other games are being played right now. And obviously it'd be ideal if you could like hold one of the games to broadcast, but then by holding that game, you delayed the tournament substantially longer. So the reason this break is so long is because that last round literally ended in the matter of minutes, and all the other games right now in the tournament are being played. So we have to wait until all the games are done until we can pick the next matchup. Do I think the higher level of variance will be impacted with world spots being more limited? That's a really good question. My take is there will be less variance with fewer people at Worlds. I think prepping for Worlds this summer was really hard because it's like, on one hand, you need to prep for like the, top 20 players, and like they'll probably use more things that are expected. But on the other hand, you can play into really crazy things. Like I was really worried about Weezing Dozo going into Worlds because I was like, look, I know this is picking up usage. I don't think a lot of players that I know are bringing it to the event, but the problem is I could run into round 1 at Worlds and just straight up lose against it, right? I think in a smaller Worlds, there's actually a little bit less variance and more kind of anti-meta team building you can do. But in a Worlds as big as we've had, you need teams that are more just suited to beat kind of everything. Why do other esports not have this issue, though? I would say, first of all, a lot of other games are not big open tournaments, right? Like you don't have hundreds of people competing in them. You have a schedule, right? League of Legends, you know exactly what teams are playing and at what order. In Pokemon, and so it's like as soon as the round ends, you can go into the next one. In Pokemon, it's like you have no sense necessarily of when you can start the next game because it's contingent off the previous game's finishing. Like the closest equivalent I can think of, I haven't followed Hearthstone, so I don't know what it was like in that game specifically. But like if you think about team-based esports, for example, it's like very like this team plays this team. There's like 6 teams, 8 teams that are playing today, right? Pokemon just has so many people, and you have no control over how long or how short a game lasts. Also, in Pokemon, yeah, Smash is definitely better. I think Smash is, I think, a better example. I'm trying to think, like, part of the problem with this in Pokemon is, like, I think in Smash it happens more frequently, like, games are staggered, so you don't have games all playing and, like, happening at the same time. The problem with VGC is, like, the round needs to start at the same time for everyone. It seems like Terapagos is more popular in Asia than North America and Europe. I think that's a pretty fair comment, yeah. Yeah, fighting games also are a lot quicker. That's definitely a good point. So what they used to do is they would actually have like a side stream, like a B game in VGC. The problem with it is it obviously takes more resources, and it was actually very rarely used. Like, it was pretty infrequent where the first game would end where you would have enough time to actually like dive into the second game. Sometimes the second game just ends before the first game, for example. In my ideal world, I wish we had like a setup where, like in a recording setup where it's like, there's the stream game, but then there's a feature match each round, and the feature match is recorded locally. It'd be really cool to show off gameplay from these local matches during downtime. I think that would be really awesome. But to answer why not record a second stream game, it's because it just takes more resources, and when they had tried it, it was not actually coming up enough for it to be relevant. Oh, we have Kyogre versus Groudon here. Let's go. All right, let's get some more hype music. I wanted to see Stefan play as well, so I'm really excited for this. All right, let's... All right, before we get started, I'm gonna just click this this add button so that I don't have to click at any point during the game. I can't believe we have a second Kyogre versus Groudon. How did Joe do? I think he lost in day 1. Can we play some Hoenn battle music? Okay, that's a good suggestion. Kyogre battle theme. Extended. Oh, I don't want a full screen view. My shorts algorithm is making you hungry. Alright. So we've got Kyogre on one end. This is a really exciting match. It's Stefan Mott versus Carson Confer, both regional champions. And Stefan, when he won regionals in Indianapolis, I believe used Kyogre Zacian. I need to actually fact check that real quick. Stefan Mott 22 team. Pokemon.com. Yeah, Zacian Kyogre with Zapdos. So it's cool that he is using a restrictor that he has won regionals with before. And then on the other side, we've got Groudon. So it's fun because we kind of saw Kyogre versus Groudon in yesterday's stream, but this is obviously a pretty... But the teams are quite different. This is a Hyper Offense Kyogre. Carson's just been on a tear. Of course, 2016 Senior Division World Champion. Also won the Latin America International Championships, I want to say, in 2018 with the Rain team. And now he's using Sun. Someone wants the Oris version of this song? Okay, sure. Let's do it. Alright, I will answer random questions after the game is over, but let's focus on the game. Okay. So, Carson has, Sun. He's got that Groudon. He's got that Jumpluff as well. And Stefan has Hyper Offense Kyogre. I call it Hyper Offense mainly because it is not the Calm Mind setup that you'll normally go for. Instead, you've got Water Spout. And crucially, the Tornadus here also has the Rain Dance. So, it means Carson will have to be very careful about how he positions his weather user. He's got the Assault Vest Raging Bull, which I think will probably be a key player in this matchup. It's Water Terra, though, meaning that if you Water Terra, you are going to be weak to Serena and Rillaboom. So, yep, Raging Bull hits the field immediately. And it's going to be Urshian Rilla, which I think is probably advantage to Carson here. If I'm in Stefan's shoes, my goal is to force the Terra out of Raging Bolt and then use my Grass-type attackers to deal with it. So I'm curious what's in the back, because I would expect Tornadus and Kyogre, personally. You want Kyogre, obviously, as your main attacker, and then Tornadus is really effective for its ability to control the weather. But Stefan could also take another approach in this game and say, look, my goal is to just get 2 quick knockouts so that I just win the weather war. That's something that we saw when Brendan played against the Groudon yesterday. So Stefan is just ripping it here on turn 1, Fake Out plus Water Terra Surging Strikes, or sorry, Grass Terra Surging Strikes. Grass is really common defensive typing on Urshifu right now. The main thing here is, will we see Carson respond with the Water Terra on Incineroar? If not, Incineroar will get popped immediately on turn 1, giving Stefan a huge advantage, because with this Grass Terra, Raging Bolt's actually not doing a ton of damage to either. Your best move would be Draco Meteor into Urshifu. No Terra, so Stefan's probably pretty happy to see that. You just get the knockout immediately here, which means you are 1 knockout away from winning the Weather War immediately. Basically, Stefan's like, look, I know I'm not going to do damage to Raging Bolt right now, but that's fine. I can just knock out everything around the Raging Bolt because I know you're not actually doing a ton of damage to me in return with this Grass Terra. The question is, do we see a Draco here into Ursh? Because Draco will still do a ton of damage. It's just Thunderbolt. So Stefan's, I think, really happy about that first turn. Oh, but the immediate para! The para now means you will eat a Draco Meteor potentially. Rilla, by the way, does have high horsepower here, so you have more offense to bolt than normal, but you are intimidated, so it's not necessarily like the strongest, but I guess because he had Fire Pawn in the back, the para may have not actually mattered that much, but it's no Tornadus in the back, it's Chien-Pao Kyogre. So Stefan brings the Chien-Pao into this matchup because of its matchup into Raging Bolt, which makes sense. But right now, this turn specifically is really scary. You are threatened by Draco Meteor onto Urshifu. You're threatened by Ivy Cudgel onto the Rillaboom as well. And your Rillaboom is intimidated. You can't U-turn. You can't cycle out. The awkward thing for Stefan, though, is you don't want to switch in Kyogre or Chien-Pao, really, right? Chien-Pao definitely doesn't want to switch in because it has that Focus Sash. I think if Urshifu didn't get parried, you probably could have switched in Kyogre to set up the rain and then gone Surging Strikes maybe. But with the para, now you're definitely just... you're just going to get outsped. So, Ogerpon, you know, it's weird to think that it's good into a rain matchup because it's fire type, but it's also that grass typing. So, baiting out that Terra means Carson can take advantage of it, gets the KO there. Right now, Stefan actually wants his Pokemon to get KO'd, so he gets some free switch-ins here. I think Carson recognizing the strength of having Fire Pawn and Raging Bolt next to each other. This is quite awkward for Stefan because it's like, what do you switch in now, right? High horsepower does decent damage, but not even a 2-hit knockout with that Intimidate, and Terrain is also healing back. Gorilla's also, you know, slower here with that Electro Web, so this is really awkward, because here's the problem. I think Stefan's Rillaboom is just kind of useless for him right now. I mean, yes, you're doing 30-40%, but it is... Carson has found a really good position to neutralize his Pokemon completely. I think if I'm Stefan, I'm already thinking, hey, like, do I even want to bring Rillaboom in game 2? Or maybe I should have it in the back, because leading it, yes, you got that fake out on turn 1, but now it's just not doing very much. You do pressure with Icicle Crash right now. Ogerpon does have Follow Me on Carson's end, though, right? But if Stefan can get one more knockout, that's obviously huge. The main problem here is Raging Bolt could very easily protect, and Ogerpon could just Ivy Cudgel Rillaboom. And we don't see a switch into Kyogre either. Oh, Terra commit immediately. This might just be Water Terra Bolt. No, it's Fire Terra Pawn. Okay. Oh, this is interesting, because if you're going for this, I mean, I assume you're going for offense, so to me, logically, Protect Cudgel makes the most sense. If it's Protect Cudgel, Carson's in incredible shape, because then you can just switch in Groudon and you win the Weather War. But you actually offer Thunderclap also makes sense. Just get the knockout there. But you will lose Raging Bolt as a result. Oh, it's Assault Vest Raging Bolt. I can't Protect, yeah. Oh, and he misses Icicle Crash. You can see the pain there. Okay, this play makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because you're Assault Vest, you can't Protect. And the idea is Rillaboom is not doing anything to me here. Stefan's response could have been like switching Kyogre and Protect. Carson was willing to trade his Raging Bolt for Chien-Pao there. The miss is just, I think, game ending immediately, because now Carson just wins the Weather War, and you can't Terra, and Ogerpon just wins against Kyogre, so you can just switch Raging Bolt out into Groudon and go for your Ivy or Wood Hammer into Kyogre. I honestly think Stefan probably still would have lost this game even if Icicle Crash hit, because then Groudon comes out. The question is how the Kyogres and Groudons are trained. My guess is Kyogre sets up Rain first, meaning Groudon overrides the weather. And then the problem for Stefan is you have to deal with the Fire Ogerpon in Sun. And you have Groudon to boot as well. Like, I think Rillaboom was not very good here. So if I'm Stefan, I'm thinking about swapping it in game 2. But the main speed interaction I want to see, yeah, as you see, Ogerpon is faster than Kyogre. That's not really surprising. If you're using Ogerpon, you're slower than Kyogre. I think that's a big mistake. Gets that knockout. But I actually think, honestly, even without the para and the miss, I think Carson still is in a winning position in this game. And I think it all has to start with Rillaboom. Rillaboom gets that fake out on turn 1, but it was completely useless. Chien-Pao would still have Sash, and it would live the Cudgel. Wasn't it Thunderclap before? How would it have lived? I'm confused. Right? This was the turn. Yeah. My take is I think Carson wins that game even without para or the crit. Sorry, para or the miss. And I think a lot of it is because the Rillaboom here is not good. I actually want Serena maybe brought into the game. If your goal, like, Rilla was... what it accomplished in that game was deterring Fake Out on turn 1. But if you bring Serena, I don't know. Like, I think Stefan's goal was essentially, if I knock out Incin, Shampoo is Ice Skull Crash Pressure. But the Ogerpon is actually such a big offensive threat in this matchup. The para lets Ogerpon play more aggressive. I like, the reason... he would have gone for the same play anyway, is the thing, right? Like, because you would outpace Urshifu and just cudgel into that slot anyway. The one play that I think without the para that would open up for is like Kyogre switching in if you think you survive a Ivy Cudgel, but I don't think it does, honestly. So, my personal take is I don't think the RNG was very impactful in that game, but if you're in Stefan's shoes, you have to not tilt, because maybe he thinks it was more impactful, right? But that game didn't feel close to me. You lead these two to respect Jumpluff, in your opinion? Yeah, I guess the question is, how often do you think Jumpluff's actually coming out in this matchup? This is very, very good into Jumpluff. I think it's clear Carson doesn't need Jumpluff. The other Pokemon are so good in this matchup. So, yeah, I think it makes sense that... I think what will be interesting is if Stefan drops Rillaboom and then Jumpluff does end up coming out. But I don't know. Like, the question now is, do you think Carson does the same thing again, right? Incin plus the Raging Bolt. This feels like a really consistent lead. The Intimidate is really hard to deal with. I think Carson can very safely go with the same 4 again. But he could always mix it up and bring Jumpluff in instead. But yeah, he's happy to just go with the same lead. It's Rilla Ursh again. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm curious to see what the different approach is. Stefan might be like, look, I got unlucky in that last game, so maybe if I don't get as unlucky, things would be okay. But, like, his goal is to just once again, yeah, it's going to be the same run back. And I think Carson's probably happy just Thunderbolting again. But, I mean, it'll be cool to see how this match plays out if it's just a run back for everything. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe Stefan thought the para... Like, maybe the para was impactful enough, right? So, like, if Fire Pong comes out, like... I assume this is slower than Fire Pong, so you're still threatened by Thunderbolt into Fire Terra Cudgel. But, let's see. Okay, so I mean, you get the knockout on Incin once again. But for Carson, it's just a free switch into Fire Pond once again, and now you have 2 grass types and a Kyogre and a Champao. Everything takes super effective damage from the Fire Pond. I don't like Draco here, by the way. I actually like Thunderbolt once again, because it's Life Orb, so you actually take pretty meaningful damage. And also, there's a chance that Stefan doesn't Terra there. Alright, so we're in the same state as the last game. Now, however, Urshifu is not para'd, which means what changes here is you don't have the Draco Meteor pressure play. Now you have Cudgel into Ursh. So Stefan could protect his Urshifu. The problem is Rillaboom is still useless, right? So he ideally wants to pivot this out. So the main thing to pay attention to is first, does Rillaboom pivot out into Kyogre or Champao, and does Urshifu protect? Stefan could make a read and say, you know what, I'm going to just switch in Champao, and I'm going to just Surgeon Strikes your Ogerpon, because I think you're going to Ivy Cudgel this slot. But let's see. He was willing to get back into this game state. Okay, Urshi's just going to detect, but you obviously open yourself up to a Cudgel into Rilla. Yeah. So I like this play on Carson's end, because it's like, what is Rillaboom going to do here? It's not swapping out. I think Stefan needed to switch out here, personally. But I think the problem here is if you switch out, Kyogre just comes in. And High Horsepower is going to do, like, a little bit more, I guess. But still, like, you're still threatened by Cudgel plus Thunderbolt, right? And the grassy terrain is actually non-trivial here as well. You're healing a pretty good amount. So, I don't know. I think the main question I have is if you swap this out into Kyogre, does Ogerpon Cudgel KO Urshifu without Terra? what's hard for Stefan here, this is why like U-turn can be a valuable move if you're slower, because it can allow you to pivot out safely. Without having U-turn here, Stefan is stuck on this field with this Rillaboom, but he doesn't want to switch in Kyogre because it'll eat up a Thunderbolt, and if he switches in Champao, it loses its Focus Sash as well. Okay, I like this play at least. The idea is he knows the pressure is on, so the keep chipping away at Raging Bolt. And like I think normally Carson's not going to be able to punish this. Yeah, he goes for the Terra here because he wants to make sure he KOs Urshifu, in my opinion. We have 2,000 viewers, by the way, guys. That's crazy. Thank you for tuning into this co-stream. Okay, so I think Stefan's play this turn is really solid because I think the expectation is just another Thunderbolt into Rillaboom and an IV Cudgel into Urshifu to knock it out. So this should be Cudgel into Kyogre. You could double up into the Kyogre slot, by the way. I actually think that's what I would do. Go for Ivy Cudgel plus Thunderbolt into that slot because it covers for a switch. But he doesn't do that. Whoa, okay, okay. Yeah, I think Carson there had an opportunity to double up on Kyogre here. If Urshifu stays in, it gets KO. Thunderbolt gets redirected anyway. And if you switch into Kyogre or Champao, you get a knockout. So I would have liked to see that a double up onto the Kyogre slot. Because you know you're going to knock out this anyway. The scary thing, though, is that this isn't Calm Mind Kyogre, so you're threatened by Thunderclap plus Cudgel into Rillaboom. But I think that last turn keeps Stefan in this game. Someone asked why Woodhammer over High Horsepower. It can catch a Groudon, yeah, definitely. And also, you won't miss with it, and the damage is, like, pretty similar. But, yeah, I feel like if Kyogre went down here, Carson probably would have just won the game. But this is still really tricky. Oh, Stefan's getting close to timer as well. Champao. So you don't want to get Thunderclapped here. That makes sense. You also have Sword of Runes, so you do a little bit more damage with Glide. Yep. But see, Carson is just making the safe play, and it's fine. Like, he's not getting punished for it. He can just make the obvious play. Stefan is responding to it well. This is an example where, like, Carson, yes, you could go for predictions. You could Thunderbolt expecting the switch. You could Draco Meteor. But it feels like a pretty straightforward game for him to play right now, quite frankly. Stefan has done a good job of at least, like, making some predictions. Now you do get the Urshifu out, but you're still threatened by so much damage. This is an interesting spot, though. Now, you do have Aqua Jet in Rain, Life Orb. Champao does have Focus Sash intact. So basically, like, with this, one of these two Pokemon should get an attack off, right? Which is actually a pretty big deal. So I think this is the position Stefan was looking for this entire game. Now it's a question of how he's able to take an advantage in this spot. Because you have a free Icicle Crash into Raging Bolt. Yeah. This could switch out into Groudon, though. And I think Groudon would live an attack. So if this switches out into Groudon and Cudgel into this, I think that's probably just game over. Uh-oh. Yeah. I don't know. I think I would have liked Serena. I don't like the... Like, I think Rilla was tough here. Does this KO? Let's see. I wouldn't expect it to, yeah. And it's just Cudgel into Rilla. Or sorry, into... I think, like, in this position, you need to make a call, and then you just protect the Champao... Or sorry, the Urshifu. If Urshifu protects there, you actually get a lot of damage off. Like, for example, if it was Protect Ursh and Throat Chop into Ogerpon, you actually get enough damage where maybe another Throat Chop can KO, and then you also win the Weather War, but now it's just really tricky, because, like... Yeah. It's crazy, like, Ogerpon just coming out in a Weather War and dominating like this is really impressive. It's not over yet, though, because you do at least win the Weather War. I don't know how much Champao does to Ogerpon is the thing, right? You get demolished by Woodhammer. You will take chip damage in return, though, but Carson just has so many Pokemon to deal with. I'm trying to think of how Stefan would win this. Oh, he's just going... Is it a double protect from Carson's end? To scout out protect? Yeah, that makes sense. So Stefan keeps himself in this game. I think if he protects Kyogre there, game's over immediately because you just knock this out. He's going for flinch here, by the way. He could win with the flinch. But that's the win condition. Flinch, no attack, double KO. So it comes down to this. Does the Icicle Crash connect, and does it get a flinch? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Does it get the flinch? I've seen Xianpao flinch these before. It all comes down to this. It does connect onto the Ogerpon. It's not going to do much damage. Carson is praying. No flinch right now. And there is no flinch. Kyogre goes down. That's just game over. Yeah, great run by Stefan in this event. It is crazy, though. Like, a flinch actually straight up just wins the game there. But I think this is why I was saying, like, I didn't think Rillaboom was super strong the first game, and why I was surprised to see... Like, I feel like it was actually negative value in game 1 because of its inability to switch out very frequently. But I think the reality of this matchup is, then what do you do, right? If you think it's going to be... Why would flinch win Stefan the game? Because it prevents the Ogerpon from attacking. If Ogerpon can't Woodhammer in this position, then Kyogre just outspeeds outspeeds Groudon, and Water Spout KOs both. Carson played very safe every turn. I agree. Like, I don't think Carson did not need to make a prediction at any point in that battle. I think Stefan's way of clawing back into this game starts with this turn. And I think this was the most crucial turn, which is when he had Xianpao and Urshifu out on the field next to each other. This was the key turn. Yeah. Weather changes. Icicle Crash. Icicle Crash into that slot is always good, but the problem here is Urshifu goes down for nothing, right? I think in this position, what Stefan was hoping for was for Ogerpon to maybe target the Xianpao, and he was also worried about Raging Bolt out on the field, double up, Thunderclap plus Cudgel, and wanted to like return a knockout. But the play that he ends up making ends up really working out against him, because Urshifu doesn't get a single attack off, doesn't even get an Aqua Jet off. But he has to make a call in this position, so it's tough, right? But he could have gone like Protect Throat Chop, for example, and then maybe this is in Throat Chop range, and then you could like pivot this out into Kyogre, KO this. So, yeah. Wouldn't Protect Kyogre and double Sucker into Ogre be another out? The question is whether or not you... No, he doesn't... Oh, he does have Sucker. He doesn't have Throat Chop, yeah. Yeah, the question is whether or not you think 2 Suckers KOs. It probably does. So, I do think that was another out. I agree. But I wonder if Stefan didn't go for it because he was worried about... He didn't know if Sucker would be a 2-hit. You imagine Life Orb, Aqua Jet plus Rain plus Sword of Rune, Oko's Ogerpon, so you could have doubled Ogre with Aqua Jet plus Crash. Aqua Jet plus Crash. But the Groudon comes in, right? So the Sun is set up. So then the Aqua Jet does way less damage. I think it just feels bad because like Stefan had to commit his Terra so early just to deal with Raging Bolt, but then the Terra just makes him so weak to Ogerpon. Yeah, I'm just trying to think how I would approach this matchup if I'm Stefan, because it's easy to be like, oh, why did he bring Rillaboom again? But I don't think it's an easy matchup for him, right? So maybe he just thinks this is the best approach. He really wanted to get rid of Instant. I think Bolt is also just so scary for so much of this team. But yeah, I'm intrigued by Serena. I think if, like, what I would probably do is, I don't know, maybe Urshifu Serena. Switch Serena in on turn 1, Surging Strikes, KO them. It's Ice Terra here. I also thought Tornadus would come out in this matchup, but I think he probably didn't feel comfortable with Torn because he's like, I need more damage, which makes sense. Serena Kyogre is an interesting lead, yeah, because you pressure with Water Spout immediately, and even if Groudon switches in, it still eats up Water Spout. So I think this could have been one approach. Serena Kyogre. I don't think you bring Rilla. You could go Serena Kyogre, Ursh, Xianpao, Filter, and Tornadus for one of them. Like, the strength of Torn would be so that you outspeed the Ogerpon, because otherwise Ogerpon outspeeds Kyogre and Urshifu. But yeah, Firepon plus Bolt was just ridiculously good here, and I think Rillaboom just felt like a huge liability. But I like the suggestion of Serena Kyogre as one option. I think you could even go like Torn Ogre, turn 1 switch Torn into Serena, Grass Terra Water Spout. Because the idea is like you want to bait the Groudon out or get a knockout. In that situation, the Incineroar might just Terra on turn 1 though, if I'm Carson. But then if Incineroar Terras, at least it means Ogerpon's not tearing, so it does less damage. But I think this is one of the scary thing here is so many of the defensive Terras that Stefan has are still weak to Fire Pond, right? It's like the Grass Terra just makes you weak to Ivy Cudgel, and he has double Grass Terra on this team. Triple Axle plus Spout might KO Bolt. I think with the Intimidate, I don't think it does, because it's Intimidate plus Assault Vest. I would expect it to survive, but yeah. I think this was a really good example of Rillaboom being a liability on teams. Like, it's so good when it's in the right spot, but when you're up against 2 resistances and you can't protect and you can't swap out easily, the Pokemon in the back can just really, like, it's just so scary because you just cannot position super easily. But yeah. Where are we in the tournament now? Let's see. Shiliang moves on to top 8. Wow. Justin Tang in top 8 as well. 2 Ice Riders. Okay, ex-regional champion, ex-regional champion, ex-regional champion. Luca's also a regional champion. We might see a player get another regional belt. Alright, I need to pause the music a little bit. Let's see. By the way, I think the idea with high horsepower is it does obviously give you a lot more offensive coverage. And one thing I want to keep reiterating with these games that we co-stream is like Stefan had one of the best runs in this entire tournament, right? He went literally 11-1, 10-1. Let's see, Stefan. Yeah, 11-1 before this. So it's like, I'm sure it feels really like, it's sad, right? Because it's like, he probably demolished so many of the games that he had, but he ran into a really good player, a really tough matchup. One of the tough things about Pokemon is like Groudon, probably not the most, you know, what Kyogre actually wants to face off against, especially because this Groudon team has Bull, has Fire Pond as well. So it doesn't reflect his entire tournament run, right? And high horsepower was probably really relevant in a lot of the matchups that he had rather than U-Turn. Yes, U-Turn would have been better in this game. Yes, maybe he could have brought Serena over Rillaboom, but it's really hard to play perfect Pokemon, right? And I think I wonder if like some of the bad luck that Stefan got in the first game made him feel more confident in going with Rilla, because I just didn't really believe in Rilla after game 1, but you know, Stefan was willing to lean back into it, and I wonder if like sometimes even if the luck maybe doesn't impact the outcome of the game specifically, like maybe Carson wins game 1 anyway, it can impact how players approach the game, and Stefan may have been more comfortable running it back with Rillaboom because he thought he was actually in a winning spot. That's just one explanation. I mean, there's plenty of other reasons, right? Maybe he just didn't think Serena or Tornadus are like super bringable into the matchup either. But I just wanted to give Stefan credit because there are not many people using Kyogre Hyper Offense with Serena, and like, you know, I wish we could have seen the true power of the team. Like, that just was not the best matchup for it, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, but thank you for tuning in. Please enjoy this ad. I don't know what they're gonna show you, but thanks for sticking around. Even if you don't pay attention to it, it helps me out a lot. So thank you. I'm clicking it a bunch just because I'm going to be gone for a bit. So the more you stay, the better. But I'll be right back.
Oh. All right. Did anyone get ads? Any ads in chat? Any adders? No ad? What if I click the button again? What's going on, YouTube? Let's pull up Arcanine. Oh, some people did. Okay. "15 seconds? You know, I'm efficient. I'm all about efficiency here. All right, we are down to top 8, so we'll have 2 top 8, 2 top 4, and finals, I believe. You know, guys, I'm actually gonna put some rice on the rice cooker real quick. But if you want to ask any questions in chat, I'm happy to answer them when I get back. So feel free to drop any questions. But yeah, I'm gonna just get some rice up. All right. We back. What rice cooker do I have? Some random one I bought from Amazon a while ago. 3 Calyrex Ice, 1 Calyrex Shadow, 1 Groudon in top 8. Wow. Well, our poll had 50% people saying they thought Calyrex was going to win the event. So far that's pretty accurate. What restricted is best for new team builders? I think I would say Ice Rider. Mainly because it's bulky. Glacial Lance is crazy, and it doesn't have like really bad weaknesses, and you can protect it with a lot. Thank you for tuning in. I'm glad it's fun to watch. It's been a delight and a pleasure to do this for you all. I'm curious, what do you guys enjoy seeing between rounds, both on the live streams as well as like on these casts or this co-stream?
Like, obviously, I like just skipping back and looking at turns in the games, but here's what you all enjoy. The next tournament I'm playing in is Vancouver Regionals. That'll be in March. Maybe EUIC, actually. It depends on how work is going, because I just started a new job. Why isn't my favorite Pokemon Aeron? He's just, he's not very cute. Is reducing Astral and Glacial Lance accuracy better for the format, or raising the accuracy? I like raising the accuracy, personally, of the other moves. Oh, you like when casters get questioned on Pokemon? I'm so bad at that. Guys, okay, I'm sorry. Aeron compared to Piplup? Are you kidding? Yo! Look at this head, bruh! I like how I'm like asking. I guess Piplup's head is also kind of big, but yo, Piplup, dude? He's... Alright, I'm sorry, Aeron. I'm sorry. You don't deserve this. I'm just being a hater. Okay, let's see what teams are left. Chat, do we think Aeron is cute? Press 1 if you think Aeron is cute, and then press 0 if you think otherwise. You know what? I can do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll real quick. All right, let's do a poll. Oh, that's a Q&A, not a poll. Start a poll. All right, let's see it, chat. %, yes. 94. I stick to my belief. But you know, I respect you all. I respect you all. Dude, this is crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what? I haven't seen an Aeron plush. You're right. Aeron plush. Chat, should I buy one? You guys are, you know, really? Explain why it isn't cute. Its head is just so big. Like these like, I don't know. Maybe it's because it like feels kind of like, it's not a bug, but it kind of feels like, it looks like a bug to me. Nate, I took a picture and signed your Jirachi plush. Yes, it was great to meet you. I will be at Worlds this year. Yes. Honestly, I respect you all. For convincing me on the potential of Aeron. Oh, that Aeron Santos. All right. What do we got left in the team? Oh, top 8 is already decided. All right. Let's talk a little bit about Pokemon. You know what? I'm sorry. You're right. Respect. You win. Aeron is cute. You've changed my mind. Maybe I'll buy an Aeron plush after or on the stream. Did any of these happen? Switch and Oko, timeout, game over on turn 1. Crit mattered. Favorite Scarlet and Violet regulation? Whatever one I got top 4 at Vancouver Regionals in. Probably. I really enjoyed playing that one. Reg H was fun too, but I didn't really like it was mainly from a content angle. Oh, I have to vote too. Yeah, true. Wait, did I already vote? All right, well, 84% of you think Aeron is cute, so you know what, guys? I'm gonna bring it to Vancouver, and if I make it, if I'm gonna buy one, if I make it on stream, I'll put it on stream. How about that? I'll do it for you all. You all can say you were here for it. You were here. All
let's get some new battle themes. Anyone have a rec for good battle Pokemon music? What would you like to hear? Drop it in the comments real quick. We're about to get top 8 started. 8 players left in this event. Who do we have? Shiliang Tang, Carson Confer, Luca Paz, Justin Tang. This is crazy. If they all win their matches, we will guarantee have a repeat regional champion. Guarantee. But they could all lose as well. These are all really exciting matchups. I don't know much about Tanner's Pokemon history. They're using Calyrex. Goofy ahead. Andrew, what are you using? Umbreon! Yo, Oh! They gotta stream this. Come on. Check it off our bingo. We saw Luca and Dawei. We saw Tang. What's William using? Ooh, Smeargle Ursaluna Trick Room. Nice. This is kind of similar to what Alex Underhill and co brought to the NA IC. Okay, a lot of good recommendations. Irish champ theme. All right, let's do it. Iris. Bum bum. All right. Let's do it. This team kind of does slap. I won't lie. A Porygon plush and a Zangoose? Wait. We should... Let's see. Okay, I want to talk. We can have the calc open. Do we know which match we're getting? Yeah? Anyone know? Oh, we do know. Shiliang again? God, how many top cuts has Shiliang had? This guy's such a beast. Do you guys remember, like, hold on. Shiliang built some of my favorite teams in Sword and Shield. Did he... Physical Regieleki, was that him? I want to say this was him. Oh, it wasn't. He had some crazy teams, though, that I had featured on Road to Ranked. I wish I could remember who. Was it this one? Yes! Yes, okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. Yeah. Guys, this was from April 2021. I don't think Shiliang even went to any in-person tournaments because he started like playing competitive around COVID. And like, I don't know if you guys were watching my content back then, but he built this crazy team with physical Regieleki. Also, the thumbnail for this was kind of funny. You know, it's like it always has been. Yeah. So he was one of my favorite team builders during the Sword and Shield online era, and it's so cool that he like started showing up to tournaments and has just become one of the world's best players. I think not only is an incredible player, but he's easily one of the most creative team builders. He also, built Wo-Chiang Kyogre, brought it to NAIC. All right, let's see. Shiliang Tang, Tanner Mask. Oh, I can pull up the team sheets instead of taking screenshots from the stream. Doi. Why am I not doing that? Wait, so it's an Ice Rider mirror. Oh, interesting. I need to make it so that I'm not blocking you guys from seeing this. Okay, I can get rid of boom, boom, bye-bye. I don't need this AI summary. Okay, so this is Shiliang Tang's team. What mainly stands out about this team, we've seen a lot of these pieces together, you know, Landorus, Calyrex, Urshifu, but the Roaring Moon here is the new addition to this composition. We have not seen Roaring Moon with Calyrex very frequently. This has been paired with Shadow Rider more frequently, or Kyogre, but Roaring Moon here allows, of course, for a couple things. First of all, really good into Calyrex Shadow Rider. You've got that knockoff. You also have Acrobatics here with Flying Terra, does a lot of damage, and it means Calyrex Ice can function under Tailwind or Trick Room. Fairy Terra here, we saw Justin Tang use, and it basically won him the end of an endgame against Miraidon.
And another big thing here is actually the covert cloak on the Amoonguss. This means that leading Amoonguss suddenly becomes way more effective into all those fake out users like Instant and Rilla. And you also have Taunt here on Urshifu. This was something that was picking up usage going into this event because a lot of people were using Amoonguss. Amoonguss is number 2 in usage at this event. So, like, there's nothing that's really super crazy here, but the main things to call out is that we just have not seen that many people use Roaring Moon with Ice Rider. Ice Rider using the Fairy Terra here rather than some of the other Terra choices, which is really good into Miraidon with Draco Meteor. The problem is if you don't have this Fairy Terra, or this Fairy Terra, Draco one-shots like everything on this team. Oh, Wolf is back from the spa! What's up, dude? Dude, Wolf, are you playing in the tournament? What's up, man? And then Tanner's team is interesting. I can't actually remember the last time I saw Chien-Pao with Ice Rider together. A lot of similar pieces. You have Ursh, you have Amoonguss, but they have different sets here. Rocky Helmet. You've got coaching here, which is cool. I actually think that could be really relevant in this battle, but the problem is with Grass Terra, like Acrobatics is just spooky. Roaring Moon, though, is going to be really, really weak to Raging Bolt here. One of the questions is, do either player want to bring Amoonguss? Because, you know, it's obviously very good into the opposing Calorexes. We're in top 8 of the tournament right now, so only a couple of matches left. Thanks for tuning in, Wolf. Good to see you, man. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday as well. I know you were enjoying it yesterday. So, a couple things to pay attention to in this matchup. For Tanner, you don't have Tailwind, you just have Trick Room. I'm really curious to see how the Ice Raiders are trained in terms of speed, what their EV investment is. Because I personally think it's likely that Shiliang has the faster Ice Rider, given that you have Tailwind led in team. Which means Tanner might want to lean into Trick Room more. Tanner also has that safety goggles for Farigiraf, so if I were Tanner, I would definitely be thinking about Farigiraf. I definitely would be thinking about Calyrex. I would definitely be thinking about Raging Bolt as well, if you are worried about Urshifu, about Fire Pawn, about Heart Flame. But Landers is obviously quite good into the Bolt here. This team has 3 Amoonguss answers. You have Amoonguss, Farigiraf, Urshifu. I don't know, like one of the interesting things you could do if you're a Tanner is get coaching off onto your Calyrex. Fire Terra, though, is going to be weak to a lot of different things, right? Mystic Water, Urshifu, Earth Power from Landry is high horsepower, and coaching doesn't help you against the Earth Power here. But yeah, I think the main thing here is Shiliang has a lot of damage from basically everything on his team, other than Amoonguss. Tanner, on the other hand, is going to rely a little bit more on 4 of the 6 pieces. You do have Power Urshifu as well. I don't know if I love that in this matchup. Like Power Ursh, not very good until Water Terra Landorus. You obviously have Amoonguss, which could redirect damage as well. I assume this survives Ice School Crash, which would be a big deal. Roaring Moon is really, really bad for Urshifu, in my opinion. But if you can bait Urshifu out, or if you bring Roaring Moon, like Roaring Moon is not very good into Chien-Pao, basically does no damage into it. It's very weak into Raging Bolt as well. So maybe Tanner would consider, hey, if I think Moon is going to be led on the opposing side, I'll consider Bolt or Chien-Pao. Oh, the match has started? Okay, cool. The game didn't start though, right? Right? Okay. Let's block this. Go back here. Hello. Oh, I want the team sheets open on the other side of me. Oh, my rice is ready. Hello. All right, top 8. Let's go. Shiliang Tang versus Tanner Mask. Shiliang, one of the biggest names in North American VGC after starting during Sword and Shield. One of the best. Oh, there was a disconnect. Wait, what were the leads? Oh my gosh, how are we still having disconnects in 2025? Oh, it is the Urspring, and there's no Roaring Moon here on the opposing side. This means Tanner might be willing to lean into coaching. So what's scary here is you have Spore pressure here. So Shiliang could Terra this. Right? And just get a Spore off into this slot if they go with the same leads again. One of the questions I had is, does Tanner want to bring Urshifu, and does Shiliang want to bring Rory Moon to respond to the Urshifu? Because this is really good into Ursh, but it's really bad into Bolt and Ice Rider. Yeah. So let's like talk about all the possibilities that could happen from this turn 1. He's got Taunt, Surging Strikes, Water Terra. Yeah, I think basically in this position, Tanner's Urshifu right now does not put on very much offensive pressure here, right? So you can coaching, but you're coaching in front of a Urshifu that can just Surging Strikes and ignore the defense boost anyway. And the upside of coaching is then Glacial Lance. Maybe just one-shots Amoonguss, but Amoonguss can just Terra here. Shiliang on this first turn could just protect. Protect Amoonguss strikes. You could also go Terra Amoonguss and Spore immediately. If Tanner is able to like bait out a Terra and like calls it and Surging Strikes this, that would be pretty cool. I generally give the advantage to Shiliang here though, so Tanner needs to respond to the Spore pressure. And what does he have for Spore, right? He's got his own Amoonguss and Safety Goggles for a Graph. So maybe what he does is... the question is, did you really drop Bolt and Shampoo in the back? Because what you could do is essentially like U-turn out, or you could protect Calyrex, U-turn out, pivot in Amoonguss or Farigiraf. This is Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, so this is obviously really good into Shiliang's Urshifu. If you protect Calyrex, though, you're obviously vulnerable to Surging Strikes. Shiliang might just Surging Strikes into this slot. That actually seems pretty free. So you could hard switch Ice Rider out into Amoonguss and then U-turn out. But I think Ice Rider probably does not want to stay out on the field in that first turn. There is the Terra Grass, that's right, on the Urshifu on Tanner's side. But I don't think you go for... I wouldn't Terra Grass turn 1. Because you're Terraing, yes, it makes you immune to Spore, but what are you doing with Urshifu? You're clicking Surging Strikes or Close Combat. If you're U-turning out, you're not going to get hit by Spore anyway. If you're coaching, then you're going Grass Terra coaching, which doesn't feel that great, because I think Spore should go into the Ice Rider slot anyway. You could Surging Strikes or Close Combat, but then your Surging Strikes are Close Combating in front of an Amoonguss and an Urshifu, neither which are that strong. So I think Ursh probably wouldn't Terra on turn 1 is my guess. I wouldn't Terra personally in that position. What's stopping Tanner from Glacial and surging into Amoonguss? There's not a ton stopping him. The question is if you think you'll get the knockout with that. Which, I don't know. I would assume Shiliang's Amoonguss is very, very defensive. Why is Terra Grass fairly popular on Rapid Strike Ursh? Amoonguss usage is everywhere right now, so people go for Grass Terra to ignore Rage Powder and target down the partner. Anyway, I think disconnects are always unfortunate because I do think a lot of Pokemon is the lead matchup, and so revealing what leads you go for makes it really tricky. And it creates this mind game now where both players are like, well, I know what you led with in the previous game, so do I counter that lead? Do I go with the same thing? And obviously you could switch whatever Pokemon you had in the back based on what you saw your opponent to have. So, let's see. Someone called out Surging Strikes plus Glacial Lance turn 1 onto Shiliang's side. I do think that's actually a really solid play. The downside here is if Amoonguss is so defensive, it can survive Surging Strikes plus Glacial Lance when you Fairy Terra. I'm actually curious of that damage calc. I'm going to do it real quick. Let's see. Urshifu, Scarf, Amoonguss. Let's say you're max HP, max defense, surging into you as you Terra Fairy. Actually does a lot. 44 to 54. And then
Ice Rider, Glacial Lance does 38 to 46.
Yeah, so if it's max HP, max defense... oh, wait, this isn't max attack Ice Rider, though. Basically, it's possible, but there's no guarantee that Surging Strikes plus Glacial Lance knocks out Terra Fairy Amoonguss if it's very physically defensive. Okay, here we go. Same lead, but different lead. Shiliang actually does not want to bring that Amoonguss. Interesting. I wonder if that, like, he was expecting Tanner to go with more anti-Amoonguss then. Okay. Speed advantage should be on Shiliang's end, as we saw with the abilities. You're not threatened by Spore anymore, so this is a completely different scenario. He's just going for Coaching Glacial? You eat a Surging Strikes, though, on the Calyrex, right? Like, you still take so much damage from Shiliang's end. And you're probably slower as well. Yeah, this doesn't care about coaching. Shiliang's lead is nice, though, because Tanner's response to, like, Calyrex would be pivot in or Urshifu would be pivot in Amoonguss, but then Amoonguss would just feint to Surging plus Glacial. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, you get a +1 Glacial, but these resist it. And now Shiliang can just Surging this again. The coaching would be incredible in this matchup if Shiliang didn't have Mystic Water Urshifu, but he does. So... Oh, and there's no Amoonguss in the back. I mean... This is a terrible position for Tanner, I think. Like, yeah, the coaching... It's just not doing enough. Like... I mean, Ice Rider just feints here, right? Yeah, there's like no reason to not go for this. And now the problem is Tanner is stuck on the field with a coaching. I think this game is honestly over, yeah. I don't want to call too quickly, but because not only is the problem that you've lost your restricted Pokemon, the other problem is this Pokemon is doing nothing right now. Yes, you're coaching. Congrats. Like, you get a defense boost. I think Bolt... Like, this lead was actually so good by Shiliang. Tanner brought the Raging Bolt and the Amoonguss... Not the Amoonguss. The Farigiraf as an Amoonguss switch in. Now Ursh probably feels forced to switch. You do get a special attack boost here. What Terra are we? It is Electric Terra. Okay. He's just going to go for another coaching. Okay. Yeah, Terra Electric... Ooh, it's Thunderclap. I was thinking Terra Electric Thunderbolt into Ice Rider, but he might be predicting a Protect on Ice Rider. No Protect, though. Okay, so this turn works out for Tanner. I think we'll see if Protect comes out. Getting the defense boost onto this is actually quite valuable for the Ice Rider. The problem is I think there's probably a Landorus on Shiliang's end to deal with Raging Bolt. But he does get the Thunderclap play off. In this position, I think Shiliang's like, look, I'm willing to just let you get a knockout onto one of my Pokemon, but it means I get damage onto your Raging Bolt. This game isn't over by any means. I think the start was really strong for Shiliang. The main question now is, does Shiliang have that Landorus in the back? And does it outspeed Raging Bolt? It should. It could be Trick Room, could be Glacial here. Yeah, I think Shiliang's just happy to take the free damage. Oh, and a crit. Yeah. I don't know if that crit will really make that much of a difference, though. It really comes down to what Shiliang has here, and I think that's Landorus. Yeah. With Landorus in the back, I mean, Shiliang brought the perfect Pokemon here. Excellent lead, and Landorus is the one thing that covers for this. Now I think the game actually is over, unless for some reason Bolt is actually slower. If you're Tanner, you could obviously protect Bolt and switch into Farigiraf, but then the Bolt just gets sniped down next turn. Let's not forget Shiliang has Terra available as well, so... Yeah, Shiliang kind of mixing up the lead adjustment here. Not centering around Amoonguss. Yeah, like... Oh, Fire Pawn in the back for that redirection as well. Makes this even tougher. Now you can redirect away from the Urshifu later on. Yeah, the crit definitely didn't matter. Okay. Oh my gosh. Sandseer does like 60% to Frigraph. That is crazy. Now you can just Earth Power and Wood Hammer. Or actually, the Urshifu is so low on the opposing side, you can just Cudgel. Because it covers for a switch in. Tanner, like, I think the coaching on an Ice Rider just was not very effective. I think it... But it was tough because as soon with the leads, he was already in a really, really bad spot. But locking into coaching just means the Urshifu slot is, like, completely useless. Yeah. And no reason to miss Sandseer here. You should always click Earth Power. Best is Raging Bolt can double protect, but then the Ogre Pawn just one-shots the Frigraph from the range that it's at anyway. Yeah. The best that Tanner could have hoped for there is maybe double protect with Bolt or sack Urshifu and hope you're bulky enough with Frigraph to actually set up Trick Room. But not the case here. Very dominant win in game 1. So this is the problem I was talking about, right? Shiliang's Calyrex is faster. So if you're Tanner, I think you probably want to prioritize setting up Trick Room in this game. The scary thing is there might be Amoonguss. Shiliang actually should have dropped Amoonguss, right? But the problem here is he's just getting outsped so much. If you use Raging Bolt to take care of the Calyrex or Urshifu in the early game, suddenly your Ice Rider becomes a lot stronger. But I also think the Terra types in this matchup make it kind of hard for Tanner. Because, for example, this is Fire Terra. This is Grass Terra. So you take super effective damage from other Pokemon on the team if you Terra. Very dominant win by Shiliang in game 1. Really good comment, yeah. Coaching play, you have to lock into close combat. I totally agree. Since this is close combat on Ice Rider, the Glacial just does not do enough damage, right? It's like not... It doesn't put either of these in really KO range of anything that's not being KO'd anyway, other than maybe Raging Bolt, Electric Terra, Thunderclap. But yeah, no Amoonguss here means Urshifu just gets to completely dominate this game. So the obvious adjustment for Tanner is to bring in Amoonguss and switch up his leads a little bit. If you're Shiliang, though, and you expect the Amoonguss adjustment... What can you do? You have Fire Pawn. That's a really big Pokemon. I think Landorus probably feels like it needs to come out in this matchup because otherwise Raging Bolt's actually a huge problem. But if you expect Amoonguss from the opposing side, I think Fire Pawn is a good start. This Amoonguss, by the way, is Water Terra. So with Fire Pawn, there's no like electric or grass damage to double up onto Amoonguss for an immediate knockout. But you do have 2 Spore immunities immediately with Fire Pawn plus Amoonguss. So, you know, I think Tanner... should think about either setting up Trick Room with Ice Rider or Frigraph or bringing the Amoonguss into this matchup. Shiliang is happy to go with the same. There it is. Trick Room and Amoonguss. There we go. All right. Let's see where things go now. Shiliang's Urshifu, by the way, is Water Terra, but it has Taunt. So the scary... Okay, Water Terra Rage Powder means Tanner's like, look, my goal is to guarantee Trick Room up. You're probably going to taunt me, but that's fine. If I get Trick Room up, I can play the game from there. So I think this is a relatively safe approach. I like it a lot. Taunt is actually a huge move from the opposing Urshifu, though. I think it's one of the reasons why it's being run right now. So I think Shiliang has a relatively safe taunt. You could taunt Glacial Lance. You could also taunt Trick Room if you expect Trick Room to be set up and reverse it. But I think I don't mind a Glacial here because then you can just reverse Trick Room with Calyrex next turn. Yeah. All right. Trick Room is set up. So if this Urshifu didn't have Taunt, Amoonguss would be able to just start sporing everything. But now things are spooky because your Amoonguss kind of feels like it needs to switch out. Foul Play will do a lot to Ice Rider, though. Oh, okay. I like the healing here. So, of course, one of the advantages of Frigraph is you do have Foul Play. You have super effective damage. So Tanner's like, you know what? You taunted me, but I can heal myself. Right now, you probably want to consider protecting. If you protect, I get to heal back a lot as well. So I like this play by Tanner's end. I think if he can stall out the taunt, which he is going to be able to do while Trick Room is still up, then you can start sporing. Yeah, it doesn't even do half, though, which is part of the problem. And I think Surging Glacial probably actually KOs Farigiraf here. This Mystic Water plus Taunt is making all the difference right now, as opposed to your Focus Sash sets. And the Trick Room reversal. Yep. And the problem is now Amogus is taunted. You can just go for Glacial plus Surging into Farigiraf. There's nothing that can take that. Even if Ice Rider switches in, that's half your health. I think what basically Shiliang has done in this, it's a masterclass of making one Pokemon completely useless. In game 1, it was coaching Urshifu. In this game, it's Amogus. This game alone highlights why Taunt is being run on Urshifu rather than Aqua Jet, because it makes Amogus so much less effective. Looks like Shiliang actually wants to take a more conservative route, though. Goes for the switch here into Landorus. And so this covers for a preemptive switch potentially into Raging Bull. And also it does cover for Helping Hand Pollen Puff. But being able to reverse the Trick Room makes this such a nightmare. And I think, yeah. Tanner just knows there's really not much I can do here. I think part of what may have worked out in this game was using something as bait, switch in, Amogus Rocky Helmet, Urshifu loses half its health, Psychic Noise KO. But this is like a perfect game by Shiliang so far. Just absolute masterclass right now. Alright, we finally get Ice Rider in. Let's see now. Terra's already been committed on one side, but not the other. What is Shiliang's Landorus' Terra again? Yeah, he's Terraing the Landorus, isn't he? It's Water Terra, so I think you just always Water Terra here. Yeah. Oh, no! He Terra's Ursh. Okay. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that. But I guess he could just Protect and then Taunt. Or Protect Surging. Oh, wait. I see. Amogus is still taunted, so he just Earth Power Water Terra Surging Strikes. I forgot Taunt was not worn off yet. Yeah. This is just a KO, right? First one did 30. No, 40? Yeah. Wow, this is unbelievably dominant. Just phenomenal play. Like, this entire set was a 2v1. Tanner had one Pokemon that was a detriment by being out on the field. I hope if you wanted to point to a game and to answer the question why use Taunt in this format and why use Taunt on Urshifu specifically, point people to this game. This is such a beautiful meta call too, because Mentorb is an item on Amogus, but so few people are running it. Almost everyone's using Rocky Helmet. And so, with no one using Mentorb, Amogus just gets shut down so easily. And the Thunderclap comes, but it's just going to be a taunt as well. Earth Power just gets the knockout. I mean, truly nothing Tanner could do, I think, after the early game here. It's just insane play by Shiliang. And Taunt, I think, was the MVP of this. But, wow. 11-1. Shiliang Tang moves on to top 4. Another regionals medal for him. And I think it was going to be an uphill battle for Tanner here to begin with. I think this lead makes sense. Tanner was like, look, I'm trying to go for Trick Room. The problem is the taunt shuts you down so much. So you need a little bit of offense out on the field, or you need to take care of the Urshifu by switching the Rocky Helmet Amogus in. But I think in game 1, coaching just set Tanner back really significantly. Why didn't Tanner switch Amogus out after the taunt? That is a good question. I think he was hoping to stall out. I think he maybe wasn't expecting the Trick Room reversal in the second turn, or second turn of the game. And he was like, okay, I can stay in with Amogus because I can at least heal my Farigiraf off. Like, imagine if Ice Rider goes for... Well, actually, honestly, even if it went for Glacial here, it probably still KOs Farigiraf. So I do think Amogus switch probably would have made sense into Ice Rider this turn here. Yeah, I think it would have been more optimal. I think Tanner here was hoping, like, oh, like, you just attack. Maybe you knock me out. I get a free switch in under Trick Room. And then I can, like, Pollen Puff and Thunderclap and Glacial Lands. I think here Shiliang not actually getting a knockout is very advantageous for him because this is a very passive duel. This is one of the inherent problems with Frigg Amoongus. I think in turn 1 of this game, by the way, you could also go for damage immediately because you have Psychic Noise and Foul Play. What Terra is Friggraph here? Water Terra. So I think this game could have actually been turn 1, Protect Amoongus, Water Terra, Friggraph, Psychic Noise, or Trick Room. This is like turn 2. Turn 1 was a taunt. The other question is, where do we think Shiliang launched taunt into, right? Because he went for Rage Powder here. But I think, yeah, turn 1 immediately. Like, you need to get rid of the Urshifu. The goal, I think, ideally is to use Spore with the Amoongus under Trick Room. The problem is Shiliang probably has Fire Pawn in the back, so even if he got Trick Room up, Fire Pawn can just go for Follow Me, redirect Spore, and then Calyrex just reverses Trick Room. It seems really hard. But yeah, I think game 1, it felt like maybe he was just expecting the Amoongus once again, and his way of dealing with the Amoongus was like Strikes plus Glacial. But, you know, Shiliang is a very, very expert player. He's top cut worlds. He's won regionals before. I think for Tanner, this might be his best tournament run ever. So you have to, you know, remember that sometimes there can be big matchup differences in terms of experience and skill. And I think, once again, I want to reiterate, it's like so hard because stream games often don't capture a player's true potential, right? And we've had today, we've actually, like yesterday, I felt like we had a lot of like really close matches, 3-game sets. But yeah, I think the lead was just too passive here. Oh, it's his first time on stream as well. Yeah, so, you know, I'm sure he would have preferred for it to have gone a little bit better, but I hope he can be proud of him, you know, getting top 8. Really incredible run. No shame in losing to Shiliang. But yeah, I think like Frigg Ursh is an interesting lead because you pressure Charging Strikes plus Foul Play. You just need more damage from the start, I think. And with Frigg plus Ursh, you have, yeah, like Helping Hand, you have Psychic Noise Close Combat as well. But the lead was just entirely too passive in this. And like, yeah, I was mentioning setting up Trick Room. The idea behind that is right, but if you're setting up Trick Room, you need Amoongus to ideally at least be able to get a Spore off. And then, like I said, I think there's probably Fire Ogre Pawn in the back as well. Oh, that's good context. They actually played yesterday, yeah, in the last round of Swiss. So it just feels like Shiliang probably had figured this matchup completely. And I wouldn't be surprised if Tanner was like, it already feels doomed, so let me just try something maybe new. But that's really good context. Thank you for sharing that. All right. Shiliang looks insane in this tournament. I'm really impressed. He's unbelievably good. What do we get here? Any of these? We definitely had some of these, right? To be honest, I feel like there's a lot of really good players without Worlds wins, and people don't give them credit for even top 16 in a tournament. Is impressive. Yeah, I think Pokemon is a really hard game. Having played this game for a long time, there's so many incredibly skilled players. It's easy to judge someone just based on one tournament run or maybe one stream game, but it doesn't capture a lot of the, you know, true potential and true skill that they have. So, game over on turn 1. Yeah, honestly, this game did feel over on turn 1. Or game 1 felt over on turn 1. Was disconnect on here? We did have a visible head shake, but it wasn't from a game-losing play. It was from bad RNG. Oh, Trick Room and reverse Trick Room. I think someone had said that on the same turn, but you know what? It's good enough. I'll take it. Did I get my rice? No, I'm actually going to heat up some food real quick. So I'm going to insert a bunch of ads. Let me know what you guys get. If anyone gets a really good ad draw, let me know. But I'll be back. That was a fast set, but I think we probably are going to get the next game started pretty quickly. So, okay, BRB. All right, folks. Did no one get ads? It's so cooked. What? I'll push the button a billion times. Do we have a game yet? Nope. All right. Well, we are down to how many players left? Do we have updates on any of the matches yet? No ads. Oh, wow. Have you ever top cut Worlds? Yes. Multiple times. But many years ago. Many, many years ago. Top 8 in seniors in 2012 and then top 4 in masters in 2013. I was one game away in 2014 with the 4-2 record. Justin Tang won? That's crazy. Dude. This team that they cooked for the tournament really seems like a brilliant call. Entrance fee required for entering a regional? Yeah, there is an entrance fee. It's normally around $60 US, I think. Alright. Shadow Rider for Ride on for this one. It is so crazy I can say back in my day. I've been playing this game for so long. One sec, guys. All right. Let's see. Second top 8. Luca Paz, who won regionals with Palmont, Dondozo in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. He was one of the most prominent Koraidon players. When I thought of Koraidon, he was like one of the players that was always on top. And he's using basically what's very similar to what he is kind of been comfortable with the entire time. Of course, he's got Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu is going to be pretty darn good into Howrek Shadow Rider. Let me open the team sheets, actually. Let's see. Luca, Dawei. Okay. So, Luca, one of the really cool things about watching him yesterday was his willingness to just lead Ditto. Ditto, I think, is actually a very interesting Pokemon to pay attention to in this matchup because being able to copy Calyrex Shadow Rider when you have Focus Sash is a really, really big deal. So I would pay attention to that in the matchup. What I'm curious about is Dozo Ting Lu from Dawei. Dawei previously played on stream, did not bring that Pokemon out at all. But this is Dragon Terra Dozo. It's got Yawn. It's obviously got Fisher. Ting Lu here, complete nightmare for, you know, Chi Yu to go up against. You've got that Stealth Rock, you've got that Sand Tomb as well. I think, like, one of Luca's goals will probably be to copy that Calyrex Shadow Rider with Ditto, potentially, in this matchup. For Dawei, you also have Dark Terra on the Shadow Rider, so this does give you a resistance, you know, if the Ditto ends up copying you. But, of course, if you Dark Terra, it does open up some new weaknesses, like Collision Course from Koraidon. I think the thing is, Dawei's team just feels unfamiliar, right? Luca's probably used to playing against, like, Hyper Offense Calyrex, like what's in the bottom here, but Dozo and Ting Lu just adds a whole new layer, whole new dimension. I know if I were playing against this, I honestly would be a little confused in game one. I'm trying to think what Luca would mainly want to lead. Like, what are Pokemon you definitely want to bring and don't want to bring? AV Bolt. It's really, really bad into Ting Lu. It's okay into Dozo with Thunderbolt, but honestly, you probably just get put to sleep by Yawn. Flutter does give you speed control, but there's no Shadow Ball in Flutter, which is a big deal, because it means you don't force the Terra out of Calyrex. Obviously, you want Koraidon. Koraidon, Ditto, Chi Yu feel like the main starting points if I'm in Luca's shoes, and for Dawei's end, obviously Calyrex, but could this be a Dozo Ting Lu game? Like, I really think it could be. For Koraidon, you have Psychic. If you force the Terra out of Koraidon, it's Fire Terra. There's actually not a ton to take advantage of that Fire Terra. I'm very intrigued by Dozo here. I think Dozo's Yawn Pressure, personally, I think is very good. And so, if Luca needs to respect Dozo, he needs to bring, obviously, one of Ogerpon or Raging Bolt. I like Raging Bolt a bit more because it's Dragon Terra Dozo. So, if it Terras, you can still hit it for super effective damage. Dawei has been playing for quite a long time, yes. They've gotten multiple top 16s and 32s at NAIC, and played at Baltimore Regionals and got top 4 there, too. Navji, I didn't know you played Luca and then winning it. That's an intense matchup. Yeah, sounds like the Koraidon is bulky then if he's using the exact same Koraidon from Worlds. So Luca, yeah, 1 game away from top cutting Worlds as well with this. Those are just Dozo Ting Lu with Calyrex. Like, I wanted to see it come out here. I think if you're Dawei, the Koraidon is definitely one of the scariest Pokemon in terms of offense. And you won't be able to one-shot it unless you, like, get a Life Orb Psychic off into it. So, Dawei just has to be careful about trades with the Koraidon, because if Koraidon knocks you out, you know, it has Flame Charge as well, right? So it can boost up its speed fairly quickly. One of the questions is, does Dawei want to bring Whimsicott? Because Whimsicott will faint so easily to Koraidon. You will force the Fire Terra out, but Dawei doesn't actually have a ton to take advantage of that post-Fire Terra. Dozo Ting Lu, there it is. Yep, here we go. Okay. All right. This might just be some early trapping. He doesn't have Flame Charge, really? He does. At least on this open team sheet. Wait, has he selected his moves? What? Why am I being told he has no Flame Charge? Okay, let's see. So, the thing about Dozo Ting Lu is it can be really disruptive. You can trap things in immediately. It's going to be that Fairy Terra Ting Lu here. It's kind of just a good neutral Terra. Spiky Shield, yep. And just double protect. So, I mean, advantage to Luca here because you bait out the Terra on turn 1. And you bait out the protect from Dozo. Nice play. Now Luca can pressure Collision Course plus Power Whip. Stealth Rock comes out though. Woo! Okay. Very interesting turn 1. Like I said, it could be Collision Course Power Whip now onto Dozo. The question is, can you switch anything in? Urshifu can't take it. Dozo, I don't think will take it. Wims can take it, but will Wims be in the back? You don't want to switch in Shadow Rider, obviously. This is a really interesting turn. The other question is, do you even think you knock out Dozo with Collision Course plus Power Whip? Maybe Dozo's max HP, max defense, and even survives that? Okay, yeah. If you're going for a Fire Terra Flame Charge, I assume you think you'll get this KO. Dozo does stay in, though. So this means it'll likely go down unless it's actually bulky enough to survive this. Or Power Whip misses. It misses! Oh! Oh my god! I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure Power Whip would have knocked out Dondozo even if connected. That's why I was saying Collision Course would have made... Collision Course is slightly stronger, right? Even with Sun Up. Rocks the Brick Ditto Sash if it comes. Yep, that's a really good observation. Okay, I'm gonna do the damage calc on the side real quick. Because I wouldn't be surprised if this was max HP, max defense Dozo. And that collision course, like, I mean, that flame charge did nothing. That's why I was thinking he needed a collision course. Ogre Pawn into Dondozo. Power Whip. If you are max HP, max defense. Bold. Power Whip is 59 to 70%. I actually think Dozo would have taken that even if it didn't miss. Yeah. That's a pretty strong flame charge. I'm surprised he went flame charge into Dozo then. If your goal is to knock out Dozo, I think you want a collision course there. Oh my goodness, the bulk on the Ting Lu! What? Oh, this is gross. Power Whip miss and Ting Lu surviving on a sliver. Now everything's getting yawned. What is Luca's response to Dondozo? Wait, that was Flare Blitz as well, not even Flame Charge. Oh my gosh. Wait, the bulk, this is crazy. Okay, so if you're Luca now, you've already expended a lot of resources. You really don't want that Koraidon to fame, but the Yawn is so effective here because it forces Koraidon to switch out or take the sleep, which means Shadow Rider can come out. I think Dawei's in a really, really good spot right now. Especially because there's still Calyrex in the back with Dark Terra. Oh, wait, you can't Dark Terra anymore, though. Okay, he's just going to go for the collision course here. Makes sense. But now you just have 2 sleeping Pokemon. Well, Koraidon's just going to faint, actually, yeah. Yeah, this is gross. I think, Luca's lead seems like it exerts so much offense into, into Dawei's end, but Dawei's Pokemon are so bulky, it can even survive all these hits. There's the Ditto, yeah. I mean, with Sash Ditto, if you win the Speed Tie, Sash is not relevant because it's broken by Stealth Rocks, but if you win a Speed Tie and get the Astro off into Calyrex, like, it could still save you, and you do have Icy Wind Speed control from Flutter. But Luca has to get out of these next couple of turns, as Ogre Pawn is just not doing much. Flutter is really weak in the spot. I'm sorry, Koraidon couldn't switch because of Stealth Rocks. The Rocks has actually been really impressive. Like, I felt like Luca managed to exert a lot out of Dawei in turn 1. Yeah, I wish we could have seen the Power Whip connect, because I really don't think Dozo faints to Power Whip plus Flame Charge. I think Luca, not knowing what that damage is, though, puts him at a disadvantage going into the next game. So Ting Lu faints. Ogre stays asleep. Just another yawn. This is also gross because there's no Shadow Ball on Flutter main, and now Photosynthesis wears off, so Calyrex Shadow Rider can just come out now. I guess you could use Ditto. Okay, well, there's the booster energy, actually. I forgot about that. But still, like, the problem is you don't have Shadow Ball here. But without Sun, Dozo's wave crashes suddenly actually become significant as well. Yep, there's Shadow Rider. Okay, I see Wind switching to Ditto makes sense. The problem here is Astral Barrage just KOs Ditto because of the rocks. So as long as Dawei clicks Astral Barrage here, the game's over. We essentially have to do this because otherwise you won't be able to copy Calyrex. But this, I don't know. It just seems... Dawei's only reason, like... Oh! Oh, okay. I think Dawei was probably worried about Icy Wind, Ogre Palm, Wake Up, Ivy Cudgel, or Power Whip into Calyrex. The Ditto has hit the field now, and you do have Icy Wind speed control. This, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, but the Wave Crash probably just KOs you. Oh, never mind. That actually did nothing. Oh, we have a game now. Wait, does it matter? Yeah, because you fall asleep. Never mind. You don't have Icy Wind speed control. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. If he didn't have to yawn, then yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, it matters if you win a speed tie here, actually. No, it does matter. It still does matter. But it's crazy that it actually could come down to a speed tie between the Calyrexes. Whereas if Calyrex had just clicked Astral Barrage there, it would have been game over. But I think Dawei was worried about early Wake plus, I don't know, Moonblast Ivy Cudgel or Icy Wind Ivy Cudgel. But I don't even think that KOs Calyrex, so I would have liked to see Calyrex just attack there, personally. I think the fact that it's come down to a position where it could just be a speed tie determining the game is really impressive for Luca, given how bad the early game felt. Ditto has Sash, but the Sash has been broken. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Dawei does not have a Sash on Calyrex, folks. It's a Focus Sash. Is this Whimsicott? Nice for Dawei. This is big, yeah. Dawei does not risk the speed tie, but oh, it's the substitute. Does go for the sub rather than, oh, and the wave crash. Whereas if Dawei had just clicked Astral there, if you win the speed tie, you win on the spot. If you lose the speed tie, you still break the substitute. This is really interesting now. I think it probably is still okay for Dawei because you can just Tailwind Wave Crash now, and Ditto doesn't get the knockout. The Flutter main here is completely useless, but Luca's made the right plays to at least keep himself in the game, in my opinion. This game could have ended a lot sooner. Oh, does Whimsicott have Encore? That's a good question. Hold on. Oh, it has Encore. Never mind. It's over. It's over. Oh. But I want to be clear. Luca doesn't know what Dawei's 4 Pokemon is here, right? So you're like, okay, look. If I want any chance of winning this, I need to go for some Hail Mary plays anyway. And if somehow you switch out and your last Pokemon isn't Whimsicott, it at least keeps me in the game. But this was very clinical from Dawei. Like, I don't think Dawei actually took any risks in this battle and was still able to win pretty convincingly. I can't believe the freaking Ting Lu survived a double up. Like, Fire, Terra, Flare Blitz in Sun plus Ogre Pawn. I would say what's impressive about this is Dawei played around the speed tie risk, and just didn't really care for Ditto. Setting up that early Stealth Rocks, though, was a really big deal to make sure Calyrex couldn't just take advantage. I feel like Encore shouldn't work through sub. Yeah, it's one of those weird interactions. This was crazy. But But I think like Luca, because it could have been I guess he didn't want to risk missing Power Whip. Like, I think the Pokemon just hung off for way too long. Yeah, Power Whip would have gotten that knockout onto Ting Lu. So, I think there are a couple of really big turns in this game. I think Luca needs to get those knockouts a lot sooner. And turn 1, I actually think worked out really well for him because you bait out the Terra and the Protect. But by baiting it out, it means this next turn, you need to capitalize off of it, right? And yes, the Power Whip miss was a disaster, but because Luca went for Flame Charge anyway, I really don't think Dozo was fainting here unless you went for Collision Course, right? So it might let Dozo would have already or even survived the turn. I wish we could have seen exactly what that damage calc looks like, though. And then the other turn here, Luca doesn't want to risk missing Ivy Cudgel, or sorry, Power Whip into Ting Lu. And honestly, who could blame him, right? Like, I would expect Flare Blitz and Ivy Cudgel to KO, but this Ting Lu is so bulky, it even survives that double up. This is just a complete disaster, right? Because now Rocks is up, Yawn is being spread, Sand Tomb is being spread. There's just like nothing Luca can do. Flutter Mane in this matchup feels so bad because it does no damage. It doesn't even have Shadow Ball. If you're bringing Flutter Mane, it's basically an Icy Wind bot. So one of the other questions is, do you even bring Flutter Mane again into this matchup? I actually would consider dropping it. If I had Shadow Ball, I would bring it to force a Terra out, but because there's no Shadow Ball, I think I would lean into... I don't know, like Raging Bolt at least is super effective into Dozo. The problem is, oh, wait, game 2? Hold on. I was talking so much I didn't realize the second game had started already. We saw the blind Ditto lead. This is what Luca has often done when he's down a game, and it copies the Ting Lu. This is fascinating. Oh, and Ogre missed Power Whip again? What? No way. Who did that go into? It will go one into Dozo. Okay, so kind of split its damage. I love the decision to just send it, but brutal miss there. Man. And unfortunately, you don't really have a better option on Rock Ogre Pawn. You don't want to run Wood Hammer. Really good comment. Patrick points out if you put on the left side, you might have wanted Dozo, and Dawei actually swap places. Very few people intentionally think about the Ditto placement. And so they kind of just mindlessly click the Pokemon in the same order, so swapping the orders can actually make a difference. Oh, Ogre protects, but it's just more Runations. I think what's beautiful about this team is Calyrex Shadow Rider is one of the most broken Pokemon in terms of damage, but there are a lot of things that will be able to survive in Astral Barrage. When you add Runation and Stealth Rock on top of it, even if you resist Astral Barrage, you might still feign to it. So, what this team does really well is this lead is so disruptive in the early game, you deplete so many resources from your opponent, then you just get Calyrex out under Tailwind, Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, GG, shake my hand. So let's see how Luca gets out of this. I think, like, once again, Power Whip should not be a one-hit knockout onto Dondozo, but not getting any damage onto it is brutal. What Luca wants to do is set it up so that another, like a Collision Course, will be able to just KO. But the main thing is, if you're in this position, you're probably so frustrated, but your tournament life is on the line. You gotta just keep playing. What's happened is happened. Forget about it. Oh my... What's so tough is the inability to get one-hit knockouts. These Pokemon just don't faint. Like, the fact that there needs to be 2 resources dedicated just to knock out one Pokemon makes this so tough. It's absolutely nuts. But it's not over, because I think you do get Koraidon out, right? And a Flame Charge for a speed boost, so... Shadow Rider can't just get blown up. So Dawei recognizes this, says, I'm going to protect probably Tailwind. Actually, I don't even think you need to protect. I think you can just probably Wave Crash here. Because you actually kind of want your Dozo to faint, because it would give you the free switch in. Yeah, if you're Luca right now, you do not want to get a knockout. You have to be very careful, because if Tailwind gets set up and you get a KO and Calyrex comes in for free, it just Astral Barrages everything from this point onwards. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're going to see Ditto copy Whimsicott. Whoa. Okay. This is a really fun battle to watch. I think seeing Luca try to figure this out in real time has been fascinating. I like the idea here. I think Luca's goal is to set up Tailwind, match Tailwind, and then use Flutter for Icy Wind speed control to drop Calyrex's speed so that you can outpace it. But this is awkward because if you set up Tailwind, well, you take the sleep. This is what makes the Dozo so tough to deal with. Dawei can just keep... It's like a fun, awkward battle because Dawei can just keep clicking Yawn on the Pokemon that swaps out every time. Both of them are just like... Dawei's just waiting for Calyrex to come out and click Astral Barrage, but they have to be very careful about like when to bring it out, right? To me, I still favor Dawei's position because it's a taking time bomb with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but Dawei needs to get it out properly. And not just carelessly throw it away. But Dawei has been playing very meticulously, so I don't expect them to. It's mainly a question of how they get to that game state. So Luca's like, look, I need to match your Tailwind. I'm going to accept the sleep. It's fine. That's a lot of damage from Moonblast. Not bad. Special attack drop as well. And Yawn. Rocks are up. Yeah, Wolf. Shutting down the Ditto, by the way, is a really big deal because it means that now Shadow Rider, even if you copy it, Ditto will have to guarantee take a turn of sleep. So the win condition of using Shadow Rider under Tailwind and winning a speed tie is now out. Which means I think Luca's win condition is Koraidon one-shotting Calyrex. But you need Ogerpon and Koraidon out. He's hoping... I think Luca's hoping Whimsicott goes down here. It's just being ignored. Moonblast and Wave Crash. Ogre faints. The sun was up. I'm actually not sure it would KO with, without the crit. Luca's trying his best. I certainly respect it. This is just so tough. So Dozo heals. I mean, Koraidon's at, like, what, 1 life after coming out? Whims is about to go down. Here's the other problem. If you bring the Koraidon out, Wave Crash just KOs you, but if you protect, then you just get Encored. I feel like Luca's pinned here. Yeah, you can see he's really taking his time, and I certainly would be as well. The problem is, this Flutter Mane just doesn't do damage. Like... Dozo could 1v3. There's not even, like, Calyrex might not even need to come out right now. The early Power Whip miss really hurt because if you hit that Power Whip, it doesn't knock out Dozo, but then it puts it low enough where maybe, like, a Moonblast or Collision Course can KO. But to be honest, I think Dozo can then just protect, heal back more. But it's a shame we never even got to see that Power Whip damage calc. But I want to make it very clear, like, even at those Power Whips hit, it's not like Luca just wins the game. He at least just has a better chance of winning. This is so impressive because the last time we saw Dawei play, it was just a Calyrex Shadow Rider masterclass. In this, it's not about Calyrex at all. It's so impressive. And I want to make it very clear, I have never seen anyone use Whimsicott with Dozo, Tinglu, Calyrex in this format. These are all ideas that independently exist, but for someone to combine all of them onto one team, not nearly as common. Okay, knockout finally happens. a yawn instead of a wave crash. Okay. I still don't see the out here, though, because Koraidon needed to get a speed boost before Calyrex hits the field, and I think Dozo alone just doesn't take enough damage. Calyrex finally hits the field, but I honestly low-key think Dawei may have been able to win even without the Calyrex. Although I guess then you'd have to worry about Ditto copying you, and then you ended in a Fisher endgame. But I think now it's literally just... Protect. Astro Barrage. GG. Ditto took a sleep turn, so I think the hope is Ditto copy CSR and one-shots everything. Yeah, I feel like it does... Oh, I mean, it does just... Moonblast was actually not bad damage. I'm actually surprised it wasn't a double protect there, but I don't think it ends up mattering, because Flutter now... Wait, hold on. Yeah, Dondozo actually took enough damage there. So, early wake and a win a speed tie. Right? Is that what it comes down to? One turn wake into speed tie win? Because Ditto had taken a speed turn. Wasn't it better to double protect there? What am I missing? I'm definitely missing something. Because this... Yeah, I think letting Ditto copy Calyrex like this for free is really rough. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, the opposing side hasn't even Terra'd yet, right? Never mind, you just Dark Terra. Oh, but you can Moonblast the Dark Terra, but I don't think that KOs. But Moonblast could crit, so Moonblast into Astro maybe gets the KO. Yeah, you could hard switch into Ditto, but then with Dark Terra, I think you're fine with that, right? Oh, but Flutter has to take its turn to sleep, so this was always guaranteed, I think. Yeah, never mind. I forgot about Dark Terra. Yeah. You know, like, what makes I'm struggling keeping track of all the sleep and all the yawns and everything, so playing this must be even harder, you know what I mean? Because it's like... You have to factor in so many different things here. You're like, oh, if I switch, well, Stealth Rocks will hurt me. If I go for, like, Yawn is hitting me. At what point, like, when you play against Yawn, sometimes you just have to send it and, like, attack. But never mind. Dawei literally, like, there was no risk to any of that. Like, it was just clinical. It was unbelievable. That was just immaculate. I think I really like what Luca was trying throughout this set, though. You could see that he was like trying to figure out unique ways to win, but what do you do into Dozo Ting Lu? I really wish we could have seen a couple of like double ups to get knockouts early. The problem for Luca in this matchup, in my opinion, is that Dawei was able to just like survive with way more attacks than I would expect with both Dozo and Ting Lu. Super, super cool. Yeah, I agree. This is one of those matches where I do feel like we were robbed of a better set because Power Whip missing on both, I think, drastically impacts the set. I think it's still in Dawei's favor, but if Luca gets that damage off, we can see him put on a lot more pressure aggressively. You have such little room to miss those Power Whips in this matchup because, like, any Pokemon surviving at any turn means another Yawn, another Runation, another Sand Tomb, and you're not very bulky with a lot of these Pokemon either, right? So, yeah, like... The opportunity, like, missing just relates into, like, such big holes. And, yeah, I really like this comment. The cognitive load Dawei's team forces on you is going to cause you to make mistakes. Because, like, you're constantly thinking, shoot, like, do I switch out of this Yawn? Oh, if I do, I'm taking Rocks damage. Is that okay? Like, does that put me in a bad condition? Dawei has a lot of good defensive Terras as well, right? Like, all the Terras are defensive that we've seen. With Fairy Ting Lu as well as Dragon Dozo. I mean, that wasn't relevant, but Dark Shadow Rider. And... I need to reiterate once again, like, we saw Dozo Ting Lu as a winning combination for a non-restricted format. This is not a new concept to competitive VGC, but it has not been used really in Regulation G very much. Can I go back to Game 2, Turn 1? Yes, sure. But yeah, like, you know, one thing I want to call it is also because in these end games, I was like, oh, maybe there's a chance Dawei can win or lose. But in reality, it was just a guaranteed win with how they were playing, which was really impressive. Like, and that's what you need to do. When you see Ditto on the opposing side, Dawei's like, look, I need to set up Stealth Rocks so that the Sash is broken. I need to ideally conserve my Terra with Shadow Rider. If I'm not conserving my Terra, I need to make sure that I check the Ditto sooner than later or have Tailwind to match. Or sorry, outspeed. And I think Dawei knew exactly what to do in this one. Sorry, I wanted turn 1 of this game, right? I wish I could have live reacted to Ditto coming out. That's really cool. Yeah. I think one thing that, like, Luca's team is not easy to play because you have to be willing to lean into the random Ditto leads, and that's not the easiest thing to do. But he's very skilled at it. Yeah, so turn 1, Ditto copies here. Luca, I think, probably would have preferred to see Dondozo. If you copy Dondozo, you can yawn and even pressure with Fisher. Copying the Dozo on the opposing side is actually really nice because, like, you do have more rooms to go for Fishers. You're probably going to get put to sleep by Yawn, but you're also not getting KO'd anytime soon. Well, I guess you'll eat up Runation. You don't have leftovers either, but I don't know. I think it's like with Dozo, it can be a little bit more disruptive, whereas I think Ting Lu wasn't as helpful in this position. But wow, it was so cool to see the complete different mode of Dawei's team because we had seen the Tailwind route, like hyper offense, and now we're seeing the really, really bulky combo. And yeah, it's really rare in my opinion to see a Shadow Rider team that has these two completely distinctive modes. What's really cool is if you look at the remaining players, like who do we have? It's Shiliang, Dawei, Justin Tang. I think these are all like slightly newer teams that we have like and concepts, right? Like Shiliang, Roaring Moon plus Ice Rider was not something that people were really using as a combination. The only time I'd really seen Roaring Moon was on Shadow Rider teams with Wheezing Dozo or on Kyogre teams. So this is like a new combo in itself. And then with Dawei, it's just combining Dozo Ting Lu. So those are, and then we have Andrew, who's our 4th semifinalist. Koraidon with Umbreon. Umbreon reaches top 4. Really cool. A lot of 2-0s today, though, compared to yesterday. Really interesting. Umbreon and Entei. I love that. Very cool. What a banger. Wait, so the Tangs play each other in top 4? Let's look at this team. This is so cool. Scale Shock Koraidon? It's like, who needs a speed boost from Flame Charge if I have a Dragon type attack? Clear Amulet? That's for frauds. I actually want to talk about this real quick because Flutter Entei is something that Michael Kelch used on his Zamazenta team, and I used something very similar at Worlds. Obviously, with Koraidon being intimidated doesn't feel great. Flutter Entei is a nasty lead for Incineroar because you can't fake out either. Or, I mean, I should say you can't flinch Entei with Inner Focus and Flutter's Ghost type. So with Flutter Entei, you can just straight up like Icy Wind, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast plus Stone Edge with Choice Band. That's just a KO onto Incineroar. So people will sometimes probably want to lead Incineroar into this comp because they see the Koraidon without Clear Amulet, run into Flutter Entei lead, and just get popped immediately. Wait, the Tangs won't face until finals? I need to get a bracket here. Where are the brackets? There we go. Yeah, that's right. They're on the opposite side. All right, that's hype. So we got Ice Rider, Koraidon, and Shadow Rider. Calyrex is so back, baby. Why is Entei so popular on Zama comps? It was really mainly the Zama team that Michael Kelch made. But basically, it's because it has so much synergy with Flutter. Like, Zama doesn't like going up against Ghost Terra Incin, for example, so if you can eliminate Incin early, it's good. Entei also is often, like, Shampals are on those comps, so you can normal Terra, Extreme Speed, which is just ridiculous amounts of damage, and Entei can one-shot a lot of things with Sword of Rune as well. The newer Zama teams we're seeing, though, replace Entei with Chi-Yu, often with Choice Scarf. Did it ever leave? No, not actually. But if you look at, for example, last week's tournament in Birmingham regionals. Let's see. One Ice Rider in top 8. That would say no Shadow Rider at all. One Ice Rider, one Shadow Rider. Yeah, if you look at the top 16, like there's 3, 4 Calyrex. I guess 25%, that's not bad. Whereas we're at 75% Calyrex right now. My cam is off? Yeah, I know. Thanks. I'll bring it back. I was mainly doing it so you guys can see the open team sheet a little bit better here, so I'm not blocking. Oh, man. 3 games left in this tournament. 3 games? 4 games left in this. Yeah, 3 games. 2 semifinalists and a finalist. So Ice Rider did dominate Brazil regionals. That's correct. So very different story there. Guys, it was more of a tongue. It was not a very, very serious comment, but I do think people were wondering where Calyrex was from last weekend because it generally was like not as dominant on the top tables. And a lot of the best players decided not to bring either of the Calyrexes, right? Like, if you look at this tournament, who are the most well-known European players? Like Oliver, Alex, Federico, Flavio, Marcus, Marco, Taryn. Like, none of them brought Calyrex, right? And so sometimes you have to ask yourself, hey, if a lot of the best players in this region are not bringing Calyrex, is that because they don't believe in it or they've found something that's maybe even stronger? But I think that's what makes this format really fun, is that like everything is really viable. So I would not take too much stock from one tournament's results alone, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna get some water real quick, refill up before... Oh, bingo, yes. Did we check off any more from that last one? Surely Ting Lu is under 0.5% usage, right? Let's see. Surely. 1.5? That's crazy. Wow. Umbreon is going to be, though. No! Umbreon's higher than 0.5? What? Wow. That's crazy. So we're not going to see a higher than... Or what's Did? Surely Diddle's above 1%, yeah. I realize it's so small on the screen, you guys probably can't see very well. There you go. Invisible focus sash. I do feel like we had that as well. Does anyone remember? I'm gonna get some water. Please enjoy these potential ads. I'm not sure if you'll see any. All right. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, we actually have a match ready. Let's go. Cool. All right, we'll go back to bingo in a bit, but for now we are down to top 4 here at San Antonio. There are 3 games left, and we are about to see Koraidon with loaded dice hit the stream. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, let's get it. No more relaxing music. It's time to get into some intense battle music. Oh yeah. Alright, folks. Top 4 here in San Antonio. A new Koraidon team has hit the field, and it's Andrew, his best tournament run yet. I actually don't know if he has any other major accomplishments. It's my first time seeing his name, so it's especially cool to see him here. Koraidon, Umbreon, Raging Bolt, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, and Entei. Of course, using a slightly unconventional Koraidon set here. What restricted do I have winning it all? I think I'm putting my eggs in Dawei. Dawei has looked so impressive. I mean, Dawei and Shiliang, I think both have looked so impressive. And if Dawei beats Justin Tang, it's the exact same team as Shiliang is using. I haven't thought about the matchup very much, but I think Dozo Tinglu just seems like such an unexpected combo to fight against. I think yesterday, by the way, on the bingo card, we had like someone debut in their debut tournament against top 8. That might be the case for Andrew here, which would be incredible. So a couple notes about this Koraidon team. Let me see if I can actually pull up the team sheet for you all. Got some really unique things. Loaded Dice Koraidon, Foul Play Taunt, Yawn, Moonlight, Umbreon. We're up. We have an Among Us team from the opposing side. I actually think Umbreon's going to be a key player in this matchup. Koraidon, Umbreon for sure. Flutter, I think, is valuable because of that Focus Sash, and you pressure with Fairy Terra, or just like Moonblast and Icy Wind speed control. But Scale Shot here, super, super cool. And then on the opposing side, we've got... Let's update. Nope. Shiliang Tang's team. Of course, a newer take on Ice Rider with that Roaring Moon here. So one thing I'm really curious about in this matchup is Umbreon here has Taunt, and then there's also Taunt here on the Urshifu. So I think the Taunts can both be really valuable. If you can Taunt the Umbreon before it gets anything off, it does have Foul Play and Moonblast. I mean, low-key, Moonblast Poison Terra can actually put in some work into Ice Rider. This ignores Amoonguss as well. So I'm really excited to see this. We also see the Umbreon Flush on stream. That's cool. But I don't know. I actually think Umbreon could be a very powerful bring here. I think if I'm in Andrew's shoes, I like Flutter, Umbreon, Koraidon, and then probably one of Raging Bolt and Ogerpon is my intuition. Oh, it's a team sheet error? It's Moonlight. I mean, Moonlight would make more sense. I see. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Hold on, because it says this should be right. Yeah, it is Moonlight. Whoops. Have we had a 3-game set? Oh, the shades are on. Okay, sir. Pop off. Pop off. One of the really cool things about Foul Play user Let's Dark type is getting that same type attack bonus. Calyrex Ice Rider, by the way, of course, can get attack bonus through coaching as well. So if Ice Rider gets a boost, Foul Play might just pop it. Of course, so much offense here on the opposing side for Shiliang. Everything does a ton of damage other than the Amoonguss, which kind of closes out things. If you're Shiliang, you gotta know, okay, well, there's Poison Terra Umbreon, but you know what? If you force Poison Terra out with Urshifu, you can just Earth Power it with Landorus. I think one team that this team does exceptionally well is taking advantage of defensive Terras and being like, oh, if you want a defensive Terra this one Pokemon, well, suddenly one other Pokemon I have is just gonna hit you for super effective damage. So the question here is, if you're Shiliang, you see the Umbreon, you see the goggles. Maybe you're more scared of bringing Amoonguss. I would probably be leading the Urshifu. I think Urshifu, and Shiliang's led that a lot, like Urshifu Ice Rider, for example. I think the goal was to disrupt Umbreon. Don't let it get too many yawns and too many taunts off in the early game. This Umbreon is really meant to shut Amoonguss down as well. So if the expectation you think is for Amoonguss to come out, you bring Umbreon. But no Urshifu. Okay, it's going to be Fire Pond Ice Rider. Okay, I'm eager to see this approach. No Umbreon either. All right. And Entei does hit the field. So this is interesting. There is a lot of offense here. This is Fairy Terra. But you could just go for a Follow Me right now with this. Koraidon's going to be faster, I assume. I mean, hey, like, if Fire Terra Flare Blitz just one-shots, you Follow Me, Sacred Fire, In Sun, Choice Band. This could be really, really, really good for Andrew. Let's see. Also, when you use Entei, it feels so good if you're not clicking Stone Edge on turn 1, because Stone Edge missing is like a complete nightmare with this Pokemon. So let's see. All right. Terra's all around here. It might be Fire Terra Ogerpon just going for that Follow Me. That would be really, really nice here. Yep. I think if you don't Fire Terra Follow Me here, you get completely blown up on turn 1. So it's rare to actually see Follow Me being used as a defense, or Fire Terra being used as a defensive mechanism on Ogerpon. But this highlights one of the values of Ogerpon, right? Oh, he's just going to go Cudgel. He's not going to go Follow Me. Now, this is going to do a lot, but let's see. Okay, yeah, needed the Terra to survive there. Ooh, wait, Entei is faster. That is good information. Okay. But this may KO in return. You have so many boosts. Oh, close. Wait, this is really bad for Shiliang. You just Flare Blitz now. Yeah. You could low-key Scale Shot if you think it guarantees a KO with 4 hits. But Scale Shot could miss. The reason a Scale Shot is to get that speed boost. Okay. So we see a switch. I think you have to switch there. But what is taking a Sacred Fire right now? Landorus? I mean, that's gone. Okay. Spiky Shield. Makes sense. Flare Blitz. I don't know. Andrew's in such a good spot, I think. If he doesn't miss this Sacred. Okay. I didn't will it into existence. Yep. Choice Band Sacred Fire is already so strong. It often fails to pick up knockouts on things that take neutral damage, though. But when you add the Sun up on top, boom. And what comes out now? Ursh? This is over! This is crazy! Shiliang's looked insane this whole event, and Andrew just comes up, rolls up with Koraidon, Choice Band, Entei, and just uses Fire-type damage and goes boom, 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 boom. No Umbreon. It's actually about the Entei. This is sick. All he needs is to hit another Sacred Fire, and game 1 will be a complete domination. This is incredible. Oh my gosh. Okay, I mean, this is like so one-sided, right? So Shiliang, like, you got to be like, well, what do you do now, right? And no Sacred Fire miss, boom. And normally, people will use the Fire Resistance on Calyrex as a Terra. But this is Fairy at Calyrex, so the decision to not use a Fire Terra here is absolutely huge. You use Fairy Terra and Amoonguss for Miraidon. Now, this team has a lot of good Miraidon. It's Amoonguss in the back! Ursh in the back, I think, could have maybe given Shiliang a chance, but it's going to be the Amoonguss here. No Ursh being brought. Andrew completely dominates. Unbelievable. Wow. That was just Flare Blitz, Sacred Fire, GG, shake my hand. That was it. Oh, man. That was so sick. Oh. Okay, so what do you do if you're Shiliang? What are your fire resistances, right? Ogerpon doesn't count because it still took 50% on turn 1. If you think it's going to be Koraidon plus the Entei lead, I think Roaring Moon Landorus is what I would lead because you pressure with Tailwind plus Earth Power immediately. I think Landorus got completely popped. I think Roaring Moon probably is necessary to set up Tailwind, so the adjustment for Shiliang is Roaring Moon. But that was insane. What a game one. Wow. Absolutely insane. That was crazy. That was just pure dominance. Oh man. Okay. I also huge props to Andrew because like you're playing against like a VGC Titan in Shiliang, right? And Shiliang's looked insane this entire tournament, and he made that look like it was just nothing. So yeah, I think the adjustment Shiliang needs to go for is set up speed control with Roaring Moon. You can't let Entei just spam attacks, and so Roaring Moon Landorus I think is a very obvious adjustment for Andrew's specific lead. Now, if you think it's going to be Roaring Moon plus Landorus, you know what your adjustment is? Fluttermane comes out as a lead instead. If Fluttermane comes out, you just have Icy Wind speed control, and you can just drop your opponent's speed immediately. Icy Wind also obviously does really meaningful damage, and it means that Shiliang can only Terra one of Roaring Moon or Landorus. If Roaring Moon Terras, then Landorus takes 4x super effective damage. So I think if I'm in Andrew's shoes, I'm like, okay, your adjustment is so obvious, I think I'm bringing Fluttermane as a lead. But no Umbreon, no Urshifu, just max offense. Click powerful moves, win game. We don't even have any idea of what Andrew had in the back either, which makes this an uphill battle for Shiliang as well. The music just got so much chiller, but I need some fiery hot music because this... Let's see. Entei music. Well, let's get some Entei. There we go. Let me know if you guys can hear the music. Crazy. All right, let's see. Is it Landorus? No! What? It's the same lead? What? Okay, I think Shiliang probably goes follow me Trick Room then if you're doing this. It's got to be Trick Room. It has to be Trick Room. I think it's... Ooh, Scale Shot, Sacred Fire. Okay. So no Terra commitment here. Wait, double protect to see what you lock into? Makes sense. Yeah, okay. It has to be follow me Trick Room now, I think. Follow me Trick Room does turn it into a different game. So, but then I think Umbreon comes out under Trick Room low-key. I'll turn the music even more up just because you all asked so kindly. Okay, here we go. Wait. Fairy Terra on the Ice Rider? Okay, you don't want Sacred Fire to KO you. That makes sense. In case you think Ogerpon gets popped here. Does this KO if it gets 5? Oh, okay, no. That's actually really weak. I thought it would actually KO with 5, honestly. Someone said, why Scale Shot? I don't imagine it KOing the Fire Upon, because I think the expectation is... I mean, Flare Blitz actually would have worked out there. It probably one-shots, and then Sacred Fire, if you get the Sacred Fire into Calyrex, it probably doesn't KO, but it does so much damage. So now Trick Room should go up. Yeah. I think this approach also makes sense. I was expecting Lando Roaring Moon as the adjustment, but I think this is fine. Okay. Wait, do we see... Yeah, what is the speed interaction here? This is big. Because if the Entei just outspeeds under Trick Room, it's just GG, I think. But I think we've seen Landorus actually getting outsped in this tournament. So I actually expect Landorus to be slower here. But otherwise, then it's actually surprising Andrew wanted to just stay in on this if you are going to get outsped. Oh, he goes for Sandseer. He could miss. He didn't Earth Power. He was trying to cover for Terra. Oh, but he hits. A miss there probably would have just been game over. Oh, okay. A much better recovery from Shiliang, though. But there's the Umbreon. Yeah, I'm surprised he just gave up the Entei like this. Because I think Entei's damage is so good, once Trick Room ends, it one-shots everything. Bolt can come out now, so you can switch into Umbreon, Terra, Bolt, Draco Meteor. You do have that Photosynthesis boost. Yep. So Landorus, the obvious play here is to protect here. Sandseer is greedy, yeah, but the Sandseer basically would covered for the Terra on Koraidon. Because if you don't cover for the Terra, Koraidon Terra's there and blows something up, that's really bad for you. I'm pretty sure Draco gets this KO. So the question is whether or not Landorus protects, because then you just get a free Glacial off. He didn't protect! No protect! Oh, Glacial's less than half on both. Draco misses! Oh, I felt that, man! I felt that! Oh, that's so huge! Photosynthesis special attack probably just drops the Lando. Oh, and now I mean, that's game 3. Like, you get the double Sandseer off as well, so both are in Glacial KO range. That's just it. That's heartbreaking, because I mean, we don't know what Shiliang's last one is, but the fact is, like, Glacial Lance would not have KO'd either Pokemon. Umbreon would have been able to pressure with the Yawn. It would have been able to heal back. And then Koraidon's in the back, so it's waiting to come out. Once, like, you can Yawn, protect Koraidon, and then just, like, Flare Blitz. That sucks. Oh, I really wish we could have seen the game play out without that miss. Yeah, I do think Landorus probably has some bulk here, so I want to know what the damage roll on it is. But Amoonguss was the last one, so I think if you get the knockout there, I think Koraidon Umbreon actually wins this endgame. Oh, is it max HP Lando? Can someone do that damage calc real quick? Draco Meteor from, like, modest max special attack Photosynthesis into near max HP Lando. Anyway, this one is over because Trick Room is still up. Wow. I really want to know what that Draco roll is on Lando. I mean, Umbreon outspeeds, but it doesn't do enough damage, right? Because it's Fairy Terror. If this were non-Fairy Terror, I actually think Umbreon could totally win, but... But let's see. Nice Pollen Puff as well. Yeah, that plus Glacial just pops you. Yeah, my guess, like, even with the Landorus being that bulky, like, Raging Bolt probably doesn't have max special attack, but I think it's probably still a roll that's favorable in Andrew's case, is my guess. The other play... Wait, Umbreon and Ice Rider speed tie? This is scary. I think it's like, you know, yeah, Andrew had a very good spot if he had hit that Draco Meteor, but now he's lost, right? And there's adjustments both players can make. Like I said, I was saying Roaring Moon plus Landorus. Shiliang might be willing to just go into Trick Room once again. So the question is, if Trick Room gets set up once again, how do you approach this matchup? One play that Andrew could have made was Flare Blitz rather than the Scale Shot into the Ogre Pawn. I wonder if Flare Blitz would have knocked out Ogre there, because Scale Shot definitely wasn't KOing. If Flare Blitz KOs Ogre, because it's like, yeah, I want to talk about turn 2 of this game. So turn 1, it's the double protect, right? this turn, I don't know if Flare Blitz KOs here. If you go Fire Terra Flare Blitz, though, because he didn't Terra, Sacred Fire goes into this. It takes so much damage, might even get a burn, and then Foul Play could just finish it off later, right? So I think this turn alone, like, Andrew had a different play that he could have made, but I could totally see why he made this play. But Skill Shot's just a lot weaker than I expected, so he maybe didn't want to take Recoil, didn't want to commit Terra too early on this. But, yeah, I wish we could have seen that game play out without that Draco miss. And we're already just into Game 3. Ogre Pawn and Entei, okay? New adjustment. I love the Ogre Pawn idea. Ivy Cudgel is so good here. This is great. Great adjustment by Andrew. Here we go. Follow me. Yep. Okay. This is a really good lead adjustment. Ivy Cudgel, super effective damage. Does it get the one-hit knockout here? It should. Oh, it doesn't! It doesn't! Oh. I can't believe it survived. Lando hits the field. It's just Glacial Sandsear here once again. Flare Blitz and Scale Shot without Terra Fire do the same damage? Really? Can someone confirm that? Flare Blitz in Sun and Scale Shot do the same? I think Andrew's adjustment was really, really good here. But yeah, not getting that knockout sucks. If you get that knockout, you suddenly can switch Entei out and like put things in extreme speed KO range. He needs to hit this Sandsear. Does he go for Sandsear is the question. He could just Earth Power as well, but I think he would Sandsear. Oh, he Earth Power! Doesn't even risk it! Ogre could have attacked there. This is smart by Shiliang because he recognizes, hey, what is your Ogre Bomb going to do? I have Terra, so you can Ivy Cudgel something for like 50%, but that's it. Oh, Raging Bolt comes out. This is really awkward for Andrew now because you want the Sun Up. If you don't have the Sun Up, your Draco doesn't KO, so Ogre could, of course, switch out into Koraidon and you Draco Meteor. But Glacial Lance is so strong right now. Oh, I can't believe that knockout, or that Cudgel did not KO. This is really tough for Andrew, I think. Is there any chance his Koraidon lives a Glacial Lance? Because if so, I think the play I'd make here is actually swap Ogre Pawn to set up the Sun and activate Photosynthesis. But I don't want to call it too early yet, but I think this is very much advantage Shiliang. Like, I struggle to see how Andrew wins this unless he crits a Draco onto Lando right now, because Draco's not going to one-shot. Yep, here's Glacial. Oh my gosh. Draco doesn't miss, but yeah, with Photosynthesis, I think it would have KO'd based on that. But now, Sandsear double hits. Yeah, that's it. Koraidon comes out, Glacial Lance, you're at -2 Raging Bolt. It's game over. Scale Shot is either 100 or 125, while Flare Blitz is 180. It's not the exact same, but neither of them KO. You're right, right. But I guess the other point I was saying is you could Fire Terra, Flare Blitz KO, and then Sacred Fire goes into the Ice Rider. Man, it's such a bummer to see that Draco miss. I really wish we could have seen Game 2 play out without the miss, because I really like... We could have seen Umbreon maybe pull it off, but now it's just Glacial Lance. I mean, you can protect here with Koraidon, obviously, but there's too many Pokemon to deal with from the opposing side. Yeah, I think, like, this was a really fun set to watch. I mean, Koraidon and Entei was so explosive, but yeah, if Trick Room gets sets up, there's just so much damage. So, another regional finals for Shiliang Tang. We'll see if he's going to be able to win another one, add one to his championship. I think Shiliang has, I want to say, 1 regionals win? I think the main thing is Shiliang realized he got completely destroyed in game 1, but it was because everything got outsped, right? So the way you solve for that is just setting up Trick Room. I wonder if Shiliang thought about Roaring Moon plus Lando, but he might have thought that was too Flutter weak. Wow. Amazing performance by both. Tough miss for sure. Alright, what is... Shiliang definitely won Hartford. Yeah, did he win any other regionals? Like, I feel like he's had so many good finishes. Yeah, I see a lot of top 8s. Top 8 Indy, top 8 NAIC, top 16 Toronto. Made it to day 2 of Worlds where he went 4-3. Hartford was his big win in 2023. Shiliang started in Sword and Shield and only started going to in-person events in 2022 at the end of Sword and Shield when events returned. So, but Shiliang was easily one of the most impressive team builders and players. I had featured a bunch of his teams on like Road to Ranked and stuff, and he was playing a lot during the online era, and then started competing, and then just went all for it. Oh, Ice Rider Glacial Lance against Koraidon is a roll. Yeah, I think I would have liked to see the Draco Meteor, the Koraidon switch in the end of this game. Switching Koraidon, activate Photosynthesis, so you one-shot Landorus and hope that your Koraidon can take it. With that, without going for that, I think the game's just over immediately. You probably answered this, but why are you not casting? I don't get to cast every event. There are a lot of VGC casters, so no one gets asked for every tournament. It's just everyone has a set list of events that they can let they're scheduled for. What is that? Yeah, damage calc against Ogre Pawn. Terra Rock on Ogre would have changed everything. Yep, I totally agree. But I can understand why he didn't go for it, because he probably didn't think he needed it. Ogre Pawn Hard Flame. What? Wait, what? Ogre Pawn Heart Flame. Oh, this is Grass Ogre Pawn. LOL. You need so much bulk to survive. That's crazy. It's Impish 252? Oh my. Holy. You literally need max to guarantee surviving. That's crazy. What in the world? Yes, I will be at Vancouver Regionals. So, I mean, this is an example of how an EV spread just wins you the game. Because I would never think I would need to Terra Ogre Pawn in order to get that knockout on turn 1. So I'm like, look, okay, guarantee knock. I love the adjustment by Andrew, quite frankly. I think it's great. You get that knockout against almost every Ogre Pawn. Because whoever runs this Ogre Pawn, right? Like, this is so rare to run into. So you get that knockout. Also, this is crazy because the Heartflame still took so much damage from that Fire Terror Flare Blitz, right? It still got 2-shot by it. So like, you know, if I think Andrew like so easily could have been the winner of this set, but this goes to show how unique EV spreads can make such a big difference in competitive Pokemon. I don't know if it's this exact spread. Maybe it wasn't exactly max, but either way, point is he was obviously very defensive. For you to even have a chance of surviving this means you need to be nearly max HP, max defense, right? And so to be able to have these really unique EV spreads, that can single-handedly win you the game. So even in the open team sheet environment, having a spread like this can go a really, really long way. Oh, man. It's such a good performance by Andrew. I think, you know, if the Draco Meteor hits, Game 2 is looking a lot better for him. Entei in Sun with Koraidon looked incredible, honestly, in this one as well. But it's really cool. Like, I have not seen anyone use this kind of Ogre Pawn spread. This is a big, big difference maker. Yeah, it was max HP and not very fast. So I honestly think it probably was max HP, max defense. That's so crazy. Wow. Incredible. Terra Fairy on Calyrex Ice Rider is for Miraidon. We actually saw this on stream at the end of game 1, Justin Tang versus Chase. It's because you have Landorus, and so Miraidon's going to struggle against Landorus plus a Fairy Terra, because it means if you lock into an electric type attack, you get pinned, and if you lock into a dragon type attack, you get pinned. Someone said, God, if he just Terra Rocks to make 100% sure that thing dies, he runs away with game 3. I don't think it's 100% one for him, but it definitely is a lot stronger, I would agree. Because I think if you Terra Rock there, you do get rid of Sturdy, and then you Sacred Fire, but Calyrex Ice Rider will survive. However, it might get burnt, and then it'll probably be in KO range from Thunderclap as well, so then suddenly Raging Bolt under Trick Room becomes way more effective. So, yeah. But I can't fault him for not Rock Terroring there. I don't think I would, personally. Navjeet, world semifinalist, says, I think Sun really showing, regardless of restricted shaky accuracy, can make or break a run. Doesn't matter which way you go. Totally, yeah. Like, not only are you relying on inaccurate attacks from your Groudon if you're using it, but also, Jump Pluff and, Draco Meteor specifically from Raging Bolt. But what a comeback after a complete domination. Wow. Ogrepon's 220 HP EVs. Oh, wow. 220 max defense, maybe just a little bit of speed or attack then. Still, Rolet's very much not in... Yeah, it's like basically like a crit chance. A little higher, but... It's a great example of unique EV spreads coming into play. Just nuts. Oh, he put shades on because he has the Sun team. That's hilarious. I did not think about that. I thought he was just trying to look cool, and he did look very cool. It wasn't a bad roll. The odds of that Cudgel getting the knockout were very slim. Like, almost never, basically, unless you crit. Oh, well, yeah, it could be Admin. I would expect Jolly, but Admin does turn it into a 50-50, basically. Well, Shiliang will probably post his team after this event, so we'll get to confirm the calc, but... it's too bad they can't cut to the other game. I think we're streaming Dawei and Justin as well, no? Normally both top 4s are streamed, so we should be able to watch it. Okay, I think we should be getting the other top 4, which is good. Yes, we will. All right, well, Calyrex won the event, so whoever bet on Calyrex, congratulations, you are correct. Our remaining teams are 2 of the same Ice Rider teams and Shadow Rider. So, the question now is... What does Dawei do into Justin? The fact that Justin and Shiliang work together means that, if Dawei is able to win this, it'll be interesting because then they'll have to go through Shiliang as well. But you have only one team in front of you to claim the championship now. Justin and Shiliang built together. It would be an exact mirror match in the finals if Justin wins. Justin already has a regional championship victory. He has 2. Shiliang has a regionals win. Dawei is looking for their first regionals win after getting top 4 over in Baltimore. In my eyes, these are some of the more creative teams to come out of this tournament, so it's very cool that the final games we have are these events. Are these teams, I should say. So, yeah, let's
take a look at this matchup. Hold on real quick. Either way, how exciting to get to this point in the tournament. So let's see. So we've seen both of these teams play out a ton on stream. I can't think of a perfect VGC mirror match in the final specifically. It certainly existed in like semis or throughout a tournament, but final specifically, I actually can't remember. It escapes me. There's not one. It doesn't like. I can't think of one. Whoops. Yeah, we had a perfect mirror in top 4, but I can't remember in finals. Being in finals first is a big advantage. I agree. I think like with these tournaments, having extra time to prep is such a big deal because it's like you can just basically watch and be like, oh, Justin did this. I don't think like, and it didn't work. Then I'm just not going to do this, right? The fact that it's the exact same team is huge. All right. So let's see. We obviously know. I mean, honestly, like Dawei learning about the. I was gonna say, does learning about the max attack or max defense Ogrepon change anything? Because honestly, you do have some physical attackers here. So what's Dawei's approach in this matchup? Like, do we see Team Lu and Dozo once again, right? Because it's mainly physical attackers on the opposing end. Calyrex obviously does a ton. Roaring Moon is probably going to be a really pivotal Pokemon to bring because of its resistance to Astral Barrage, and there's no fairy damage on Calyrex here. So you don't even need to Terra Flying. Like, Roaring Moon seems like an immediate lock from the opposing side. Then the question is, how does Dawei respond to Roaring Moon? You could go like Whim's Urge Tail in close combat. Dozo and Ting Lu are like pretty defensive, so they can take damage and soak up damage well against that combo as well. Now, let's see. Dawei is one team away. One team stands in front of Dawei in their first regional championship. But they've got 2 regional champions in front of them using the exact same team. But basically, I think for Dawei, Ice Rider, Glacial Lance does a lot, right? So naturally, you want to bring things that resist Glacial Lance. Well, Dozo's a good starting point here. We've seen Team Lu to be very physically defensive as well. Ogrepon is really strong offensively. Could be a Terra candidate in this battle, actually, as well. I think the main question I have is whether or not you bring that Whimsicott. Whimsicott into Ice Rider doesn't feel like the best bring on average because, of course, you just get hit by Glacial Lance. I don't know if you even want Tailwind in this game. However, the reason to bring Whimsicott is because you can... Like, the reason is you might actually want Tailwind if you think Roaring Moon is going to be brought out early, right? But, yeah, it's going to be Ogre Calyrex. A lot of offense immediately. And, like I said, the Roaring Moon, I think a pivotal Pokemon here, hits the field immediately. So, I think advantage Justin here, probably because you have immediate Tailwind, and you don't even need to Terra your Roaring Moon. You do have Tailwind Surging Strikes. This is Water Terra. It could just be, like, Rip It, Tailwind Water Terra Surging Strikes, or Detect. You could double Protect here as well. Oh, Protect Knockoff. Okay, I like that as well. There's no nasty plot here, so Roaring Moon really well positioned. Follow me. You can see Justin like nod a little bit because he knows he could have gone for Acrobatics, but I like this play still. Calyrex probably Psychics into this slot, yeah. So, Justin's already in a good spot. I think that's totally a good turn 2 here as well. Or sorry, like, good start for him. Guys, I know! It's full screen! Yeah, I think you could just Tailwind... This Urshifu looks really bulky as well.
Yeah, I guess you don't even need the Terra here to KO. But this could be Ogre now switch out into Tinglu or Dozo. I think this highlights how Roaring Moon is a good pick. The offense that it offers into Calyrex Shadow Rider while being able to not even need to Terra is incredible. So a Terra comes out now. Terra Ogre Pawn. Wow. If you're going for this, I would expect... I mean, like, this is just such a scary spot for Dawei, right? Because, like, you lose to, like, Tailwind Surging Strikes, obviously. But it's going for specifically just to get the Follow Me off. So distributing damage, I see. Okay, Tailwind. Yep. The Terra there was maybe hoping for Acrobatics to come out. I feel like Justin's just in such a good spot right now. Yep, Astro comes out. Gets that KO. Okay. Crits the Urshifu, though. Okay. Crits Urshifu, but there's no more redirection or Terra. And Tailwind's been set up, so how does Dawei get around this? Because Roaring Moon right now just does so much damage. I don't know. This looks really, really bad for Dawei, in my opinion. Like, Justin hasn't even Terra. Dawei has committed Terra already. Yeah, Spore knockoff, really safe. I mean, you could switch into Tinglu here. But how are you doing enough damage at any point? That crit definitely mattered, yes. This feels very one-sided. I don't see a path to coming back from Dawei. I think it was over from the leads, quite honestly. But yeah, I guess you have Fisher, so early wake up here, maybe. But I think this Roaring Moon is actually so hard for Dawei's team. Okay, it is Whimsicott. Hold on. If you get an early wake with Dozo, you get a yawn off into Roaring Moon and set up Tailwind. Maybe it's doable. But no wake up. There needs to be something to pressure Roaring Moon earlier, which is why I was saying Dark Ursh with Whimsicott. Tailwind close combat. This Moon was like already the problem, and the 4 Pokemon that were brought in this battle do not threaten Roaring Moon other than Whimsicott Moonblast, but Whimsicott's just outsped and KO'd by Acrobatics. I think Dozo, it just soaks up too much here. It's not actually doing enough. But Flying Terra here, okay. Whimsicott does have Encore, yes. So it could Encore right now. Tailwind gets set up. I mean, the awkward thing for Justin is you just gave... I don't know if I actually think he needed a Flying Terror. You now take damage from Astral Barrage. Oh! No freaking way. I guess he wanted a Terra Flying to get around. I mean, Tailwind ends now. I think Dawei just won this. Oh, man. Like, Now an Astral Barrage. Tailwind's over. That's crazy. What? Like, Justin undoubtedly has gotten unlucky in this game. I wonder how different the game would be if he didn't get... if the Roaring Moon didn't tear out. Like, I think tearing was a huge liability here. Getting rid of that Astral Barrage resistance is really, really, really bad. Protect knockoff, sure. But Tailwind is set up, right? So it's just Astral Barrage, KO. Isn't Moon faster with Speed Booster? No, because Tailwind was set up on the opposing side. But I really did not like the Flying Terra here. Oh, but Moon survives! Okay, but if Dozo just targets it, it's 1v1, and I think Dozo beats Calyrex. Oh, did you target? Oh, he did! Oh my gosh! I mean, Dozo wins this endgame. Ice Rider's terrible into Dozo. The first Fisher connects. 30% chance, gets it. This is freaking unbelievable. I thought this was over for Dawei for sure. I didn't think there was any way it would be possible to win. Calyrex does not win this, guys. Like, Dozo is max HP, max defense. You have Yawn, you have Fisher. It's over. This is over. Dawei wins. Oh my gosh. Oh. The fact that this was even potentially winnable for Dawei is like crazy. Like, Dawei needed to get lucky in this game for sure, and I think they know that as well. But the fact that they were able to even bring this to a victory after what I thought was like a disastrous turn 1 and turn 2 shows their ability to like keep composure and at least find an out, right? I think Justin played the early game really well, by the way, but I actually think his mid-game play was maybe a little bit sloppy, and it's what allowed Dawei to get back into the game. But I think Dawei has to recognize, look, this lead was actually not very good for me, so even though you win the game, you probably still go back to the drawing board a little bit. Because I wonder if you just don't tear a Roaring Moon, like, I don't think it feints to Wave Crash. Wave Crash plus Astral Barrage in this position, right? But don't get me wrong, like, Justin got so unlucky in that game. Like, early wake up immediately with Dondozo, Fisher Connect, and Calyrex Life Orb critical hit, right? Like, if you're on Dawei's end, you're like, oh my gosh, I should be so lucky that I won that game, but I cannot rely on the same strategy. That does not work. Alright, let's see. But yeah, I really did not like that Flying Terra personally. It just opens up, it gets rid of your resistance to water and ghost. And you don't have to worry about Whimsicott Moonblasting you because you have Tailwind up still in that position. Did he have a timer out? No, I don't think so. Because you never do enough damage with Glacial or High Horsepower. Dawei's play is just Yawn, Protect, and then like just launch a bunch, Wave Crash, Protect, keep yawning. Okay, so completely new adjustment. Dozo Ting Lu now has hit the field. I like it. Knockoff, Taunt. Taunt is a really good move here. And we're going to see a Terra immediately, so probably just Fairy Terra on the, yeah, Ting Lu. Okay. I like this knockoff a lot because a Dozo without leftovers is actually way weaker. So, solid start by Justin here. No Stealth Rock. Yawn? Yeah. Dawei says here, I know one of my Pokemon are going to get taunted, but I need to get something up. So I either take the Stealth Rock or the Yawn. Now, this is really big. If you force the Roaring Moon to switch out... Oh! No Ice Rider, folks! Justin Tang, tournament life on the line, a finals berth on the line, and he has dropped the Calyrex Ice Rider. I love it. I love it because, like, Ice Rider is so bad into that Dondozo, right? So Justin's like, how am I ever going to get into a position where this is actually relevant? And this is fascinating now. Okay, Amoonguss hits the field. Tinglu now will start being able to go for Runation, but Taunt is really good into this. No Taunt into Dozo, though, means they can yawn again. Oh, man. Okay, Runation and yawn. Yeah, so the yawn does go off. Oh, man. Runation also is adding up, and okay, so the point I wanted to make was by forcing Roaring Moon to switch out, it gives up its booster energy, meaning that you now don't pressure with the fast Tailwind or a fast knockoff into Calyrex. Dawei still has to be exceptionally careful, though, because Calyrex, well, of course, will still get popped by a knockoff, and you won't knock out the Roaring Moon very quickly. Oh, is it Oblivious Dozo? Wait, hold on, I didn't even think about checking that. Good point. It is Oblivious. That's right. You can't taunt it. I'm just so used to Unaware, but Oblivious makes way more sense on this team. Dozo Bozo takes Surging Strikes. Not eating up the most amount of damage, though. More Runations just being spread across the board. And another yawn. This is hard to break through right now. Taunt wears off. This Fairy Terra with Rocky Helmet combo, by the way, is disgusting. I actually struggle to see how Dawei's going to take a lot of damage with this right now. Other than Tinglu Sludge Bomb. Oh, man. Yeah, you can threaten Roaring Moon with Moonblast. That's correct. Justin is just eating up so much damage right now, and like he's clicking Surging Strikes rather than Close Combat onto Dozo. Earth Power finally does get the knockout, so Justin accelerates the pace of the game. Roaring Moon hits the field as well. So, the key thing here is that Dawei's Tinglu can keep clicking Runation. It'll chip away at everything, but it won't knock anything out. But another Runation. Roaring Moon takes a lot there. Whimsicott? Oh, Calyrex just hits the field. Hold on. What does Dawei have in the back then? Is it Ogerpon instead of Whimsicott? Because I think Justin's position here is actually still fine. He still has Terra available and Tailwind available. Oh, Sansear Tailwind is risky because Calyrex could just Astral here. You go for this if you... I think I would have liked if Landorus Sludge Bomb into Calyrex more. Or sorry, into Tinglu more. Because if you're making this play, the play is to expect Calyrex to protect anyway, right? This is risky. This is really risky. Yep, it is Ogerpon. That's why Whimsicott didn't come out. But it means Astral Barrage is online. Oh! But no Astral Barrage. No Astral Barrage. Roaring Moon Tailwinds. Dawei was hoping to bait Knockoff into that slot. Dawei was hoping Knockoff protect this turn. Knockoff protect, then you follow me. Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, Astral Barrage, KO everything. Justin makes the right play there. It's obviously risky for Dawei to go for Astral there, but if you actually go for Astral there, it's a game-winning play, I think. Is it a game-winning play? Yeah, because Ogre is still at full HP, and then you can't handle follow me plus Astral. It just KOs everything. Obviously, Roaring Moon is going to survive there, by the way, guys, but it's not it's about getting 2 Astral Barrages off into Moon. Yeah, I think now this game is over. Yes, guys, I know Astral is not going to KO the Roaring Moon, but that's not the point. The point is, if you get that Astral off, Tailwind gets set up, you knock out Landorus, and Roaring Moon takes a ton of damage. Then, Ogerpon gets to come out for free with full HP afterwards, meaning that it can go for Follow Me and protect the Calyrex in order to get a second Astral Barrage off. It's not about it just knocking out here immediately. Like, obviously, if it were to knock out immediately, Dawei would just win, right? But the reason it's so key is because Dawei did a decent job of setting up Calyrex to try to knock out everything, but Justin gets too much out of that one turn specifically. What about Sludge Bomb knockoff? I think that works. The problem with Sludge Bomb knockoff is if Calyrex protects and then Ting Lu runations into Roaring Moon again to maybe put you in Astral Barrage KO range. But that, in my opinion, was the key turn of this game. Ursh just KOs Cali, right? Sure, but you would still have Ogre, right? So the question is whether or not Ogerpunk could survive an Acrobatics from Roaring Moon. Because if it survives, then you go Follow Me, Acros. It survives Surging KO, Astro double KO, Calyrex wins. But this game is over now. Oh, man. Whew. That was crazy. The decision to not bring Calyrex Ice Rider here pays off for Justin Tang. Despite a scary early game where Dawei is able to just spread so much annoyance, it's not enough. And it's because of that Roaring Moon once again. I think the problem is Justin gets to lead Roaring Moon without getting punished. I'm almost like, do you ever lead Whimsicott in normal Terra to force Roaring Moon to Terra? I don't know. I think Roaring Moon is such a big problem. There needs to be other answers to it, because Dozo Ting Lu aren't actually really doing that much to it. Because you can force it out, but you need to get the damage onto it as well. But I don't know. Like, bring Whimsicott normal Terra sounds like a crazy option. Alright, game 3. The question is now, what adjustments do both players go for? Justin has shown that he's willing to just lead Roaring Moon, and I think it's a strong pick because there's not that much that scares the Roaring Moon from the opposing side. I don't know, something like Whimsicott Ogerpon or Whimsicott Urshifu is what I would maybe consider if I'm trying to snipe down Roaring Moon and pressure it really aggressively early on. So, let's see. Game 3, here we go. But it's just Dozo Ting Lu. We're going back to the basics from game 2. Okay. Lando is led this time around, which I actually think is worse than Urshifu being led. I think Justin maybe was expecting an adjustment here. So, no taunt this time. Yeah, you get knockoff Earth Power. I mean, first, Dozo could just straight up protect here, right? I actually don't think it's a bad spot for it to protect. But I think Urshifu not being out on the field means that Justin's going to struggle. And there's the protect. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is a huge turn one by Dawei. Justin tries to mix things up, but does not get the better end of it. It could be Stealth Rock, it could be Yawn, it could be Sand Tomb. So many different moves you could go for right now. There's the Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock is now set up. Okay. Stealth Rock is up. Knock off an Earth Power again. But the problem is Dozo takes, what, like 50% from this? You can get Sand Tomb Yawn now. Oh, that does no damage. How much does this do? Ah, it's good, but... Runation misses! That could have been Runation Wave Crash or Runation Yawn. Oh, that's such a big deal because Roaring Moon is the big problem. I mean, you could just protect Ozo now and Yawn or Runation again, but... Oh. Such a big miss. I think that turn could have been Runation Wave Crash knocked out Lando, but the reality is Landorus is not the problem. It's Roaring Moon. So we're seeing some pivots out right now. Ting Lu, still really difficult to deal with. Also, critically, Dawei has not Terra Darked the Calyrex in this matchup, but she hasn't felt forced to Terra Urshifu this time around, which is a really big deal. I think I would have liked to see Sand Tomb Runation there, by the way. Trap the Roaring Moon in and just let it eventually faint, and then Shadow Rider comes out. Runation onto Landorus. Calyrex comes out now, or Ogre Pawn. But the awkward thing for Dawei is the Ting Lu now does not do very much for her. So if you bring out, like, if you bring Calyrex Shadow Rider out, like, yeah, you can Psychic, but Justin can just, like, Terra or Protect. You can Astral Barrage, but then you are pressured by Spore. This is a really tricky spot. I think Justin definitely has the advantage right now. But critically, there is the Dark Terror available. But yeah, ooh, Spore into... Oh, if there's no Terra Among Us and Justin goes for this, Dawei could go Ting Lu into Whimsicott, Psychic, or Astral Barrage. Oh, man. Landorus switches. Dawei knows right now that they're facing a Spore off Among Us, so the normal play here would be to protect the Calyrex to deal with it. Does Calyrex protect? It does! Good play by Justin. It's a relatively safe play. The only thing that punishes is a Whims or Ogre Pawn switch in there. You do get the Runation off, but that's a lot of damage onto the Among Us. The reason Justin spores Ting Lu here, by the way, is because this Ting Lu doesn't have Protect. So you get a guaranteed sleep there. The only thing that would punish you is if Dawei... Oh, no, it does have Protect. Never mind. But the idea is that you think Calyrex is always protecting in that spot because you know that Dawei knows that Spore into that is just so obvious. And Among Us here could Terra. It's not at risk of getting KO'd if it Terras. Justin there was, however, vulnerable to, I think, Psychic plus Ting Lu switching out, but that's a pretty big play to make. Here's the problem, though. Roaring Moon hasn't taken any damage. Whimsicott not on the field. Switch is forced out right now. What's coming out? Ah, the Ogre Pawn was in this game too. So, okay. However, this time around, Dawei has conserved Terra. This is what I was saying. Knock off now onto a Shadow Rider with Dark Terra. Not as scary. Shadow Rider, I think, still has the ability to snowball this game. Free Tailwind, Protect, or Protect Knock. I agree. Yeah. Just Astro coming out. That could have been a substitute this turn. I don't know if it makes that much of a difference, though. That does nothing. Oh, my gosh. You're seeing why people use Roaring Moon. Crits the knockoff as well. Terra's still available. Pollen Puff. Okay, I like the Tailwind. I think, yeah, it's time to finally set up Tailwind, but... Is there any chance you feint to Astral Barrage, crit Ivy Cudgel? I would expect Roaring Moon to be faster than Ogre Pawn as well, but if somehow you got outsped and KO, that'd be a disaster. Oh, man. It's looking really, really hard for Dawei. The Moon is just still, like, not taking damage. Like, that... It's really hard. The Runation miss was really, really bad. Okay, it's Follow Me, but the thing is now you get Tailwind up. Follow Me Sub. I like Follow Me Sub a lot, actually, as it played there. Because this burns a turn of Tailwind. What Dawei doesn't want to do is knock out Among Us and give Justin a free switch in as Tailwind is set up. I think that was a really, really crucial substitute. Another crit, wow. But Acro now is looking so strong. Okay, Lando's switch in. This is big, though. Like, what does Justin do? If just... Okay, he's just going to protect. It's a little risky. If it's just Astro coming out right now, and you lose the Landorus, it's a free special attack to Calyrex, and Calyrex can snowball. Oh, this is so intense. Like, I think I still give the advantage to Justin, but I really like Dawei's subplay there. I think if you Astro Barrage, it actually probably just loses you the game there. Sure, Ursh KOs through sub, but there's still Follow Me pressure. So then the question is whether or not Acrobatics one-shots Ogre Pawn. I think what Justin wants is Roaring Moon. So he probably is actually fine losing Landorus here because it's Roaring Moon plus Urshifu out next to each other, and then you can just go Flying Terra, Acrobatic, Surging Strikes. Dawei right now needs to stall out Tailwind. The goal is to get to an end state where there's no more Tailwind, and then Calyrex can Astral Barrage everything. It is Astro, okay. I assume Surging with Mystic KOs. So now you get the free switch into Urshifu. This is exactly what Justin was looking for. Torn Ursh next to each other. Sorry, not Torn. Roaring Moon Ursh out next to each other. Really bulky Ursh here as well. All right. Terra's still available here. So I think, yeah, you can just rip it here. And I think Justin should have this. Unless somehow Acro doesn't KO Ogre. I think Dawei, yeah, you can see it. They know. There's not much I can do here. Needed to start like a little bit more of Tailwind. Team Ludozo just a little too passive. I think no Whimsicott made this harder. Yeah, you can see how happy Justin is. This is definitely just a KO. Yep. No item Acro can KO Ogre from full. Do you need to Terra? We've seen really defensive Ogre Pawns. Actually, the Ogre Pawn Justin and Shiliang have is like max HP, max defense impish, basically. So, no, I think it's one of those where there's no reason to not Terra there, just to guarantee that KO, because you know you're... like, the only reason to not Terra there, I think, is if you think Strikes isn't going to KO Calyrex without the Terra. But, full mirror match! The Tang boys making it. Oh. Wow. We'll have a new, or not a new, a repeat regional champion now. So sick. Honestly, even if Runation hit Roaring Moon, I'm not sure, like, it was enough to just move the needle, but yeah, like, I don't know. I was thinking early on, like, you maybe want to trap the Roaring Moon in with Sand Tomb. Because if the moon is trapped, like, I was thinking the game plan here, if I'm in Dawei's shoes, maybe, is try to trap Roaring Moon in, KO it with, like, Runation, and just, like, launch Yawns and Runations and Wave Crashes, slowly get it to a point where it's just in a really bad spot. And then Calyrex can come out Dark Terror and just start Astral Barraging everything. I think I would have liked Sand Tomb in that game. I think Moon being able to switch in and out so easily made this really tough. But really, really cool team by Dawei. Really, really cool team. Is there an argument for switching something into Ting Lu for Rocky Helmet Chip? I think so, yeah. But it's... You're taking a lot of damage, and because it's like bulky Ursh rather than something like Sash Ursh, like, yes, you get it to 50%, but then, like, you still need to knock it out afterwards. I think the fundamental problem for this game was that all the offense was relied on from Calyrex, and with speed control from Roaring Moon, plus Tailwind support, plus Dozo Ting Lu being disruptive but not doing just enough, Calyrex was not able to, like, run over in this game. All right, Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang in the finals. The final game, San Antonio Regionals. We will see someone add another regional championship, as both of these players have already won regionals before. How incredible. Yeah, I think Roaring Moon was just really tough for Dawei's team, honestly. This game highlights why it's such a good meta call. Amoonguss is everywhere, Ogre Pawn, Fire Pawn's everywhere, Urshifu is everywhere. Flying Terra Acro plus Knockoff plus Tailwind is a really, really nice combination. But, I don't know, like, an exact mirror match is crazy. Like, they probably literally have the exact same team down to the spreads, so... I'm really curious. I mean, like, I'm sure both of them are so happy to have made it this far, but I'm sure both of them want to win as well, so... The Tangs are not related, no. They just happen to have the same name. Amazing run by Dawei, though. Like, I felt like this was it. I thought this was going to be the run, but, you know, Roaring Moon was going to be really tough, and I also think beating the same team twice back-to-back is tough because Shiliang would have had a lot of time to, like, prep and think about the matchup. And I don't think the answers for Dawei were very clear. Like, yes, you can bring Whimsicott, but, like, I was suggesting normal Terra Whimsicott just to get a Tailwind or Moonblast off. That's kind of crazy, right? Because this just gets popped so easily. So, I think, you know, Dawei's resources were kind of limited in that one. And, you know, Dawei won game 1, but it was off a lot of crazy RNG as well. And so I think, like, the matchup felt very sided towards Justin, and he did a really good job not tilting after that first game. Awesome call to not bring that Ice Rider in game 2, and then just goes for it. But I think this is, I mean, very telling when you have two players that are so exceptional, like the Tangs. It's no coincidence that they're both here in the finals, right? Like, clearly this was a really, really good call for this tournament. All right. I need to chill a little bit. Okay. No restricted in game. We got that. Umbreon doesn't count, which Fisher hits. We got that. Crit mattered. We got that. Surely we had a legendary Oko, right? And a wasted Terra. And an invincible Focus Sash. I feel like we had a full mirror match is gonna happen. CIR versus CSR. Nice. Legendary Oko in a previous set. Bet. Nice, nice. Well, just enjoying my Sunday with over 2,000 of you watching this co-stream. Thank you for tuning in. So cool. And thank you for everyone for participating, for chatting, for, yeah, discussing these games with me. Please remember to be kind and respectful to each other. Entei O-Code CIR. Yep. We had a visible head shake, but it wasn't from a game losing play, right? Wasted Terra. Oh, we did have a Zama switches out. That's right. Yeah, but I don't think we had one today, so this is just for today. Yo, Joey, thanks for the 5 memberships, dude. I saw that I need to draft my next pick, and I lost my earlier pick, so RIP me, but, you know, thank you for tuning in. Umbreon is somehow not less than 0.5% usage, which is actually crazy to me. Look at this. It's 0.61. Isn't that crazy? Cray cray. Head shake to Fisher, which effectively was a game-losing play. Oh, I can't. What a finals we're gonna get. So cool. Hypothetical, you versus Wolfie in finals, knowing you needed to win to qualify for Worlds, and he already qualified because he won an earlier region. Would there be a gentleman's agreement or best man wins? No, best man wins, man. None of that gentleman's agreement. There's, like, I think if you want to win in Pokemon, there's no better feeling than beating the best players in order to win a tournament. You know, it's not fun having wins handed to you, because there's nothing more satisfying than being like, wow, I did it. Like, I really proved myself by beating the best, you know? You know, it's funny because Wolf and I played literally 3 times in the 2015 season, and then we've obviously played against each other for fun and for content and online and a lot throughout the years, but I don't think we've ever matched in a tournament since, so it's been a decade, which is really crazy to think about. But I do think there would be nothing more fun than to play one of my best friends in the finals. It's fun. So Wolf and I played in regionals finals in 2015, but, you know, me, Wolf, and Aaron, Trailer, and our other friends, like, we were all like, man, imagine if we could meet in the finals again. And in Salt Lake City in 2022, I thought it was destined, me and Aaron Trailer in the finals. He was on one side of the bracket, I was on the other side, but Chong Jun Peng had something to prove that tournament, destroyed all of us. He was so good. That was one of the most impressive players in the 2022 season. And then Aaron and Wolf almost played in the finals of Pittsburgh, but Riley beat Aaron, and so they weren't in the finals. But one of these days, it'll happen. And seeing the Tangs match up here in the finals, it's like the odds of you obviously playing your really good friend or your team building partner in the finals are slim, but it can happen, and here we are. The bingo card is just for today, but we did see Venusaur yesterday. We saw Iron Crown. I feel like we had to have had an invisible focus sash, right? No misclick, no triple, no double. None of these are... Well, this could still happen. No this. Switch in Oko? Did that happen? That is true, yeah. I didn't really play in 18, 19, 22, 23 that much. Well, 22, 23 I played a little bit. Switch in Oko happen? Oh, nice. Wait, how close are we to bingo? We need visible head shake from game losing play. But if we just change it to visible head shake, then we would have bingo. That's crazy, Joey. That's awesome. You should teach your sister. She doesn't know her... I mean, I'm sure she knows her brother's a Pokemon legend, but then you can really tell her. Am I going to be attending EUIC 2025? I'm registered to play, but I don't know if it will work with work, so it's TBD. Oh, we can listen to some interview.
The finals will come in a second, but we are here with the good friend Nicholas Donald. Also top cut this weekend with this really cool Cowerex Ice Rider Roaring Moon team. Why, not on top of all three of you being great trainers, of course, but why did this team work so well that all three of you succeeded?
So firstly, Battle Room in this format was kind of a already pre-established concept where with Miraidon you had Whimsicott and Fergaraf. So we kind of...
Should I just change this to 0.7% usage? I feel like Umbreon deserves... Okay, we got bingo. That's bingo. That's bingo. I feel like Umbreon deserves... It deserves... If not Umbreon here, then what?
A lot of time on it. About like 2 to 3 hours every day practicing with each other, figuring out what goes wrong, what can go right, and just...
Oh, you know what the problem is? So I think anytime I play the official stream, they sometimes have background music, and the background music gets copyrighted for my stream, which is really, really annoying. So if you want to listen to the interview, I would recommend just going to the official stream and having it on. I don't know if the music they had here affects me, but yeah, it's been kind of a problem. Emerald Elite 4 music for the finals? Okay, why not? Oh, it was Umbreon initially. You're so right. Wait, this was literally Umbreon. Okay, yeah, we got bingo. We got bingo. Bingo! Good work, everyone. Good work. All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick. So please enjoy my chair and potentially the ads. I don't know if they'll show. Tell your friends, we're going to watch the finals. Almost here at the end. We're going to get a mirror match, the Tangs. Let's do it. BRB. All right. All right. Here we are, folks. Here we are. The grand finals. Shiliang Tang versus Justin Tang. These guys know each other so well. They've collaborated on so many different teams together. And they're both regional champions as well. Having talked to both, having battled against... I don't think I've actually battled against Shiliang. I played Justin in like a local ones. Yeah, they're both phenomenal players. And they're newer to the game as well, relatively. You know, Justin's first season, first tournament. He goes to regionals and just straight up wins in 2023. Shiliang, one of the best online players. Constantly dominating the Sword and Shield era. Playing on ladder, using crazy teams. Incredible team builder. You put both of these guys' brains together alongside all of their other friends, and it's just some of the best Pokemon players on planet Earth. So here we go. We've got an exact mirror match, and I have no idea how this will play out. This team, once again, a lot of Pokemon that you're probably familiar with, but crucially having that Roaring Moon, an ace on this team that was so pivotal, bringing Justin Tang to the finals. You've also got so much offense. Landorus, this insane Ogerpon, by the way. Near a max HP, max defense. This Fire Ogerpon survived an Ivy Cudgel from Rock Ogerpon. It's so bulky. For Justin Tang, this could be his third regionals victory. There are very few players on planet Earth that have 3 Master Division regional titles in competitive Pokemon VGC. And for Shiliang, this could be a second regionals win. There are also very few players that have even won more than 1 regionals in competitive Pokemon. So, it's an exact mirror match. It's hilarious to see them swapping the team sheets because they literally can just keep their team sheets and it would be the exact same composition here. So let's see. Either way, I think we'll be due for a really fun one. Honestly, I think there's obviously pressure. Both of these guys want to win, but when you're playing such a good friend in the finals, I'm sure both are very happy to make it there. And there's probably even a little bit less pressure because like, look, let's just have fun and see how things go. So the question here, in mirror matches, your goal is to avoid speed ties, ideally. And both teams have Tailwind, and both teams have Trick Room. So the question is, what speed control do both players decide to lean into? Here we go, though. It's going to be Grand Finals Game 1. Roaring Moon Urshifu for Shiliang, and Landorus Urshifu for Justin. The Roaring Moon on the opposing side is terrifying right now. I think you could just pressure, Tailwind and Surging. You could also pressure Acrobatics Surging. Especially because I think the Urshifu on each side is actually bulky, so I'm not sure Earth Power one-shots the Urshifu. So, I like Shiliang's position more here. You get the Tailwind immediately. Water Terra, yep, so this is the response, of course. Ooh. Okay. Surging Strikes into Roaring Moon, expecting a Terra. Roaring Moon could Flying Terra, though, and just pop the Urshifu with Acrobatics, but it's not going to be a Terra coming out. It's going to be the Landorus going for that Water Terra. So, this will allow Landorus to survive a Surging Strikes. Tailwind gets set up immediately. Justin was hoping to see a Terra out of that Roaring Moon. Doesn't get it. And Shiliang is happy to just force out the Terra from Landorus here on turn 1. Now, the key thing I'm curious about is, can this Urshifu actually survive an Earth Power? Normally, the answer is no, but their Urshifus appear to be very, very bulky. Earth Power comes out. It does get the one-hit knockout. Okay. Surging, however, will come out. That could have been a close combat, an immediate double knockout for Justin to start off this game. It'll bring Rory Moon just around 50%. The key thing here is I think Shiliang not losing both Pokemon is huge because you've set up Tailwind. Crucially, you did lose your Urshifu, which normally you want under Tailwind because you can't protect in front of it. So Justin can obviously like double protect right now with his Pokemon. He actually brings out Ice Rider. I mean, the strength of Ice Rider is covering for switches, right? Glacial Lance is actually not very good in this position. So we have Rory Moon and Calyrex Ice Rider in the back right now for Justin. You could pretty easily just go for double protect this turn. You have to worry about acrobatics. The question is, will you actually lose both of your Pokemon, right? Because Justin here might be content. I mean, I think you could just double protect this turn and then just, you know, get guaranteed damage off the next turn. The double protect this turn, I think, feels fairly obvious, though. You just want to stall out a turn of that Tailwind. Knock off into the Landorus here. And Glacial comes out. I'm really surprised Calyrex was the bring here. It indicates to me that Shiliang does not have Ogerpon in the back, personally. I think if Firepon were out, it would come out immediately. But honestly, I'm still surprised to see it come out. I think the problem is you want, ideally, to pressure with a double knockout. Going for the double right now with the Landorus. Justin saying, I mean, look, I need to just stall Tailwind a little bit more. I think I personally would have liked to see an attack here from Landorus, but I think Justin's saying, I don't think I'll lose both Pokemon anyway this turn. But I think the downside for Shiliang is Calyrex right now just doesn't do enough damage with Glacial Land. So here we go. Shiliang going to commit that Terra onto the Rory Moon. That allows you to have that Flying Terra, have that Acrobatics now. And of course, that'll be able to pick up a knockout onto presumably either Pokemon. I would think you target Urshifu here. Lando goes for the double there. Does not get it. Acro comes out. Does go into Urshifu. And Urshifu survives! Look at the bulk on this Pokemon! But it doesn't matter. Glacial Lance comes out, and that's going to be a knockout. This is why I don't love Landorus going for that double protect. Because I think if you're Justin, you can get some guaranteed damage off that turn, right? You can go Earth Power Surging Strikes. Maybe it doesn't end up making that much of a difference. Because Justin now has his Calyrex. He's still got Rory Moon in the back as well. But the Calyrex now on Shiliang's end, of course, does get a boost. However, one thing that Justin is positioning himself for is Tailwind ending and then Rory Moon coming out and setting up Tailwind. However, you also need to figure out how to knock out the opposing Ice Rider, right? The best meanness is either a knockoff from your Rory Moon plus an attack or an Earth Power. Landorus is going to go for the Protect here. Knockoff into the opposing Ice Rider. Okay, is it a high horsepower as well? That would be nuts. Just Glacial. I don't think Glacial gets the knockout here. Shouldn't get the KO. How much does it do here? Yep. Survives with 28 HP. And now Glacial in return knocks out Shiliang's Roaring Moon. His Ice Rider, however, still really healthy. This becomes really interesting. What is the final Pokemon on Shiliang's end? Because there's an angle in which Shiliang sets up Trick Room and sweeps with his Ice Rider under Trick Room. He has the Ice Rider advantage right now. Justin has Rory Moon in it back, but it hasn't hit the field yet. This is going to be a big turn. First, let's see what the final Pokemon is. It was Firepon. Wow, I'm actually surprised that Firepon didn't hit the field sooner then, but it's a good Pokemon in this spot. So we know that Justin has we know that he has Rory Moon in the back. Calyrex protects. Does Shiliang go for a Trick Room? Sandsteer double connects. Doesn't KO either, though. Gets a crit. Is it Trick Room? It's going to be the Horn Leech into the Protect. Is it just a Glacial Lance? Shiliang needs to set up Trick Room here. He doesn't. It's Glacial Lance. Actually, he could still... I mean, now you just bring out... You just bring out Rory Moon. I'm trying to think, like, avoiding the speed tie, right? Because you have to respect Follow Me from Ogerpon. So if you think Follow Me is coming out, you could Tailwind Glacial Lance, but then the question is... I think that's fine, actually. You just bring out Roaring Moon, Tailwind Glacial Lance. I'm pretty sure. Tailwind Glacial. I mean, but the Ogre is really, really bulky. He's going for Acro, but don't you risk a speed tie loss with that? Unless he's confident he's just faster here. Is it an ice? It just comes down to an Ice Rider speed tie? Oh my freaking god. Who moves? Which Ice Rider moves? Who's faster? Oh, high horsepower! Does it miss? I feel like Glacial would have KO'd, but it wouldn't have KO'd. It would KO single target. Oh. I was thinking you Tailwind Glacial there, but if you're not confident on Glacial KOing either Pokemon, then of course, yeah, you go for the Acro play instead. But, I mean, if they're using the same Calyrex Ice Spray, then it literally just comes down to a 50-50 on the speed tie. And the whole point I was saying is you want to play these games in a way where you avoid those speed ties, but... I wonder if, like, they don't have the exact same EV spreads and Justin is confident that he knew he had the faster Calyrex, because then that's a guaranteed win. We don't know if it's a speed tie, no, so it may not have been. I am curious, because I would assume it's just the exact same spread, but, yeah, to me the biggest surprise was Shiliang bringing Calyrex out first, rather than the Ogre Pawn. And I also think the double protect with Lando, if he had gotten an Earth Power off into the Ice Rider would have just fainted a little bit sooner. But, alright. Game 2. I'm so curious about the speed interaction there, though. I really am. Yeah, this was the double protect play. I don't know. It felt like Ogre was in such a good spot to come out here instead of Ice Rider. Because what I don't like for Ice Rider coming out here is Shiliang can't knock out both... You don't threaten both Pokemon simultaneously with knockouts. The thing is, Justin actually didn't punish it super heavily because he tries to go for the double protect and fails with Landorus. The Ogre was decently healthy as well, and it's basically max HP, max defense. The Sandseer here, by the way, getting a critical hit was a pretty big deal as well, putting Calyrex at much lower HP. Without that critical hit, then Calyrex is more healthy, and it can potentially lose the speed tie and still win the matchup here. So Sandseer double connect into crit was a really big deal as well. All right, Roaring Moon now Mirror. Okay, well, more potential speed ties. Shiliang now says, you know what? I just saw you go with this lead, so I'm going to try it. Okay. A lot of interesting debates about whether or not you want a Terra. It's Lando Ursh in the back here, which makes sense. No Ogre Pawn. I think you can... I mean, you have to match the Tailwind here. Yeah, Tailwind Glacial. No Terras, though, so you are vulnerable to... Oh. Alright, both players are going to just trade Tailwinds. Justin Tang, one game away from winning another regional championship, his third. Surging Strikes now goes into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Should bring it to around half health. Maybe just under. Oh, just over. Okay. And Glacial Lance comes out. I think this is a great trade for Justin. You just one-shot what I think is one of the scariest Pokemon on the opposing side. Your Roaring Moon now has knockoff and acro pressure. This is a fantastic start for Justin. I don't want to say it's over, but I think Roaring Moon looks so scary right now. But all it takes is one protect. Yeah, like knockoff plus Glacial, I think is really not that much downside here. So it feels forced to commit the Terra here, but if you commit the Fairy Terra, it's going to be Water Terra on Ursh. Okay, I like this. I think this is actually really strong. With this, now, Justin actually probably just loses both of his Pokemon. A lot of damage, though. Yeah, this should just be a double KO. Surging into Calyrex and then Glacial Lance. This should KO now with the Water Terra. Yeah. Okay. Double KO and Shiliang's Calyrex gets an attack boost. However, Justin gets the free switch-ins, and he's gotten a lot of damage onto everything. He's got his own Urshifu as well. But the Trick Room! It's not the Glacial Lance! I was saying in Game 1, I wanted to see Trick Room come out. I love this. Oh, that's an amazing, amazing play by Shiliang. It completely turns the tides. Well, I mean, you still have Glacial, but now Urshifu? I mean, okay, well, hold on. So, like, Roaring Moon could... No, you can't protect in front of Urshifu. Ursh threatens with close combat onto Roaring Moon. Justin could still Terra, though, but... You would feint to Glacial Lance. Okay, so, but yeah, if you protect, it can get the close combat off through the protect. So Surging Strikes, targeting the Urshifu here. Yeah, I mean, I like the Calyrex lock. What is the last Pokemon here? Amogus! Sick! Oh, Shiliang goes the Trick Room route. I love that. Says, you know what? I'm going to bait you into setting up Tailwind. We'll match Tailwinds, and I'll beat you under Trick Room. What a beautiful, beautiful adjustment. Okay, now the question is, did Ursh close combat Roaring Moon? Roaring Moon could have Flying Terra protected, but that seems kind of crazy, obviously. However, Urshifu gets to attack through Protect, and it is close combat for the one-shot. What a finals. Now you have to deal with the Amogus sporing you. I think this game's over. Game 3. I think it's Game 3. I love that. What a beautiful, like, completely different approach from how Justin had played this. Oh, man. Tailwind is up on both ends, but Shiliang brings the Amogus into this game. Now, there's still Terra available, right? But you would need to... There is the defense drop on the opposing side. Water Terra Protect. Okay, trying to stall out and taunt. Ooh, okay, okay. I see the vision. I like this play a lot by Justin. But Shiliang could pretty easily just Spore Protect. Well, I guess his fear might be... I mean, I think, yeah, Spore Protect here would just win him the game immediately. Let's see. Oh, Justin's play gets him back into this one, potentially. I love that. Taunt now denies any redirection, any spores. And there's the Water Strikes, okay. How much does this do? That's only 30, so 3 hits does 90. It's not a 2-hit knockout onto Landorus. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, Tailwind peters out on both ends. Not relevant. Same field state, basically. Amogus could Rage Powder, but it also could just double up onto Landorus right now. If you... So it's like, you could just Rage Powder close combat, right? Or Pollen Puff. Wait, but hold on. With Pollen Puff, if... Oh, yeah, that's what I was saying! You risk the speed tie! Oh... Oh, he couldn't Rage Powder. Never mind, he's taunted. Yeah, so it just came down to a speed tie anyway. Yeah. But if Shiliang wins that speed tie... See, when you play Mirrors, it's like you want to avoid the speed ties, but there was no way to really avoid it here, I guess, in the end. Yeah. R.I.P. The Terra Water into the taunt play was beautiful. Last turn of Trick Room. You can just double protect. He's content to attack with Ursh. That makes sad. You do... I mean, right now, Amogus can obviously side Pollen Puff, right? Yep, side pollen puff. It's not out. It's not over. It's not over yet. Oh, and the high horsepower into Urshifu. That does so much. But Amoongus faints, so now you just Earth Power Surging Strikes. I'm pretty sure Calyrex just faints. In both games, it was like two Pokemon staring down each other. Brother in hands. And Justin's Pokemon moves first in both situations. Yeah, I think in that position, there was the ability to Spore into the Urshifu slot. The taunt play, really, really great find. And this should do it. I think we're going to see Justin Tang claim his 3rd regional championship. I know it feels good for him. Not so much a rookie anymore. Of course, his first season in 2023. But Justin Tang does it again. The prodigy pulls it off. His 3rd victory against, of course, one of his best friends. His team building partner, Shiliang. And I thought the Trick Room strat was so smart. I actually thought it was over, quite frankly, with Trick Room and Amoongus. But Amoongus not being Rocky Helmet here, being Covert Cloak instead, ends up being not as helpful. And the taunt. I think taunt on Urshifu, such a key move throughout this tournament for these guys. Wow. What a finals. And you know, Justin's a player, like, achieved success so early on in VGC. He wins his first regionals that he goes to, wins another one just a couple months later. And he's had a lot of top cuts. He's been so hungry for another victory. He's been in top 8. He's been in top 16 so many times, but hasn't made it back to a finals, but doesn't give up, keeps playing, and here he is now taking home his 3rd regional championship. Someone said Shiliang through, which I definitely don't agree with. Like, I think Shiliang had the advantage, but he still had to, like, make some right plays or right calls. And Justin finds this genius Water Terror Protect Taunt play. Of course, in that turn, a Spore into that slot could have just ended the game immediately. If Shiliang wins the speed tie between the Urshifus, he also wins the game, in my opinion. In both games, I don't know if it was a speed tie. I don't know if they were running the exact same team. My guess is it was. Justin ends up winning the speed tie between the Calyrexes in game 1, and then in game 2, Urshifus. And if it was a speed tie, you know, it's like 2 different coin flips. But a really, really fun set. The main thing is, I think if I'm playing a mirror, I'm thinking my goal is to avoid losing speed ties, right? It's like, even with Justin making the right play, he still needed to win a potential speed tie to win that. So, I definitely would not say Shiliang through. Definitely not. But awesome taunt play there. Such a sick play. And the top 4 teams in this event, I thought were incredible. Like, these are not teams that we had seen very much of, right? Scale Shot Koraidon with Umbreon. Dozo Ting Lu. And then this new Roaring Moon Calyrex team. Incredible. You feel like you should have spored Urshifu to avoid taunt. The thing is, in that situation, it could so easily go the other way. It's not like you always spore Urshifu there, I don't think. So this was the game state, right? If you spore into Urshifu, Water Terra, and Urshifu protects, Landorus can get a Sandsteel or an Earth Power off, and that's just so much damage immediately, right? And I think this play is a really rare play to find as well, right? Like, protect, Water Terra, protect Taunt. Not something that's easy to anticipate for. Yeah, what a awesome find. This is what I was saying, like, it was a similar concept when Roaring Moon was out on the field in Terroring. But, yeah. And I think Shiliang's play here is, like, relatively safe as well. But I really, really wish, I hope they tweet and let us know whether or not it was like the exact teams or not, because I'm so curious if it was exact speed ties. Yeah, I guess this is the main turn. Obviously, Spore could have gone into that slot. I think if Spore goes into that slot, it's not guaranteed over because Ursh could just wake up immediately next turn. But then you pressure Spore onto this slot the next turn as well, especially with this having protected. So the main reason is why not Spore into the Ursh slot, right? Ursh could protect. Landorus could then Terra Earth Power into this slot. And then suddenly you have Amoongus plus Calyrex against Ursh plus Lando. It was exact speed tie. Wow. Yeah, I figured it was a complete mirror match here. Yeah, so in this scenario, basically, Shiliang's just hoping to win the speed tie, loses the speed tie, and Urshifu just gets popped there. I try to be careful with using the term throwing in VGC because I think VGC is so complex that, like, I don't like saying throwing unless it was, like, so clear that, like, there was just one line to take and they didn't take the obvious line that results in them losing. And I think finding, covering for Water Terra Lando plus Taunt is a pretty unique play, right? That's certain, like, so, yeah. I think having been on the competing side before, it's like, it's totally fair, obviously, to get your plays criticized, but at the same time, you have to factor in how many different possible plays there are from both sides and the kind of layers and the level of complexity there is into the game. But that was a really, really cool play. Wish we could have seen a third game, though. Yeah, side puff. That's a really good point, too. You do risk the healing if you ever protect in front of Amoongus. How low was Calyrex in that spot? Like 60, right? Oh, all right, folks. Well, that was really fun. Thank you for tuning into the Cybertron co-stream. It was very fun to try doing this for an entire week or an entire tournament. We casted every game. I streamed for like 14 hours, which is the first. It's like almost half a work week. But it was a blast, so I hope you all had fun tuning in. This is something I'd like to do more of in the future, so if you enjoyed, let me know what you thought. Give a like on the stream. Spread some love on Twitter. Do whatever. But this was a blast. I think in the future, I'll let you know when I do these. Maybe EUIC if I don't end up attending as a competitor. And I think the game has really delivered. We saw a lot of cool new teams. I'm really eager to get back into recording some Road to Ranked after seeing some of the awesome teams from this tournament. I was really impressed by this Ice Rider team in particular, and these guys are always cooking, so incredible to see Justin Tang take home another regional championship. And yeah, thanks for the kind words. Be well to each other. Enjoy the format. And I will see you all next time. Have a good week. Probably going to try to record some Road to Rank tonight. It's been a while since the last episode, but a lot of new teams that will be coming out. So, yeah, appreciate everyone for tuning in. If this is something that you liked, would love any feedback. Would love to know your thoughts as well. And I will talk to you all next time. But first, enjoy this advertisement. No, but in all seriousness, thank you all for tuning in very much. And I think it was awesome. Yeah, it was, it's cool to just be able to turn this on and have thousands of you tune in. So, yeah. Have a great weekend. Be safe, be warm, take care of each other. And until next time.